Do we have quorum to start?
This is co-moderator David. We have quorum, but we are not ready to start just yet. Bear with us just a moment, please.
Thanks, David.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I apologize.
Morning.
Not Chair Amber Bauer, board member. We can do a quick mic check and video check whenever you're ready.
Sure, mic check and video check.
Thank you. Thank you.
Apparently we had some technical difficulties, so the meeting will start at 10:30.
This is the moderator. Mr. Chair, I believe we are ready to go.
Great. Let's start the meeting.
Good morning, members. I will now be taking roll. When I say your name, please unmute your mic and say present. Member Bauer? Member Bauer, are you with us?
Here, thank you, present.
Thank you. Member Brennan? Member Brennan is absent. Member Imani Brown? Member Brown?
Present. Can you hear me? I'm present.
Yes, you're a little bit faint, but I do hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Jeremy Brown?
Present.
Thank you. Member Clifford?
I am present. Thanks.
Thank you. Member De La Rosa?
Present.
Thank you. Member Frazier?
Present.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian?
Present.
Thank you. Member Mathey? Member Mathey not present. Vice Chair Nevidal? Vice Chair, are you with us? We will come back. Member Payan Person?
Present.
Thank you. Member Shockley?
Present.
Thank you. Member Tupy?
Present.
Thank you. And Member Woolsey?
Present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum for this meeting.
Thank you. A quorum is established. With that, we move on to agenda item number 2, general public comment. We will begin with general public comment for items that are not on the agenda today. Commentators, I would like to remind you that the comments for items that are coming up on the later agenda should be held until then. In addition, I want to remind everyone that this committee's purpose is not making statutory recommendations rather than regulatory ones. I'd also like to point out to differentiate between issues handled by local jurisdictions versus state. The reason I'm bringing this up is I want you to bear this in mind as we do have limited time and some very important items to discuss, namely the retail grant recommendations, the draft of the annual report, as well as our subcommittee's recommendations concerning cultivation and social equity. With that being said, I would like to now open for general public comment. Could we instruct the public on how to make the comments, please?
This is the moderator. The Q&A feature is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. To participate, click on the Q&A icon at the bottom right corner of your WebEx screen and type comment in the ask field that appears. Make sure it goes out to all panelists. And then for those that prefer to raise their hands that are logged in, you can click on the raise hand icon next to your name. You can access this by hovering your cursor or mouse over your name and the outline of a hand will appear. For those who are calling in, you can press *3 from the phone you're calling in to raise your virtual hand. Also, you may raise your hand or use the Q&A feature to request public comment. The Q&A is not to be used to submit questions, comments on statements made by others, or dialogue with others. Any submissions such submissions will not be answered and will only serve to delay your ability to make a comment to the board committee. Please only submit one request for comment through the Q&A. So now I will go through the Q&A. Give me just a moment as I go through the requests. So there will be a 2-minute and there's a 30-second warning. And give me just a moment as I promote one of the board members here. Thank you for announcing yourself. I believe was already promoted. Thank you. Okay, so Casey, I'm going to request to unmute your microphone in just a moment. Just a moment as I locate your microphone here. I am not able to locate Casey, may have logged out.
Can you hear me?
Oh, unmuted. Give me just a moment here. Let me start the timer for you. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for this great opportunity to be able to speak to you all today on an important subject. For more than 5 years now, the state has been permitting marijuana commercial activity, including delivery services, marijuana purchased online or on the phone and then delivered right to your doorstep. But the DCC nor local law enforcement are checking these delivery services to ensure that they aren't delivering to a minor. For several years, the public and elected officials have sent letters, emails, made public comment to ask the DCC to conduct compliance checks on the delivery services to ensure they are checking ID at the time of delivery. The state's Alcoholic Beverage Control Department, or the ABC, for the past 2.5 years have been doing these compliance checks on delivery services to ensure alcohol is not being delivered to a minor. When the ABC began the compliance checks on delivery services, they found that an 80% sell rate to minors. Why is the DCC not following suit? One state department, the ABC, is taking seriously the prevention of youth access. The DCC for marijuana is not. We wonder why that is. Why is preventing youth access to alcohol a priority with delivery services, but not for marijuana? The DCC has an obligation to reduce and prevent youth access to marijuana. This should be a top priority. Protecting the public health should be a top priority. It is our hope that
30
next year,
seconds.
these compliance checks on delivery services can start to ensure our youth are not accessing marijuana from a delivery service and that the delivery service drivers and the vehicles are adhering to the many regulations put in place by the DCC. Thank you for your time. We wish you a very happy and healthy holiday season.
Thank you. The next individual, Talia de Amato. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Let me find you in the attendee list and send a request to unmute your microphone. Hello, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Talia D'Amato. I am with K Street Consulting on behalf of the Pet Cannabis Coalition, and I am just want to address AB 1885 really quickly by Assemblymember Kalra as it relates to pet cannabis. This was an author-sponsored bill, and the Pet Cannabis Coalition was the primary bill supporter. The Pet Cannabis Coalition worked with Assemblymember Kalra, the author, for many years to get this bill through the legislature and signed by Governor Newsom. And we would encourage the members of the DCC Advisory Committee to reach out to Assemblymember Kalra for background on the intent of AB 1885 and any technical assistance on implementing this bill. We would also strongly encourage the DCC Advisory Committee to reach out to the California Veterinary Medical Association, or CVMA, for any technical assistance or advice on implementing this bill. CVMA supported this bill and provided very important input and technical assistance on the veterinary medical professions and what would work for their needs. The Pet Cannabis Coalition feels it would be a major oversight to implement AB 1885 without consulting CVMA. I can provide information offline on their appropriate contact information for members of the DCC Advisory Committee, should that be necessary. We are also happy to provide any technical assistance and support on the intent of this bill when the Department of Cannabis Control takes up its implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Anthony Avalos. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. You're unmuted, Anthony.
Good morning, DCC. Good morning, CAC.
And sorry, I apologize for interrupting you. It won't count towards your time. We can barely hear you. It's a little bit low. Can you get closer to the microphone?
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better. There's instructions are on the screen. If you are logged in, if you click on that down facing arrow on the mute button, you can follow the instructions on the screen as settings. A menu will appear, click on settings, and then the input volume, make sure it's all the way high. And we can try that again. Double checking. Are you still there, Anthony?
Could we move on to the next caller and maybe Anthony can join the back of the queue again?
Okay, so we will keep track of that. Co-moderator, please. Next individual, Carlos Arellana. I apologize if I mispronounced your name there. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
Yes, hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in regards to speaking about SB 34 today and how there's not a lot of programs and available for those patients, which will fall under the category of veterans, disabled patients, and the mentally ill. And there's no programs available for that since I believe they did establish SB 34. And also, I'm here to speak about the social equity programs, in our local communities, the different retailers that are opening and they're not implementing the opportunities that we can, if we are SB 34, able to be part of the social equity programs and open our own retail cannabis store with a partnership of them and different things like that. I was wondering if we can address those issues as in regards to SB 34 and the social equity program. And I believe that probably be my only concern today.
Thank you for your comment. I would again like to remind everyone that we have no authority to make statutory recommendations. If there's a regulatory recommendation or regulatory concerns, please voice those.
This is the moderator. Next individual identified as Alfred Torregano. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Chair and honorable committee members, regulatory bodies, as well as the public. My name is Alfred Torregano. I'm the Vice President of the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association. I'm also a retail entrepreneur here in Los Angeles, the founder of Space Flight retail store set to open in early 23. I'm just really just happy. I've experienced every emotion along this last 5 years as a social equity applicant. And I'm happy to talk today about the dire need to extend the provisional license. You know, after all of this time, I'm set to open my store, which is an exciting opportunity, and I'm grateful for it. However, uh, right as I'm about to open my doors, yet the bar is being set even higher again. And there's so many of my other fellow social equity applicants and entrepreneurs who haven't even gotten as far as I have in the process. And although we're grateful for the opportunity, we need more time. Retail stores don't even have the carbon footprint of our other comrades in the community, like the cultivators and manufacturers. And that's not to separate us, that's just the sheer fact. And so CEQA analysis should be exempt, but not just an exemption. You need to think about the long times that the period of application processes are going to take, the extra consultant time, and it just lengthens the process. And if I can't operate at the same time while I'm working on my annual license, then it's going to just significantly lower the opportunity for people to open the doors, lowering the tax revenue, and it's just going to significantly impact this whole entire cannabis program. Support SB 51, as well as extend the license for provisional opportunity for retailers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Ileana Green. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Ileana Green. I'm the Director of Community Engagement at the HUD Incubator, where we empower drug war survivors to end the drug war by 2040 through economic development, power building, and policy advocacy. Through my role, I've had the opportunity to talk to several social equity operators as well as cannabis justice advocates about what their priorities and concerns for the coming year is. And so the first one I want to echo is what Mr. Alfred just was speaking about in terms of the need to extend provisional licenses for social equity retailers, as those licenses are about to expire in March of this coming year. So definitely we would love for this body to show their support for Senator Bradford's Senate Bill 51, which extends that so that social equity retailers are able to benefit from having a provisional license in the way that their non-social equity peers have been able to benefit from for the last 5 years. Another thing of high priority for the social equity community is the need for a statewide social equity definition. So we're hopeful that this body will contribute towards moving that forward. Also of high need is the need for social equity operators to have fiscal analysis and fiscal data on social equity's impact on the state, so that as we're asking for changes and additional things, we have data to support that. A lot of times this data is not collected at all. So, you know, when bodies like you are saying, like, show me the data, it's not available. So we would love for that data to start being collected. And then finally, the need for subsidies generally. And so hoping that that will include supporting tax adjustments for social equity operators, as well as when we get to it later this afternoon, a portion of the fund for retailers to be allocated directly to social equity applicants. So thank you. Those are some of the high concerns for the social equity community.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Lindsay Robinson. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. And you are unmuted.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today. I am the Executive Director of the California Cannabis Industry Association, and we did submit written comment for an item to be placed on a future meeting agenda. And I just wanted to verbally express it as well, our concerns for public health and safety as a result of the failure to implement and enforce crucial provisions contained in Assembly Bill 45 Aguiar-Curry, which was passed as an urgency bill in 2021. While we recognize the implementation of this bill is primarily under CDPH. We really want to create more of a dialogue, and so we're asking the CAC to agendize this at a future meeting. And while we also recognize that this body cannot make recommendations on legislative issues, we are excited to see SB 51 moving forward for the extension of provisional licenses for social equity retail. Bradford has been a longtime champion of this issue, and I would encourage folks who are interested in this to work offline together to make sure that this bill passes, hopefully within the next few months. So thank you so much for the time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Jeff Pollard. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. And again, I sent another request to unmute your microphone. As in the instruction shows, just make sure you hit the unmute me when you receive it. You are unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I am speaking as a practicing veterinarian in San Diego and on the advocacy committee of the Veterinary Cannabis Society. I wanted to express the everyday life we veterinarians get regarding questions from clients about cannabis. And only recently has legislation passed that permits us to discuss and recommend cannabis products to our clients and their pets. This is the AB 1885 that Casey from Cannabis Coalition referred to. And I would also like to second her comments regarding the support that 1885 has received from the CVMA, California Veterinary Medical Association. We at VCS would like to offer our expertise to the committee about animal products, that is accurate labeling, certificate of analyses, requirements and recommendations, disease state indications, some way to encourage pet parents to involve their veterinarians instead of finding products on the street, as is the case now. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Michelle Colbert. I'm going to send a request to mute your microphone.
Hello?
You are unmuted.
Perfect. All right. So I know that you only have authority over regulatory things, not statutory things. I will be talking about some bills, but my interest is the implementation. So this year we had SB 54 passed. That's a general packaging bill, not cannabis specific. It will include cannabis. DCC definitely needs to work with the other state agencies involved on the implementation of SB 54 to make sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. We also got AB 1894. That's a specific to vaporizers packaging bill, which requires consumer education, just so consumers know you can't throw a vaporizer and a battery into the trash. It's like any other e-waste. It requires special disposal. That's where SB 1215 comes into play. SB 1215 is an electronic waste recycling bill covering battery embedded products, and it's adding a bunch of new things to what's a currently covered device, and that would include cannabis vapes. This means that come, I believe, 2025, extended producer responsibility will be required for cannabis vapes. My concern is, will the DCC's overly burdensome waste regulations get in the way and put cannabis vape operators in a space where it's, do I comply with these broader state requirements, SB 54, SB 1215, or do I comply with these onerous, in many ways, anti-environment DCC regulations? And that's a situation that no business should be put in. I'd also like to say we got to do something for the growers. I was on a call with a grower just 2 days ago. She's being offered the laughably low amount of $50 a pound. No one can support themselves on that. That doesn't even cover the cost of growing that cannabis. So we really need to do something to help our growers up in the hills and everywhere else in the state. But Emerald Triangle is really being hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual, Wade Lapp Laughter. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone in just a moment here. You are unmuted.
Opportunity to address your organization. I am speaking as a patient. I don't have a license. I once had a thriving cannabis business, but local jurisdiction required me to close that business, and I did. So now I'm a patient advocate, and I want to speak generally to Ms. Elliott. I see that you're in the meeting, and us patients really need the legal system to work, to the point that the veterinarian was just making about pets and their parents having to go to the black market to find product that they can use for their needs. This is abundantly true for patients in California as well. There is product available if you can afford it. And meantime, Senate Bill 34 expiring needs to be fixed. And I feel like, as a general statement, the DCC has all kinds of opportunity to make the system easier for those who are trying to obey the law. Please, for the patients, the people who actually are the reason cannabis is legal today, we need the DCC and the cannabis industry to work together so the industry can survive, so that people like myself can access safe, reliable, consistent products. Thank you very much. This is Wade Laughter in Nevada County from House of Harlequin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Anibel Mejia. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Anibel Mejia, I just sent another request. Just make sure to click the unmute me button when you receive that notification from your end. And I just sent a third request to unmute your microphone. Again, click the unmute me button from your end to unmute your microphone. Chair, should I proceed with the next individual?
Yes, please, moderator.
Thank you. Lisa Greeny, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Hi, hello, committee members. My name is Lisa Green, and I'm a social equity owner approved to move forward for retail licensing in Los Angeles under Phase 3, Part 1. Like all social equity applicants, we have endured a very long, complicated process. We have had to deal with initial application delays, predatory investors, and losing not one but two locations. One due to initial application delays and one by fire after we were approved to move forward. It is imperative that you eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for social equity retail operators. Due to the upcoming changes in the Los Angeles ordinance, we have been given another path to move forward with the licensing process, but that won't happen until possibly late January or early February. As the provisional licensing ends, it would be impossible for us to meet the provisional licensing deadline so that we would be able to operate while working on our annual license. I would also like to mention that there are real people who suffered real consequences from the war on drugs behind these applications and licenses. We are not some individuals from a multi-state corporation that has access to capital and whatever they need, whenever they need it. For most of the investors and multi-state corporations, this is nothing but a power money grab situation. My business partner and longtime friend, social equity applicant Roxanne Salazar, went to jail and had her children ripped from her and placed in the system because of cannabis. This license process is personal. The opportunity that has been provided to right this wrong is within her grasp. However, without the support of Senator Bradford's SB 51, we will undoubtedly fail in helping her to fully heal from the trauma she and her children suffered due to her incarceration, nor would she be able to create a legacy for her children. I ask you, and she asks you, please support Senator Bradford's SB 51. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Ignite Daniel. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Give me just a moment. Ignite Daniel, I do not see you on the attendee list. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry. Sent a request to unmute your microphone. And you have been unmuted.
Greetings. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Greetings. My name is Ignite. My name is Ignite Daniel with Life Development Group, and advocacy group that has been pushing for the rights of social equity owners. In 2018, so-called legacy operators were allowed to conduct business legally, at which time social equity was online simultaneously. And during this time, many of those legacy operators had lobbied in place, pushing a number of legislations that deliberately held up the social equity process. Here we are going 5 years later, and we can count on one hand how many social equity owners are operating. City officials are to blame for this by not only overlooking unlawful actions on the part of then DCR attorney Alex Freeman, as well as DCR overlooking the predatory contracts we took Kat, Dr. Brown, and Michelle that directly held social equity applicants up for the last 2 years, knowing we would not have the resources to withstand or fight the deep pockets of investors. I ask that you eliminate the provisional deadline, knowing social equity applicants have been held up on purpose by big business who seek to control yet another lucrative industry that has been built on the backs of those people most impacted by this war. And it's not only on drugs, but it is also against a group of people, a group of minority people. We definitely do need you guys to acknowledge that we have seen it. We have tried a number of things shown as there are a number of videos that have taken to DC City Hall and everybody
I apologize.
up and down.
The quality of the sound, at least from my end, is getting bad at this moment. Co-moderator, can you confirm?
Can confirm.
Would you like me to start over? Is that better?
Chair?
If you could just repeat the last part of your statement, please.
I ask that you eliminate the provisional deadline, knowing social equity applicants have been held up on purpose by big business who seeks to control another lucrative industry that we are not only not wanted in, but being pushed out of deliberately. Give thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Next individual identified as, give me just a moment here. Yvette, I will send a request to unmute your microphone in just a moment. Request has been sent. You are unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good morning, committee. My name is Yvette McDowell, and I am calling in two capacities. One as chair of the Los Angeles County Bar Association's Cannabis Law Section. Secondly, as a board member for the California Cannabis Industry Association and an attorney in the space. I represent social equity applicants and have had the misfortune of seeing too many harmed by some of the regulations in place. In particular, I am calling in support of SB 51, Senator Bradford's bill. This is something that is desperately needed because there is no way that the equity participants are going to meet this deadline through all of the setbacks that have happened. And keep in mind, this is through no fault of their own. So I am encouraging this committee to really look at this and extend this provision to give them an opportunity to keep in step with the legislative intent and that is to make sure equity participants have a chance to participate in this industry. So I thank you for that and would ask you to please listen to everyone's comments very closely and extend the provisional deadline. Thank you.
This is the moderator. Next individual. So we went through the Q&A. We will go back to these individuals that didn't have the microphone available at the end. So we're going to go through the hand raise at this time, and after that, we'll go back to those microphones. So going through the hands that are raised, I'm going to send a request to unmute calling user 19.
Hi, good morning, wherever we are in the world. Happy day. I'm very thankful to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to be open, to have a conversation, and to listen in. The position of California is so unique in the world. It's a leader in the cannabis industry and always touching the patients who were just mentioned earlier, or the education around cannabis use. So California plays such an important role. Question is, how are we making that agenda right now as DCC for 2023 and the years on? What is a priority in order to support the cannabis use and the cannabis education and the cannabis growth as a community and as a country, as a leading example in the world? How are we aligning with the United Nations goals as an example of that it's a positive industry and that it's a positive health supporter. Thank you so much. I'm thankful to be here.
Thank you. Next individual identified as calling user 50. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Aaron Domio. I'm a social equity operator in Los Angeles. I'm also calling to just to have the provisional licenses extended and to support Senator Bradford's SB 51. I also would like the state to have a statewide selection process for the licenses, something that is transparent to the public. That is uniform to each city, where the state can audit the city. The city. Yep. So yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yep. Thanks. Bye.
Next individual, thank you. Next individual identified as calling user 62. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Calling user 62, just click the unmute me from your end and you are unmuted.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lewis Harris, and I'm a social equity applicant in Los Angeles. And I'm calling basically like everybody else, begging you to extend the provisional licensing deadline. It's hard. This is hard. And we understand this is an experiment and how to get it right. I know you guys are all in to get it correct. And so just seeing that that's putting us at a disadvantage and trying to get open is hard enough. So we're just hoping that you support Senator Bradford's bill, SB 51. And let's get this right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next individual identified as calling user 61. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Request has been sent. Call, you are unmuted. Calling user, proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I had a couple of questions. One, I wondered why the website does not show the comments. They should, in the interest of transparency, all of the comments should be made visible and accessible to the public. Secondarily, I'd like to request why taxpayer money is being spent on grants to support cities if they permit marijuana businesses, while they're not being granted for cities to close down illegal operators. That would be also in the best interest of the legal cannabis industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, individual identified as calling user 65. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Call in user 65. Just make sure you click the unmute me from your end. There you go. You are unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Kika Keith. I am the first Black woman-owned social equity retailer in Los Angeles, as well as the president of the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association. And that's why I stand here today, representing our more than 250 social equity owners and workers. I've been attending the Cannabis Advisory Committee meeting since 2018. We supported the Honorable Mr. Sweeney in his efforts to prioritize equity on this committee. Over 5 years later, less than 1% of the more than 850 licensed retail dispensaries are actually owned and operated by social equity entrepreneurs who are disproportionately impacted by the racist war on Black and brown communities. And now today, local municipalities like Long Beach, San Diego, LA County, Sacramento, Fresno, San Jose, and even the city of LA will be opening up more retail storefront and delivery licenses for social equity, with over 300 retail licensing opportunities opening up in 2023. And you would think this was progressive news for equity and diversity in the cannabis industry, but not quite, as you heard numerous callers call in today to say that as of March 2023, less than 4 months away, the state of California will end provisional licensing for equity operators. Ms. Elliott, we have been asking for you for your help on this for quite a while. This cannot happen. Social equity entrepreneurs need the same advantage given to the existing retailers for the past 5 years. Our licensing process has been delayed by local jurisdictions' deprioritization of equity, lack of access to capital, real estate, and most importantly, predatory investors, which we have not had oversight with. Social equity owners and workers are petitioning the Cannabis Advisory Committee to prioritize equity on every agenda. Support the Equity Subcommittee's December 13th motion and support Senator Bradford's SB 51 to extend provisional licensing for for social equity retailers. And we know that you cannot make regular.
Thank you. Time has expired. Just a friendly reminder to those submitting requests. Please only submit one request through the Q&A. We have a lot of requests we are processing, and unnecessary or multiple requests only serve to slow down the public comment process. Know that once you have submitted one request, you will have been added to our list and will get to you before the public comment period closes. Thank you for your patience. So next individual identified as calling user 74, I sent a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, my name is Ryan Brown. I'm a social equity applicant, and I want to ask that you extend or eliminate the provisional license process and as well support Senator Bradford's SB 51. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Blair. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. And Blair, I just sent another request to unmute your microphone. Again, this is the third request. Blair, I send a request to mute your microphone. You have raised your hand to participate. You are muted.
Hi, my name is Blair. I'm a small operator in Mendocino County, and I'm here just to request to support any extension for both provisional for equity operators and also for small cultivators up in legacy operating regions. We're all facing extreme difficulty with the overregulation of this plant and the need for it to be able to get to consumers more easily with less taxes and less regulation. I also want to support all of the items in the Origin Council memo, including the ability for cultivators to be able to have more access to the supply chain, including direct sales to customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next individual, Cesar Casamayor. I'm going to send a request to mute your microphone. And Cesar, you've been sent the request. Just click the unmute me from your end. And that's Cesar. Thank you. And you are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Peace. Good morning to everybody. My questions is in regards to supporting and having better oversight with this whole practice that the cities have in regards of their social equity. Many of them are not taking their own assessments and recommendations, and we really need to have better oversight from the state on the cities. I believe there's a few that already mentioned it. It's just another voice saying, please help us out, us social equity applicants, from being allowed to enter into the industry. We really need support from the state to have better oversight on how cities and municipalities are taking money from the state and not using it properly, not even taking their own recommendations and assessments that they make. So we really need the state to not just step up, but to be more inclusive of us who've been impacted by the war on drugs. And lastly, I support Bradford's bill, and I hope that we continue to highlight the needs of our communities, but not just as highlights, but actually take into action and change the regulations and better policies. Thank you for your time. Oh, and my name is Cesar Casamayor from the People's Fresno. All right, peace to everybody.
Thank you. Next individual identified as calling user 68. I sent a request to mute your microphone. Calling user 68, I sent a second request to unmute your microphone. I just sent a third request to unmute your microphone, calling user 68. And it's *3 to unmute from your end if you're having issues unmuting from your end, calling user 68. Okay, next individual, the calling user disappeared from the list. Calling user 80, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, I'm calling to also get on the record in the support of eliminating the provisional licensing deadline and also in support of SB 51. Thank you so much.
Calling user, thank you. Calling user 81, I just sent a request to unmute your microphone. Again, *6 to unmute yourself. Calling user 81.
Yes, can you
You're
hear me?
unmuted. Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Rabin Woods. I definitely want to say that I want to support Senator Bradford's SB 41. Also, I just want to say that I am not really the person that read the script. I'm a person that got my invoice in 2019. I was in the first 100, actually number 43, the first black to get mine in Life Development Group. With Kika Keith, Ignite Daniels, a few of us were working hard to make sure that we are at where we are right now. We are revisiting some of the same problematic situations that we revisited a few years ago. So 3 years later, I still have no location due to having a predatory investor for 2 years plus. It took me that long to get them off of my license. They never gave me $1. Now I'm faced with needing to find a location that's in an area that is suitable to actually have a profitable business. I've been told that I am no longer qualified for the next round. However, I am the poster child for social equity. I'm on GR Section 8. I've been incarcerated for cannabis. You name it, I'm it.
30 seconds.
If you want us to succeed, if we're not asking for help, we're saying if this program was set up for us to succeed, just remove the barriers that are stopping us from succeeding. It's really simple. It's nothing that we should have to beg for again. It was supposed to be set up for those who were disproportionately affected by the failed war on drugs. We know now, just like we know Ronald Reagan sent in cocaine into the United States by the boatloads, the plane loads, we know now that this was not set up for us to succeed.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Calling user 53. I sent a request to unmute your microphone. Again, *6 to unmute yourself. And that's calling user 53. I sent a second request to unmute you.
Hello, my name is Valerie Townsend, and I'm calling in regards to the Senator Bradford SB 51. And I'm requesting that you guys eliminate the provisional license deadline and also to allow the operators to obtain and keep their provisional licenses indefinitely, because this is a hardship, especially on the Black community. I mean, and it's not fair. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, calling user 53. Next individual identified as Charles. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
My name is Charles Lozo. I'm an attorney admitted in New York and California. Two other speakers this morning have mentioned AB 1885, which pertains to veterinaries recommending medical cannabinoids for pets, companion animals. I won't repeat their comments, but I want to remind the chair and the vice chair that on October 10th, the Veterinary Cannabis Society, a 501c3 comprised of over 40 veterinary experts with expertise in medical cannabinoids, offered their services to the CAC in the future obligation to promulgate regulations for the safe and efficacious use of medical cannabinoids, and the recommendation process by vets here in California. One thing I would specifically like the committee to do is schedule an agenda item for the next future meeting, specifically to discuss the implementation of COLRS 1885, because that legislation specifically requests the DCC to promulgate regulations, and that we believe that the Veterinary Cannabis Society, which is an agnostic 501c3 comprised of veterinary cannabinoid experts, can help the committee and the regulators prepare appropriate regulations as mandated by the legislation. So the formal request is to put this on an agenda item for a future meeting, because two other speakers have already identified it. It's a complex but small area.
Thank you. Time has expired. And just a friendly reminder for those who we called on and were not able to get their microphones unmuted, you did go to the end of the list of requests, and we're processing all of the other requests, so please be patient. So next individual identified as Kenyatta, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. You are unmuted.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Kenyatta Bakir, and I am a social equity applicant. I'm also the Director of Development for Life Development Group, and I'm here today to talk to you about the dire need to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for social equity retail operators. In an effort to give us an equal footing with our non-social equity peers, we are requesting that the social equity operators have the privilege of holding a provisional license indefinitely. Please support Senator Bradford's SB 51. We know that you don't have the public policy side of it, but we know that your voice can be heard. And we know that this affects the highest population of people who are formerly incarcerated and who also were attacked with the war on drugs, and that is specific to South Central Los Angeles and the Black and Brown community. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Laura Wilkinson Sinton. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone.
Much.
You
My
are
name is Laura.
unmuted.
My name is Laura Wilkinson Sinton. I'm a social equity applicant down in the San Diego area in National City, California, along with Moya Gaines Ramos and Jacqueline Reynoso. Two requests. The California Office of Small Business Advocate is to help small businesses like ours, which is trying to start up. They steered me to the small business development centers, which are funded by both the federal grants and by state grants. I was told in no uncertain terms that they cannot consult or help any cannabis businesses whatsoever. They all said no cannabis and no sex toys, which was really kind of a bizarre combination. But the fact that our own resources within our own state will not lend a hand to social equity candidates, I think I need to make you aware of, because the California Office of Small Business Advocate and these small business development centers can be so tremendously helpful. If I was starting a regular plant store, they would help me. But because it's cannabis, we have two hands tied behind our back. Our own state won't even help us from small business perspectives, and we need that. And I think with your help, we can get that. I also want to echo the rapid licensing request that so many candidates have made to eliminate the licensing provisional deadline and support SB 51. All of us have to rent places and put out capital before we can open and have any cash flow in. And to so many people, they wind up going broke before they can get there after all of these years of hard work. We need your help. We need your help throughout the state with the advocacy, with the small business development centers and the California Office of Small Business Advocate. And we need your help and your voice for SB 51. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Michael Barton. I've sent a request to unmute your microphone. And Michael, just make sure you click the unmute me button from your end. Michael Barton, I just sent a second request to unmute your microphone, and you are unmuted. Michael?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I would like to support Senator Bradford's SB 51, and I would like to for you guys to eliminate the provisional license deadline. I also want to say that I was a social equity applicant, and I submitted a application retail round one. Unfortunately, through the Los Angeles process, I was discontinued. I've been working on this for the last 4 years. I lost my investor, my property, and I'm trying to do it again. But with these restrictions, I would run out of time. So I would ask if you guys could then take away the provision so I could have a chance. I invested hundreds and thousands of dollars that I lost by holding our property for a year and a half with the city of Los Angeles. And I just want a fair chance. And I would ask if, if marijuana could be able to get loans so we could be able to do it ourselves. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Paul/Suzanne Hansberry//Tibbin sent a request to unmute your microphone. Again, Paul/Suzanne Hansberry//Tibbin sent a second request to unmute your microphone.
This is Member Woolsey. Can I ask the moderator to perhaps, if you know who's next up, announce that so people who are in the queue will be ready to unmute their microphone at the first request?
Thank you. So the next individual is Ryan. Ryan, if you please prepare to unmute your microphone. Currently, I'm going to send a third request to Paul/Suzanne Hansberry/Tibbin to unmute their microphones or their microphone. And Ryan, you are up next. And Paul, Suzanne Hansberry, and Tibbin, third request. Okay, we'll move on to Ryan. Ryan, I sent a request.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I have two unmuted people. I apologize here. Ryan, I'm sorry, I'm going to mute you. And Paul, Suzanne Hansberry, please proceed.
Hi, this is Paul Hansberry. I'm sorry I never saw on the screen when you sent the first two, and it just showed up just now. So thank you. There was a technical glitch for some reason. A couple of things. I wanted to speak about testing. There was a law passed saying that they wanted to have uniform methods for testing cannabis. This bill, although well-intentioned, is going to do nothing. Anyone who's qualified to operate the machinery, any kind of chemist, knows how to draw a sample. The reason that these labs are inflating the prices, and it's because they cheat. they'll say that they're testing a full gram and when they're only testing a half a gram, and that has the numbers show up. The only way that we're going to get any kind of honor in the testing labs is by using a secret shopper. It has worked in other cases and in other states, and that's the only thing that's going to quell that. Also, with regards to SB 1885, I would strongly advise the DCC to get in touch with the Veterinary Cannabis Society. One person has already talked about that. My partner Susan and I sponsored a bill that the authors of this bill actually killed by putting it into a corporate instead of a animal central bill. The bill touts that it gives veterinarians the right to recommend, but all it really does is make them passive salesmen. They need to be parity with doctors. After all, they are the animals' doctors, and these are products for the animals themselves. All the safety nets that were put in have been destroyed. This was just for corporate, and it needs to be for the animals when they're putting their regulations together. I strongly advise them to get some advice from the Veterinary Cannabis Society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ryan, I'll send a request to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted. And Ryan, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you yet. Ryan, you can try to troubleshoot that microphone by clicking the down facing arrow.
Me now? Sorry about that.
There, we can hear you. Okay.
Check, check. Hello?
Proceed. Yes, we can hear you. Proceed. Can you hear us, Ryan?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me? I'm sorry about that.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Right. Thank you so much for hosting this meeting and giving us time to speak. My name is Ryan Landtrip. I'm in multi-state cannabis compliance and been really, there's been some good changes with the DCC. It seems like you guys are really listening. I understand there's room to improve in different areas, and obviously I'd like to see that improvement, but I have been really happy to see that you guys have been listening. One thing that I'd like to speak on today would be notice and procedure. We had that big rule package that came in at the start of November that we had been talking about since spring, and felt like we had some revisions there, and then all of a sudden we get an email at like 4 o'clock on November 10th saying that all these rules are in effect without like a lead up notice or anything of that sort. Understand California's laws work in a certain way. Same thing for our taxes, with the changes in the cannabis taxes. When the governor signs it, it goes into law immediately. It would be really nice to get some notice. Like, we're trying to have people be in compliance here in this state. Even if it's not written into the laws of how we should give notice, it'd be nice if the DCC followed some sort of cadence to give people across all verticals in this industry, like, hey, 7 days, the stuff that we've been talking about for 9 months is going into effect. And I just think that'd be a great way to increase compliance versus, an educational period, an unspoken educational period, because it did just come out. It would just be nice to have something more formal. Thank you so much for your time today, guys, and thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you. Next individual is Savannah Janin, CPA. I'm going to send a request to mute your microphone. The next one is Tim Dion, and after that is Yarrow Lee Kubrin. I apologize if I mispronounce any of those names. Savannah Janin, CPA. Sent a request to unmute your microphone. And I see that you lowered your hand, perhaps not wanting to participate in public comment. Please feel free to raise your hand again or accept the unmute from your end. Okay, next individual, Tim Dion. I'm going to send a request. You are unmuted, Tim.
So the company I work for has had a provisional license since the temporary license ran out in 2018, and I'm just wondering, the provisional license doesn't allow you to have a hearing in case your license is revoked or suspended, but can you get a hearing if you haven't had your license revoked or suspended? And I support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next individual, Yarrow Leekrin. I'm going to send a request. After that, we will go with Kika Keith.
I am a verified social equity applicant in San Francisco. I heard somebody else say they might be the poster child for social equity. I wanted to say I'd be the poster child for social equity, but I'm just not that photogenic. So I'm gonna cede that to him. Look, I think we're all aligned that we are trying to support those that have been most impacted by the failed policy of prohibition. The question is, how do we get there, right? And social equity may look different from an agrarian community to an urban community, but I don't think there's any debate that the disproportionately impacted areas are, Compshe to Covelo, Southern Humboldt to Southern California. And the question is, what do we do to give social equity applicants some type of advantage in this regulated market and hopefully bring more unlicensed operators into the fold? And so as a social equity applicant myself, I just want to talk to you about the dire need to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for social equity retail operators. In an effort to give us equal footing with non-social equity peers, we're just requesting that the social equity operators have the privilege of holding a provisional license indefinitely. And I appreciate that you guys are listening. And we know that public policy is about making adjustments and revisions based on what is and isn't working. And hopefully my voice can just be another validator that that the notion that we would make the eye of the needle even smaller for social equity operators to thread just is inconsistent with the intentions and sort of the impetus for these policies to begin with. So thank you in advance for listening. Hi, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual, Kika Keith. I am going to send a request to unmute your microphone. And Kika seems to be out of the attendee list, no longer here. So the next individual, Jillian, I'm going to request to unmute your microphone. Give me just a moment. Request has been sent, Jillian.
I am a social equity entrepreneur with the city of Long Beach, the first woman to hold local licenses for a cannabis testing lab. We really want you to look into the cities and how they're treating social equity. The city of Long Beach decided they were going to give us a certain amount of grant money. They pulled the grant money back. And opening a testing lab is very expensive. The equipment is very expensive. It needs to be on a license basis. They are actually giving us grant based on the square footage of a location. That doesn't make sense. I'm opening a lab, so it doesn't matter how much square foot I have. My machines are still, the cost is still the same. I really want y'all to please look into these cities and what they're doing. Social equity, we don't have a chance. We're the ones that have been impacted. And we really want you to follow up with the cities and see what they're doing with the grant money. For me, I feel like the city of Long Beach is funneling the money back into the city for license fee, for consultants, for this one, but it's not actually hitting the floor for social equity. And that's a problem. We're here, we've been here, and I really want you guys to please, if do nothing else, look into these cities and see why they're not giving us what we need to move on. Testing is a $60 billion business.
30 seconds.
But I'm coming in with, the assurance that I will test with the highest amount of honesty. So please give us a chance, and thank you for listening. I'm Jillian Lisa Xavier from Long Beach, social equity entrepreneur. Thank you.
Next individual, Lillian Grace. After that, Angelina. After that will be the individuals that weren't able to unmute. So that was back to Anthony Avalos, Anibel Mejia, and calling user 68. So next is Lillian Grace. I sent a request to unmute your microphone. And Angelina, please be prepared to be next. And Lillian, you were unmuted for a second and you disappeared. Give me just a moment to locate your microphone again. I sent another request, Lillian, to unmute your microphone. I sent another request to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted right now, Lillian. There seems the connection went out. Give me just a moment here to refresh this. Angelina, I sent a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Angelina. I am a cultivator up in Humboldt County. I missed the other two meetings. I just got the email today about this one and wanted to jump on to talk to you guys because I want to take every opportunity I have to talk to you guys about everything that we've been experiencing. I'd like to talk to you today about the new outdoor definition that you guys recently approved. And I wanted something that I brought up thinking ahead was that making it easy for us cultivators to transition our product to that new license type, because it's going to require us to hire a distributor to transfer that product to the new metric. There's a lot more details to it. I do that every day, pretty much a lot. So those details are always running through my head to make it easier for us. So, just being able to transition your product from one to the other, the new license type, just being that the definition changed for us, not meaning that we're doing anything different. Also, a lot of the costs fall on the cultivator, like testing. Every time I put something out to a distributor, it just seems like we're getting less and less. And as you guys know, we're lucky if we're making $50 per pound. We have payroll, workman's comp. I can't even hardly find a workman's comp insurance company that will like to take us on such a small payroll. I heard a lot of other people talk about more equity, more assistance for us. We need more assistance for small farmers. We are we're a 10,000 square feet farm. We're actually 9,800 square feet. And we are scraping at the barrel to stay alive. Just to be able to pay ourselves a working wage, to be able to have a decent life, to, have a family, so on and so on. We need to make everything scalable. I think things are.
Thank you, Angelina. Time has expired. So moving on. Give me just a moment and go back to these requests. HF, I'm going to send a request to mute your microphone. After that is Rakib Bradley. And we will go back to Anthony Avalos, Anibel Mejia, calling user 68, and Lillian Grace. Please be prepared. So next individual, HF. I sent a request. You are unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. I've been in this industry for 30 or 40 years, full time, from the peaks to the valleys. I want to just be a representative of, some non-BIPOC members of the equity community here, and remind people about the book Animal Farm, where some people are more equal than others. I think it's kind of it's disconcerting to me to be one of the pioneers of this industry, where I, as a white man, would have to hide underneath a rock and really take a lot of the risks and make a lot of the sacrifices in getting this business started with my peers at the time. And now, when we would go to Long Beach and we would go to LA and Compton and these other places, like, we would have to hide because we would be targeted, even more so than the BIPOCs because of us standing out in those areas. Also, because of the helicopters up here, like, we couldn't hide from that either. So I think it bothers me that this whole thing is, a lot of it is coming down to everybody's parading about as how I'm the poster child of this degree and need to be treated equally. Well, my family and I have been hit with millions of dollars worth of fees, carrying costs, fines. I've gotten hammered, and this is money that I saved to go forward in my life, and it basically got sucked away from us as we went with the state to go licensed. And as soon as we went to go licensed, everything started collapsing on us. The county that we're in, a posh county, you just have to be Jewish or homosexual, and Kanye West is right about this, and I hope everybody would look into that. This is not Animal Farm, and we shouldn't be penalized for being white, heterosexual men. Thanks very much. Have a great day.
Next individual, Rakib Bradley. I sent a request to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
My name is Rakaya Bradley, and I'm from Los Angeles. I'm also a social equity verified applicant. I just wanted to comment that there's just been a hold up. Just this process has been so hard. There's predatory investors, these property owners. They don't want to do business with you, or they're trying to work out some kind of deal with you. It's been very challenging, this criteria that you guys have put into effect. And then going in and changing it since 2019, it's harder for applicants like me to meet these deadlines or meet these different criterias when I'm still stuck at the beginning. It's a good thing I have a life development group behind me, or I would be lost. I feel that someone needs to be more aware of what's going on and what we actually need. Guess that's about it.
Thank you. So we're going back to Anthony Avalos. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Request has been sent.
Okay, let's see if we can get this right this time.
We can hear you.
Beautiful. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon officially. My name is Anthony Avalos. I am a co-founder of the Council of Equity Advocacy San Diego. I would like to echo many of the other callers' sentiments in this meeting and request that the DCC include support for Senator Bradford's SB 51. I also would like to call on the regulatory body to uh, advocate to support the allocation of at least $100 million specifically for grant funding to be specifically dispersed to social equity beneficiaries. Personally, I would like that number to rise, although I do believe that that is outside of the DCC purview. I believe that we need to make that number 600 million. So if there are anybody who, if there is anybody in this call in the DCC that has access to these tables where these discussions are being had, please. The one thing that I'm hearing from all social equity advocates up and down the state, from Northern California to San Diego, where I live, is that we just don't have enough support to even get to the starting line. There's award-winning farmers from Mendocino County that have multiple awards for multiple years that are still operating in the red. There is some major changes that need to be made to the regulatory framework, and we are really hoping that the DCC can lead that charge. Thank you so much.
Next individual, Anibel Mejia. Send a request to mute your microphone. After Anibel is Lillian Grace. You're unmuted, Annabelle.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Anibal Mejia. I'm a social equity applicant operator in Los Angeles in the Wilshire area. Unfortunately, I was a victim of a predatory investor, and we are currently in a litigation. Due to the litigation, I don't think I will have time or I'll make it before the provisional licensing deadline. So I'm here today to talk to you about the dire need to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for the social equity retail operators in an effort to give us an equal footing with our non-social equity peers. We are requesting that the social equity operators have the privilege of holding a provisional license indefinitely. My petition is to please support Senator Bradford with the SB 51. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Next individual, Lillian Grace.
Good afternoon. It worked. First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you to all of the DCC panelists, and the fact that you've kept us above water is a gracious opportunity for us to move forward. My question is, for all of the movement and forward compliance that you're applying to California, when will the development of an educational vendor, or at least a selective educational vendor, be put in place? Number one. Number two, have we considered as a state, with a 25-year jump on most of the states, in implementing an education component of a certification test to all of the licensees for them to comply with the up-and-coming and pending federal impacts? That's my question. Have a great day.
All right, next on the list, we have call-in user 68. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You can dial *6. Call-in user 68, please unmute your microphone by dialing *6. Nicole Wood, you will be after that. All right, 68, we're going to send you one last request, and then we're going to move on to Nicole Wood. All right, Nicole Wood, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
cultivator in the hills of Mendocino. I've been in the program from before it started. I have been affected by the war on drugs. People dropped out of the sky and picked me up in 14. We've been fighting litigation on that since. We are equity holders. And I just want everyone on this call to know I appreciate your opinions. The DCC, I thank you for being here, but we really need to make some changes. I'm a provisional license holder. I have given every single thing I have ever had to this business. I just cleared out my 401k. I have not had an income for 2 years, and all I ask is for an equal opportunity to succeed. I have worked so hard in the advocacy. I've been at every meeting. I have done everything you've ever asked of us. We all have. And all we're asking is for a fair opportunity for success. Do you want us all on government assistance? Do you want us all eating out of your hands because you wouldn't allow us to feed ourselves? Because that's where this program is going. We need the provisional licensees to be able to keep their licenses. We have worked so hard doing everything you've asked us. And to have it pulled out from underneath us on a timing issue, half of this COVID killed us on the timing. And the other half is not knowing the uncertainty of the situation. You guys, as the DCC, are learning your jobs because it changes every day. And when it changes for us. But like someone also said, we need some notice. Have you ever paid
30
a bill without
seconds.
getting a bill? No, you get reminded. So when you bring out new rules, let us know so we can stay compliant. Please just give us a chance for success. We really want to work for our own money. And I would appreciate that opportunity. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next, we have caller user 84. And after that, we're going to go to Victoria. 84, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
How long do I have to speak?
2 minutes with a 30-second warning.
Thank you. My name is Zach M., and I own a small farm in southern Humboldt County of 5,000 square feet. I'm also always hesitant to talk because I'm so frustrated by all this, and it's just easy for me to say something I would regret. It's to echo what other callers have said. I also agree that the provisional timeframe should be removed. Not just COVID has, messed things up for a lot of people, but the whole process in general just keeps getting harder and harder to comply with. I've turned my life savings into about $250,000 of debt at this point because I was coerced into this program by our local supervisors and our sheriff, saying it was easy. Everyone should apply. Anyone can do this. You should all do it. So with like many other people, we signed up because we want to comply. We don't want to be in the shadows anymore. We want to earn an honest living and pay our taxes. And the way people have been treated is just jaw-dropping. The ironies in this whole program are just mind-boggling. I believe a month ago, our governor was saying how wonderful and robust and strong our legal cannabis system was. And just to see all these people struggling and losing their livelihoods, just trying to understand these regulations it's sad.
30 seconds.
I want to see all these people move forward. And I also find it interesting how our state is giving out grants to people who have been adversely affected by the war on drugs and simultaneously spending funds to continue to raid people. My neighbor was raided without a warrant, held at gunpoint in his own home. Now he qualifies for a grant, thanks to our sheriff. So, we've been begging you to make these changes for years now. Please listen before we're all wiped out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Victoria, followed by caller 66. Victoria, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Victoria Basso. I am a professional in this industry for the past 5 years. I'm involved in this industry for over 15 years. I am a child of the war on drugs. I'm a consumer. I'm approaching this from a lot of different viewpoints. What I have to say has very little effect on the bigger issues that we're talking about. But from a very simple standpoint, in regards to the consumer shopping experience, one of the biggest misconceptions about cannabis is that higher THC content means higher quality bud. The truth is, THC content has nothing to do with the quality of cannabis, and it's a really poor indicator of potency. With multiple lawsuits dropping in the state in regards to inflated potency, I'm wondering if the DCC has considered removing THC content from simple flower labeling to mitigate potency shopping and to level the playing field for brands. Biggest concern is we're going to lose consumer trust in these products. And then what industry do we have on a legal side? Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have caller 66, and then we're going back to caller 68. Caller 66, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone. You may also unmute by dialing *6.
Hi, this is Kalina Flores. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm calling in support of Senator Bradford's bill, SB 51. It is imperative that the policy matches what the legislators are saying they'd like to do. They want to make up for the harm that was done by the war on drugs. There were 80% people of color incarcerated for use of marijuana, and only 20% was non-people of color. However, the industry looks very different today. As far as the professionals go, it's 80% non-people of color and 20% people of color. We need to make sure that we continue to push policy that removes the barriers that keeps the stats from looking that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 68, you're going to be next. Caller 68, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone. You may be asked to dial *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, hi. I'm a social equity. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, I'm a social equity applicant with I'm one of the 100 that had to sue the city to get our license. I am the owner of Pilot Town Cannabis Company. The reason why I'm calling is because it is very hard. I just opened my store in April. It took me 4 years, and for the city to have to give us a limit time with our license, it's very hard for us to worry about going through the process again. Like right now, my bank is asking me if I don't give them an answer by the 28th, I'm going to get cut off. I'm going to have to start looking for another bank. I'm going to start from the beginning. To me, I am asking, please, SB 51, remove us from having to renew our license. Make it infinity. You know, we went through the process of having to sue you guys already and trying to get our license. 4 years was enough. I'm requesting for you guys to remove that regulation to have to renew our license every year. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, that was our last request for comments not on the agenda.
Thank you, David. That concludes agenda item number 2. Moving on to agenda item number 3, review and approval of the minutes from our last meeting held September 8th. If you could put those up on the screen, please. Members, please go ahead and review those. If we have a motion to adapt them as they are, we will open up for public comment after that. David, do you mind putting those minutes up on the screen, please?
I have the title slide. I don't have the minutes to display on the screen. That's for members' packet.
Do all the members have their packets to review the documents? And the floor is open if any member wants to make any edits or amendments.
I'll move to approve the minutes as presented.
And this is Vice Chair Nevedal. I'll second.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Vice Chair Nevedal. Can we open up for public comment, please? In regards to approving the agenda item, the minutes of the last meeting, please keep your comments to that.
We are now open for public comment on the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And we have a request from HF. Bear with us. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. HF, we're going to send you another request, and then Jillian, you'll be after that. Oh, all right, we're going to lower your hand, and Jillian, you are next. All right, Jillian, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I'm actually going to pass on this one. Thank you much.
All right. HF, your hand has been re-raised. We're going to give you an opportunity to speak on the motion.
Yeah, I don't know if that got through or not. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, the motion, I don't know if this is correct what I read on the motion, but this motion doesn't have to do with approving the idea that if 80% of people who get incarcerated happen to be black, that you, okay, so this isn't about giving an industry to the people who got arrested the most. I thought that's, okay, making sure that wasn't what we were voting on.
Agenda item 2,
okay,
or
got
3.
It. Got it. So don't give 80% of the cannabis business to blacks just because they got arrested more. Okay.
Please mute this guy. He's not on topic, please.
Those are all of our requests at the moment.
Thank you, David. We have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes of the September 8th meeting as is. And can we get a vote, please?
Good afternoon, members. When I call your name, please say yay or nay. Member Bauer?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Brennan? Not present. Member Imani Brown? Member Brown, are you with us? We will come back to you. Member Jeremy Brown?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you. Was that a yay?
Yes, that's the yay.
Thank you very much. Member Jeremy Brown?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Clifford? Thank you. Member De La Rosa?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Frazier?
Yay.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Mathey?
Yay.
Thank you. Vice Chair Nevedal?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Plan Person?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Shockley?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Tupy?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Woolsey?
Yay.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 4, which is the proposed dates for future CAC meetings. There's no vote on this item, but there will be a public comment. Full CAC meetings are proposed to be held quarterly on the second Thursday of the applicable months. Those dates would be as follows: March 9th, 2023, June 8th, 2023, September 7th, 2023, and December 7th. For the subcommittee meetings, the department has proposed a list of dates that the various subcommittees can hold meetings. I would ask the chairs of each subcommittee to work directly with the DCC outside of this meeting to schedule those meetings. With that, do any of the members have comments on the proposed calendar?
Hey, Chair, this is Antonio. Could you repeat those dates, and is there opportunity to meet more, or is it a set amount for the year?
Thank you, Member Frazier. I don't know if there's an opportunity to have more meetings, but it's a very good question. Maybe the DCC can address that. I will repeat the dates a little bit slower. March 9th, June 8th, September 7th, and December 7th. And if the DCC Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is Tamara Colson, legal counsel. I can address your question there. So the number of meetings is up to the committee, how many they would like to have. However, I will just flag that, subject to the resources we have to schedule committee meetings and subcommittee meetings, we've got to balance all that workload. But you can certainly go ahead and, as the year goes on, if you think you need more meetings, add those. I think this is a discussion item for a proposal, and Mr. Chair, you have the ability under your bylaws to work with us to set the meetings and the agendas. So that can be a fluid process.
Thank you, Tamara. And would you say maybe like there's a budget for 1 or 2 extra meetings if need be, or would it be less than that or more than?
I really can't say. We would, obviously we'll work with you to try to get in as many meetings as, you think you need to do your business. But in terms of the specifics, I think that's something we would need some additional information from our administrative offices to help with that.
Thank you. Member Fraser, does that answer your question satisfactorily?
Yes, that's a great answer. Thank you.
Any other members have comments to the proposed dates for the committee meetings?
This is Member Mathay. I just have one question. If there's a date that I know in advance that I'll have a conflict with, is it possible to appoint a substitute for that meeting?
I would defer to Tamara, but I believe as long as we have quorum, we're not required a substitute, but I'll refer to Tamara for that.
So you need to have quorum, and no, you cannot have, unless it's one of those official arrangements where we have alternates, you cannot, only you can attend on your own behalf.
Great, thank you very much.
This is Member Clifford. I'll just jump in. Can someone advise about, are we going to have continued ability to meet remotely via Zoom online here? Or are we going to need to meet in person, or do we know that?
I remember correctly from our last meeting, we had said that we will potentially meet in person in 2023, but it's a great question. Maybe the DCC can weigh in here.
Sure, I can weigh in. So these current provisions, which are, as Mr. Clifford was suggesting, they're slightly different than the traditional Bagley-Keene provisions for meetings. So these specific provisions that we're meeting under now, they are valid until June 30th of 2023. After that, it will depend on whether or not there's additional legislation that would continue these provisions that are slightly different from the regular Bagley-Keene rules. So at this point, we can't tell you for sure what's going to happen once we head into the next fiscal year, but we'll certainly be watching it and communicating with you related to any changes that would impact how we meet.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Member Christine De La Rosa. Can you tell us what the regulation or what the rules are around meeting with each other? It feels really hard to do anything of substance if we only meet once a quarter, and I was told that we're not allowed to meet outside of one of these meetings. So I'm kind of trying to figure out, like, how would we put a proposal paper together if we can't meet unless we're on these calls? And I really appreciate all of the public comment. And that's awesome, but they're asking us to do stuff. And if we only are allowed to do stuff on a call like this, we're not going to do stuff. And I really want to do stuff. So can you kind of clarify that for me?
Yeah, sure. There are legal restrictions under the Bagley-Keene laws that prohibit members of the committee meeting outside of these meetings. If you have a subcommittee that is less than 3 people, it's like 2 people, they can talk outside of a public meeting. They can't talk to anyone else, though. It's what we call the rule of 3. So the only way that the committee members can truly deal with the issues that are within their authority needs to be at a publicly noticed meeting to allow the public the opportunity to participate in the process, and that's a statutory provision. The one exception would be if you have a subcommittee that's only 2 people.
So if we were to create a subcommittee with only two people, let's say to create a policy or position paper on SB 51 where we're going to give a recommendation, we could do that and then in the next meeting present it to the larger committee and have comments at that point. Is that correct?
Procedurally, that could be done if the chair decided to create a committee. That could be done. Of course, if you're talking about SB 51, again, we kind of run back into that purview of, you know, the department cannot change statute. That's more of a
But it
legislative
can do a
function.
recommendation, right?
You can make a recommendation to the department, but the
Right.
department doesn't have the ability to change statute.
But
So
they
if
have,
your
do they
recommendation,
have the ability to recommend to the governor and the legislature?
No,
Like,
they
do they have,
don't. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Tamara. No, we don't.
Sure.
The purpose of this committee is to advise the DCC, which is an administrative body, as we all know. An administrative body cannot make recommendations of legislation to the legislators. That's something that we in San Francisco, for example, as our oversight committee, we have the power to make legislative recommendations to our board of supervisors because it's part of the purpose of our committee. In this case, this committee has been assembled by the DCC to advise them on regulations. So that's why we need to focus on that. So we are more impactful. And while I agree with you, Christina, that the public comments are very important and also very relevant to our industry, our purpose is to make the regulations more viable for our industry.
and on the provisional licenses, that's not considered regulation.
No, that's statutory.
Got you. Thank you for the clarification.
Do we have any other comments regarding our future meetings schedule? If not, I'd like to open up for public comment regarding this schedule.
We are about to open up for public comment on the proposed schedule for 2023. We encourage you to type the word comment if you would like to make a comment on the proposed schedule, or raise your hand by dialing *3 if you are a call-in user. And our first request for comment comes from Angelina. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello again. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
It's really great to hear you guys talking about all of this. I just wanted to say that, maybe some ideas to put out there is creating small subcommittees that can better filter the public comments and each specific thing that they're trying to address. So then you guys can kind of pull them all together to formulate what we're all trying to say, to then, have, rather than one recommendation going to them, because it's so hard to manage hundreds of comments. But you can have, each little kind of like, oh, this comment falls under this category and this comment falls under this category, and it goes to those two people. And then you guys can better put it all together. Because I have sat on government, bodies and stuff, and I understand the rule of three, and so that was just something when you guys were talking about that I kind of wanted to share with you, and just a way to filter through all these public comments. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Anthony Avalos, followed by HF. Anthony, bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you, David. Thank you, DCC. Thank you, CAC. This is Anthony Avalos again from the CEASD. I would just like to put in a recommendation that we either move to bi-monthly meetings, making it 6 meetings per year, or double the amount of meetings from quarterly to make it 8 meetings per year. That is the extent of my question. I cede my time.
Thank you. Next, we have HF, followed by Wade Laughter. HF, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hell yeah. Hello there. Looking at the last commenter, I would suggest maybe that seeing that this body is so productive here with the comments and sort of the organization, maybe we should do this once a month or once every couple weeks, or there needs to be something a little bit faster to help the struggling industry. I think that would help a lot. So I don't know how long I have here, but thank you guys for putting in the work on this, and do appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Wade Laughter, followed by Lillian Grace. Hold on just a moment, Wade. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, good afternoon. Wade Laughter here, House of Harlequin, and member of the Veterans Action Council. I am want to echo the comments that were made by the members of the committee, as well as public comment on the need for action now. This is not a we'll get to at some point kind of moment for the cannabis industry. If we want to support...
Comments need to be restricted to this agenda item, please.
Yes, I would like to see more meetings of this committee and subcommittees in hopes of accomplishing, as one person put it, getting things done. It's an emergency. As a patient, please, it's an emergency. Save this industry. These are the people that are trying to obey the rules. They need more opportunities to shape the regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Lillian Grace, followed by Jillian. Bear with us just a moment, Lillian Grace. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Lillian, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon again. I have a question and a comment. Under the current schedule that is proposed, is that schedule also inclusive of subcommittee members' meetings or just the standard committee meetings? The second part is, under the subcommittee meetings, would that filter the public comment sectors or participation so that it can be placed into the standard meeting schedule? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jillian, followed by Rashida. Jillian, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
I'm sorry, I raised my hand by mistake there, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Rashida. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Delivery. I honestly think these meetings should take hold like every month, even in Sacramento. We're a part of the core member of Sacramento. Equity and the stakeholder meetings are held every month. So to update everybody on constant information, just to let you guys know, there's a lot of barriers to entry with getting into the DCC from getting our license. I just got licensed 6 months ago, and the analyst that basically approved my license was literally sitting behind her computer ignoring, you know.
Can we keep the comments to the agenda item, please?
Not my provisional, but my annual updated. So a lot of this is, if you guys don't have enough staff to basically take care of getting our license, you need to hire more people or something, because it was not okay that I had to go to Kilgore to actually talk to a supervisor to let them know, like, hey, this analyst is not getting my license right. And
Thank you for your
them,
comment.
Thank you. Next, we have call-in user 93. You may need to dial *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi there, this is Zach M. again. I was just wanted to say that I agree with some of the other callers, and I think you guys need to have far more frequent meetings and schedule as many as you can. As a farmer, I deal with these regulations on a daily basis, and it's still difficult for me to try and take it all in and understand things at a highly functional level. So I feel like you guys need to be also working on this every day in order to make this truly what Governor Newsom was talking about and make this a robust, functional system. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's check Jesse Noble. You are next. Hang on just a moment. Jesse, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Jesse, go ahead, please. And next will be Angelina.
Okay, and this is for future agenda, right? That's the topic.
This is
Future
for the
agenda.
Future
Okay.
meetings.
2023
Okay,
schedule.
excellent. Okay, excellent. I do agree, support and agree with everybody who's proposing that we up the frequency, because the more often we can talk, the more, if we increase the throughput, the more we talk, the more that we're going to get accomplished. So I do think we should increase the throughput, like everyone says, and I wanted to see if I did find some of the materials I requested, the previous committee meeting materials posted to the website, but I was wondering about actual audio, rather than typed reports and such. So I would suggest that, and I'm also asking if maybe we could type it into the chat box, how I could go about finding that or something, because it would be pretty helpful for me, and we're being recorded after all. So that's all I needed to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Angelina, followed by Claudia. Angelina, bear with me just a moment. I'm going to find you in the list.
Hello again. I just wanted to ask you guys a question. Would we or you be able to request more funding from the governor's office or from the DCC to allow you to have more meetings? Because I know funding kind of came up. They said they needed to get, a different department needed to kind of assist on that. And so I just wanted to see what other actions we can help with to take that to actually make this come into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Claudia Mercado. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
The future agenda items, how we're also engaging the Osteopathic Medical Board of California, the Medical Board of California, and the the vets that handle pets, to really come to the table and maybe present to this committee expectations in terms of what they want us to regulate in terms of dosing and quality control. That's one comment. Also, if we can talk about how companies can voluntarily ask
We have to,
for there to
excuse me,
be.
caller, we have to stick to the agenda item. This is only about the schedule of the future CAC meetings, not about the content of those meetings.
Okay, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Bear with me just a moment. Next we have Ryan. Ryan, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
So obviously this is a volunteer workforce, and we really appreciate what each member of this committee is doing. We really appreciate your time here. Obviously, we would appreciate more meetings, both here and with the DCC. Perhaps looking at something like what Washington does. They have bi-weekly meetings for the main board, and then they have subcommittees as well. And then they do they've been experimenting with world cafes, where you break out into groups, you have group discussions, you come back with a few great points, and then each group comes back and makes a discussion there. So just experimenting with what we can do in the bounds of the law. But I really appreciate your time, but I think more meetings would be much more meaningful and would cut back on the public comment. And we have like 6 hours of public comment on most DCC meetings, so I appreciate you guys' time. Thanks again.
Thank you. And we're going to make one last sweep of the list here. And that appears to be all of our requests for public comment at the moment. Do you wish to return to the agenda?
Thank you, David. Yeah, let's close the public comments. I would now do a recess for 30 minutes and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock in 10 minutes.
Chair
Yes,
Jamalian, if I may, can I make a comment,
Sure.
please, just to close this item out before we go to break?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi there, this is Vice Chair Navidal speaking, and I appreciate all the public comment and the requests for additional meetings. This is my second term on the CAC, and what occurred during my first term was a heck of a lot of work getting done in the subcommittee meetings. They really were a great place for the public to come work with committee members on specific items or topics, so to speak. We are just starting our subcommittee work as the broader CAC. And for example, in the cultivation subcommittee yesterday, we are committed to trying to get 3 meetings in before the March meeting. And I expect the subcommittees will meet throughout the year. So I support the schedule that's put in front of us today, and I just want to encourage members of the public to participate in those subcommittee meetings. They're really a great opportunity to work in a little bit more of an intimate and focused group with your CAC members. And if you aren't getting notices, please do sign up for the DCC's listserv, and then you'll get meeting notices. So anyways, those were my comments, and thank you for letting me speak before we go to break. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'd really like to echo your point too, Vice Chair. Get involved with the subcommittees. That's what they're there for. You will have your voice heard. The subcommittee will then present to the committee. It's just a way more efficient manner to get things done. So thank you, Vice Chair, for flagging that. And with that, we'll take a 30-minute recess. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, this is co-moderator David. We are ready to begin if you are.
Great. Thank you, David. Let's do it.
All right, in order to ensure quorum back from the break, I'm going to take roll once again. We will start with Member Bauer.
Present.
Thank you. Member Brennan is out. Member Imani Brown. Thank you. Member Jeremy Brown. We will come back. Member Clifford.
Present.
Thank you. Member De La Rosa. We will come back to you. Member Frazier.
Present.
Thank you. Member Chair Jamalian.
Present.
Thank you. Member Mathey. We will come back to you. Vice Chair Nevedal.
Present.
Thank you. Member Payan Person.
Present.
Thank you. Member Shockley.
Present.
Thank you. Member Tupy. We will come back to you. Member Woolsey.
Present.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the top of our list. Member Jeremy Brown. Member De La Rosa. Member Mathey.
Brown is working.
Member Brown, Jeremy Brown, are you here?
Yeah, it wasn't letting me unmute before. Sorry.
No problem at all. Mark you present. And Member Tupy, please. I will continue to mark the chat to see if they come in. We do have 10 members present and we are at quorum.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 5, subcommittee assignments. I've already assigned initial subcommittee memberships based on the expressed interest of the members. At this time, I would like to open the opportunity for members to express their interest in the additional subcommittee assignments. We'll take these requests and make further assignments after this meeting. The additional subcommittees are manufacturing, a finance committee, and I believe there's a third one. We already formed the third committee. I'm sorry, that was medical access for patients, which member Payan is now chairing. So if the fellow members of the CAC would like to express interest in the finance and manufacturing committee, we could take this into public comment and then take it into consideration when we do the assignments.
Hey, Chair, if I may, this is Member Brown. I'm curious, is there going to be a track and trace subcommittee or like a metric subcommittee?
That was the third one. You're right, Member Brown. Thank you.
I would express interest in being part of that, please. If I'm allowed to be in 2 subcommittees.
I think, Tamara, is that is allowed, correct?
This is Vice Chair Nevedal. It has been allowed in the past, so I've sat on multiple subcommittees at one time.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was having a little trouble with the unmute button, but you are correct. There's no restriction on the number of subcommittees that a person can serve on.
Great. Do we also have any other interest in manufacturing, track and trace, or finance committees?
Member Frazier here, Chair. I would like to express interest in manufacturing and licensing, as well as testing.
It would be a great addition. Thank you.
Yeah, but I would do the testing as well. I'm not trying to get away from that one.
Those two go hand in hand. I appreciate you.
Member Shockley here. I'd like to express interest in the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Member Shockley.
And this is Vice Chair Nevedal again. It looks like there is some need for populating the licensing subcommittee. I would be happy to assist with that. And I also would like to participate in the medicinal use subcommittee. so we can get that moving forward.
Great. I think what we'll do is we're going to make the medicinal use subcommittee as part of the patient advocacy and compassionate care subcommittee. So if you wouldn't mind joining Sarah Payan in that.
That's fine. I would appreciate that. I just don't see it on the list. I'm just going
Thank you.
with what's on the list currently.
Thank you for flagging that.
Member Frazier, again, if there's going to be a passionate or a compassion group, would like to express interest in that and the licensing.
Thank you, Member Frazier. So I have you down for manufacturing, testing, compassion, and licensing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Member De La Rosa, could I get you to join the Finance Committee subcommittee? She's not present, is she?
She didn't mention she was present during roll call.
Thank you. Floor is open if there's any other committee members that want to express their interest.
This is Amber Bauer. Has a list been circulated of members assigned to the subcommittees, the original? If not, I would like to be considered for public health and community impact and licensing, please.
Thank you, noted. I'm not sure. I think the list of the existing subcommittees was circulated, but the DCC can weigh in here.
This is Member Tupi. I would be interested in participating in the Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, if I can answer your question before you go on to the next. Yes, that list is part of the meeting materials that are posted on the website and that were in the packets.
Thank you, Tamara.
Chair, how many members are on the licensing subcommittee so far?
I would defer to the DCC for that. I believe it's 3.
That, Mr. Chairman, that's what we have as well.
I think given that these subcommittees will act as a funnel for the comment that and the scheduling conflicts that some of the subcommittee members will have, I think 3 to 4 people is actually pretty good to have on the committees. If we don't have any more expressed interest, I would then open up for public comment, moderator.
We are now open for public comment on subcommittee and chair assignments. We will open up the Q&A feature and you will type the word comment into the Q&A box and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Starting with written comments first, or rather people who wrote the word comment. Lillian Grace, bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You will be given 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning.
Thank you so much. This is Lillian Grace. I propose the following questions in reference to the subcommittees. Will these be a part of the regular schedule or will they be open for an additional schedule? The selection of the meeting subject matter, will that be a part of the culmination of the subcommittee members or a part of the collaboration between the public comments? Will there be any time-oriented completion or subject matter goals? And how will they affect federal impacts or intersections in reference to state compliance under this cannabis legislation? Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Paul and Susan Hansberry. Bear with us just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
This is Paul Hansberry. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes. I was wondering, the medical subcommittee was now going to be included with compassion, which are both very, very large issues, especially since the reduction of the medical market for the adult use and how to save the medical market. And I'm just wondering if they could be in separate although they are related, if they could be in separate subcommittees, because there's a lot of information in both topics. And I'm also wondering if microbusiness would be considered part of manufacturing, or if that needs to be its own subcommittee as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let's take one final look at the list here. That appears to be all of our requests for comments at the moment. Would you like to return to the agenda?
Yes, David. So that brings us to agenda item number 6. We're now going to hear the Equity Subcommittee's report on their meeting held on Tuesday. With that, I yield the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you said, the Equity Subcommittee met on Tuesday. We received a lot of public comments and had some great discussion on the committee. We established our priorities for the next year, and they are as follows. This discussion on extension of the provisional licenses for equity retailers, including Senator Bradford's SB 51. Develop a statewide definition for equity. Number 3, collect and analyze equity data. And number 4, subsidies for equity businesses, including taxation relief and access to grants, education, and other resources. The committee also passed a recommendation that the advisory committee provide a recommendation to the DCC about the prioritization of equity programs in local jurisdictions that apply for local jurisdiction retail access grants. And I'll provide more specific information during the agenda item number 8 on that specifically. And that concludes my report back.
Thank you, Member Frazier. With that, I open the floor for discussion and feedback. And would anybody from the Equity Subcommittee like to elaborate on the recommendations that Member Frazier just presented?
This is Member Shockley.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Chair Jamalian, this is Vice Chair Nevedal. I'm curious if, based on the agenda, we should, as the CAC, take up the Equity Committee's recommendation during this agenda item, or if we can consider it during the grant item later. I'm just process question.
Well, it's a good point you're flagging. I think the retail access grant portion of the sub-equity of the subcommittee's meeting, that should be applied in that agenda point. However, the other recommendations that Member Shockley just presented, those we need to discuss in this agenda item. Again, though, I think it's important to differentiate between statutory and regulatory recommendations. While we can make a statutory recommendation, it has no value. It'll go on public record if that's what we're seeking. If that's the goal we're seeking, to just put it in public record, sure, we'll put it in public record. But is there specific recommendations around social equity on a state level that we want to make? And I would actually defer to the DCC. From my understanding of the legislation, it is up to every local authority to develop a social equity program, in which case it would be difficult for the state to develop an overarching one. Could the DCC weigh in on this, please?
Sure. So the statute itself, as you know, provides a fair amount of local control. So from that perspective, the local jurisdictions do have some abilities to structure their own programs. The state also has the ability to structure its own program and its qualifications for its equity programs. I would like to point out to just one procedural issue that here, I think you're correct that the recommendation can certainly be considered under number 8 on the local retail grant program. In terms of the other parts of the report at this time, we certainly can discuss them, but they didn't bring, the committee itself did not adopt and move forward any actual recommendations other than that at this time, but they did have very robust conversations about their goals, and they did adopt a motion related to their priorities, which certainly can be discussed, but there aren't any that would fit into this agenda item beyond the local jurisdiction grant for this committee to take an action on at this meeting.
Thank you, Tamara. And then I assume that the discussions that were had around possible recommendations, we could then put into the annual report. Is that correct?
Certainly, you can certainly, the annual report would consider your recommendations and the actual recommendations. And it would also include, I think you could include the motions that they made. It's just that other motion on their priorities for the subcommittee, it was adopted for purposes of the subcommittee, but not as a recommendation for the entire CAC. It was just for the purposes of how the subcommittee would conduct its own business through the course of this year.
Thank you for clarifying that. Is there any other comments from my fellow CIC members? Otherwise, I would open up for public comment.
Well, I would just add in response to your comment, Chair, about just having it for the public record. I do think that is important. When we talk about issues like SB 41 or statutory issues that maybe the DCC can't directly impact, I think it is important that we have a forum. And I think it's part of the mandate for the DCC and this committee to facilitate discussion about creating a robust framework for the industry. So I do think that's valuable. And we will have discussions about regulatory things, but we also will have discussions about broader statutory things for the public record and for the final report to reflect.
Yeah, and that's absolutely okay. I just want to make sure that when we weigh out the time that we spend on these items, that we dedicate the majority of our time to actually regulatory things. If you have statutory recommendations that you have in the subcommittee voted on and want to present to the CIC, I think we'll always be able to get those into public record. It's in all of our interest to do so.
Chair Jamalian, I have a question for you and also for Member Shockley as the chair of our equity subcommittee. One thing that I was reminded of after our meeting, and I don't know if this is appropriate to bring up right now, but there was somebody who had a concern around tribal affairs and equity programs, and we actually didn't bring any of that up with things that we wanted to discuss. And I think it may have been an oversight on our part, but I wanted to just bring it forward to Chair Shockley as well to see if that's something that we want to talk about in the next subcommittee meeting.
Yeah, that would be up to Chair Shockley to agenda on the subcommittee meeting.
Yeah, sure. And forgive me if it was overlooked. And I'm wondering if that is, I don't know the scope of that issue, so I don't know if it's included in one of the sections of priorities that we have already, or if it's something that needs to be broken out separately, but certainly don't want to overlook it.
Yeah, it was something that was briefly mentioned. Then we had so many things to cover that I think I know I heard it when it was mentioned, but then in the aftermath when we were going over everything, I think we just kind of forgot about it, not meaning to.
Yeah, I know we talked about having a social equity definition conversation, and I don't know if that encompasses this issue or not, because I don't know exactly what I don't know the breadth of the issue. But what do you think that can be covered in the discussion about the social equity definition, or is it something that needs to be outside of that?
I think it's a great way to start the discussion and suss out where we need to place it.
Okay, let
Member
me just jump
Shockley.
in for.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
I just want to say that I think this is an issue that the subcommittee can reconsider at their next meeting. You can always add to yours. Unfortunately, we can talk about in general your meeting, but there can't really be any action on this item in terms of any sort of vote for what the subcommittee will do in the future. But you certainly as a subcommittee can, if you think it fits one of the other priorities, you can deal with it there, or you can add it to your agenda or add it to the list if you guys want to, make a motion to amend the list. So there are definitely options. It was not a one-time thing at that first meeting.
Thanks, Tamara.
Yeah, it's always up to the subcommittee chairs to make their agenda, and they can do that offline with their subcommittee and then present it. So that being said, if there's no other comments regarding the social equity subcommittee, I would open up for public comment, unless the members still have some need for discussion.
That does it for me as the chair.
Thank you, Member Shockley. With that, could we open up for public comment, moderator?
We are opening for public comment on subcommittee updates for Equality Subcommittee. We have now opened the Q&A box. Please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests, starting with the Q&A box. Lillian Grace, bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning.
Thank you again. In reference to the Equity Subcommittee, how much of that robust conversation will be inclusive of a collaboration between the local jurisdictions as they have so much oversight on their particular sectors? And my second question is there ever any plan to provide a structural or at least an infrastructure of uniformity on some level with the equity programs throughout the state of California, since that's the sector that all of the members presented here represent? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Katz, followed by Patty Harris. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to find Michael and send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Michael, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Calling in as an individual for this item and not as representing any association. I unfortunately was not able to participate or listen to this meeting earlier today, but it was brought to my attention that there were some very hateful, vile, racist comments that were made, and that unfortunately that there was no specific condemnation, from my understanding, of those comments. And it was a little disturbing to consider that comments like that might be made, especially in an environment like this, and that there would not be a condemnation. So I was wondering if this committee does plan to condemn the vile language that was used earlier. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Patty Harris. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Patty, we see that you've unmuted, but we don't have sound yet. I heard something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Patty Harris. I'm a founding member of the Council of Equity Advocacy here in San Diego. I was at the meeting and I did talk directly to the committee, the subcommittee, about problems in Indian country. I am Native American myself. I had a meeting with tribal leaders here in San Diego County yesterday, and I would like to report that natives want to apply to the state for their own ability to do a socials equity assessment for tribal lands. And I would like to ask the committee to consider that as a way to help repair the war on drugs. Has definitely been in Indian country and caused great amounts of trauma, not to mention the land use that has happened to Native people here. So I just want to bring that up and ask if that could be a possibility, or if it already is a possibility, could you let us know that tribes are able to do that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we're going to peruse the list real quickly here. There are no other requests for comment, Mr. Chair. Do you wish to return to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, David. And before we move on to item number 7, I think just for the public, we cannot respond to public comment. Just want to be clear about that. That does not mean we condone every comment here. Moving on to item number 7, the report of the Cultivation Subcommittee. The Cultivation Subcommittee also met earlier this week to establish its goals, objectives, and priorities for the upcoming year. With that, I yield the floor to the chair of the subcommittee, Kirsten Nevedal, who will update us on the activities. Floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Chair Jamalian. The Cultivation Subcommittee had a very extensive discussion about the scope of the committee and what we want to focus on in the first quarter of 2023. Our intention is to focus primarily on regulatory issues facing cultivators, and either within the cultivation regulations themselves or as part of other aspects of regulations. Cultivators moving their product or their material into the marketplace often are either acquiring additional licenses to do so and or working closely with other license holders in order to get their materials from the cultivation site through testing and into retail license holders, shops, and businesses. So to the extent that other factors such as statutory constraints bleed into cultivator concerns, we are open to discussion of statutory issues and possible recommendations on statutory issues. But again, our goal really is to try to focus on regulatory issues in the subcommittee. And also, you know, I just want to say that we are, again, hoping to meet 3 times before the March meeting, and that really is staff dependent, DCC staff dependent, and the timing and availability of our subcommittee members. What we'd like to focus on, or what we've put as our priorities to focus on in 2023, would include the streamlining of license transfers from mixed light cultivation type licenses to outdoor cultivation type licenses. This corresponds with the new definition, the new regulatory definition for mixed light and outdoor licenses. We also want to focus on the opportunity for fallowing, direct-to-consumer sales opportunities, my apologies, and the potential to reduce the amount of touch points between cultivation and consumers. So this goes back to where we may be looking at other regulations, not specifically just cultivation regulations. We are also interested and we'll be spending some time discussing the license fee structure for cultivators, looking at the generator, the regulatory requirements around generator use and greenhouse gas emission reporting requirements. We have a couple track and trace issues we'd like to discuss in the subcommittee, including plant tagging and harvest tagging in batches as opposed to individual tags on each and every plant. We will be spending some time probably in our first subcommittee meeting of the new year reconsidering prior recommendations that are still outstanding, including a CEQA recommendation that was made by the previous Cannabis Advisory Committee. And we did not pass any recommendations. We just had a very robust discussion yesterday and kind of put together our priority list so we're organized and feel as though we know what we want to discuss coming into the new year. That's it for my report back. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Nevedal. And with that, I open the floor for discussion. Any of the members want to make a comment, have a question for the subcommittee chair, please, the floor is yours.
I just have a question. It's probably more for legal counsel. Are members of the public allowed or encouraged to communicate with subcommittee members or CAC members outside of these meetings as far as being a point of contact to have external conversations? Is that allowed or encouraged or anything like that?
So you would be subject to the same rules for Bagley Keene, which would mean we would discourage that. The communication should all take place at meetings, because what can happen is you cannot have someone who talks about the business of the subcommittee to more than 2 committee members. And if those people have talked to people, you then have what they call under Bagley Keene a serial meeting, and it's a violation of the Bagley Keene Act. So all communication should be ideally handled in this transparent process of public meetings to avoid Bagley Keene violations. And I think sometimes these can happen when people don't even realize it, because you could talk to one person, but if that person has talked to other committee members and that those communications, even done piecemeal, can then violate Bagley Keene.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask something following on that subject as well. Would it then be more advisable for the members of the public to send their questions or concerns via email to, is there an address, is there a place they can send it to, so it will be disseminated in the committee?
So we have the email address that's on the materials. It's the CAC email address, and people can send in information to be presented at the meeting. The way it works, though, is that we make it available to the public at the same time it's made available to the members. So often that will be closer to the meeting as a meeting material. But yes, they can certainly send those in, and then we will make them part of meeting materials for whatever committee they're submitting them in for.
Thank you, Tamara. And with that, back to the subcommittee cultivation report. Are there any comments, questions regarding the subcommittee's report, their goals and priorities? And I would open up for public comment. Moderator, if you don't mind instructing the public on how to make a comment.
We are opening for public comment on the Cultivation Subcommittee update. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests, starting with the Q&A box. Ross Gordon, you are going to be first. Lillian Grace will be next. Bear with me, Ross. I'm going to find you in the list and send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Gordon, I'm the policy director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance and policy chair with Origins Council. Origins Council is an advocacy organization representing nearly 900 small and independent cannabis producers collectively in 6 legacy cultivating regions of California. We sent the subcommittee a letter with a list of our 8 top priorities for the cultivation subcommittee. Really appreciated the deliberation by committee members yesterday, and feel that the set of priorities that the committee put forward is a really strong set of priorities. And want to really specifically appreciate the committee members sort of tiering their discussion to put those most time-sensitive items first for the discussion in January, specifically those items on the transition from mixed light 1 to outdoor licenses and fallowing are extremely time critical. And so really appreciate setting aside priority for those items, and frankly would love and hope that the DCC considers taking action on those items even more quickly to the extent it might be possible without promulgating new regulations and just with regulatory guidance. Also really appreciate the focus of the committee on reducing touch points and direct-to-consumer sales. So just want to appreciate all the discussion by all 3 committee members and just communicate our support as Origins Council for the current direction of the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you. Lillian Grace is up next with Michael Katz following. Bear with us, Lillian. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Again, thank you. I'd like to focus on some of the conversation that surrounds the cultivation subcommittee, and I wonder if there can possibly be a follow-up answer at some point to any of these questions. Will the agenda include a concise, I guess, protocol on the transfer of license in reference to possession and protocol of how that license can be transferred, whether or not it impacts that particular community, and how that procedure should be inclusive of a state regulatory or recommendation for regulatory under DCC's authority for that license transfer. The secondary piece under the subcommittee for cultivation is, will any of the following agenda items be made reference to in reference to federal impact for the cultivation portions of cannabis business licensees, the interface with DOT for transport, the cultivation under the Department of Agriculture, also some possible recommendations for EPA and or OSHA that intersect with cultivation as well. Will they receive any guidance on those, and will they be made a priority during the 2023? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Katz. Bear with us. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, committee. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to echo Ross Gordon's statements. We sincerely appreciate the robust conversation at the Cannabis Advisory Committee Subcommittee on Cultivation yesterday, and do believe that the list of priorities is significant, and look forward to seeing them addressed. And to echo Ross's other comment, the urgency for action cannot be understated. And so one of the items that was discussed at the committee yesterday was the desire for certain time-sensitive items to come back as strong recommendations as early as possible in this process, so as not to necessarily be delayed by protocol if maybe things were usually sent out all at once at the end. Some of these items that we hope to see the committees recommending are critical for people to be able to survive through this next period of the regulatory process. So we encourage this committee to be ready and willing to make those recommendations to the DCC as soon as there's consensus around them, so we can hopefully make some of these adjustments as soon as possible and save more of our operators. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We're going to scan the list real quickly. And there are no other requests for public comment at the moment. Do you wish to return to the agenda?
Thank you, David. Yes, returning to the agenda, moving on to item number 8, the local jurisdiction retail access grant program. This is probably going to be a little bit lengthier. Members, you will remember we discussed this back in September, but held off on making any formal recommendations at that time. Given that this has become a time-sensitive issue and that these grants need to be dispersed, I'd like to open the discussion for the members again on this item. Member Shockley, would you like to start presenting the Equity Subcommittee's recommendation?
Yeah, sure. So, 1 second here. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. The Equity Subcommittee recommends that the DCC prioritize local jurisdiction retail access grant funds for jurisdictions that do 2 things. Number 1, include plans to provide at least 50% of the grant funding directly to local equity applicants. And number 2, already license other types of commercial cannabis businesses. And that's the motion.
That's a recommendation. Thank you. We will certainly discuss this recommendation. And I have a few questions regarding that. If we were to recommend only giving existing licensed activity counties this grant money, how would that impact the total pool of counties that could potentially draw money?
That's a great question. Our consideration was mostly around the fact that we wanted to support jurisdictions that already had some supply chain for local retailers to benefit from. This was particularly a concern of member De La Rosa's. So if she's present, maybe she can speak specifically to your question of how many jurisdictions it would impact.
I'm not sure how many, this is Member De La Rosa. I'm not sure how many districts it would impact. I think my biggest concern is one of the things that we heard a lot during our meeting on Tuesday is that often the retailers from social equity feel like they are being set up to fail. And if we put them in these jurisdictions that don't have retail currently, if you look at the map of where those are located, some are located kind of in outlying areas, some are located close to metropolitan areas. The question I had is if they can't get access to the product to sell, if there's not access near them to sell, if the distributors have to go very far, would they be able to get product? My biggest fear is the ability to get product, especially in those areas that don't have supply chain available to them. And also, I think it's important that we also have social equity in other licenses to support our retail social equity. Not just them, but they should also be there. So that was my biggest concern.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I think from my understanding is that right now about 60% of California has no cannabis activity. And those of us who are actively in the industry also know that there is definitely a distribution network that goes from the very northern part of California to the border of Oregon all the way to SoCal. I don't think accessibility to wholesale product is that much of an issue, given that you have platforms like LeafLink and other marketplaces where people can do some wholesale shopping. But in terms of how the pool of potential applicants is affected, I would actually ask if Nicole is online, if she could clarify for us what the real statistics there are.
Thank you, Chair. We did have our policy and research unit run numbers on this based on the retail map or the license map that we have on our website, which I would encourage everyone to take a look at. But of the jurisdictions, there are about 61% of jurisdictions in the state of California that specifically prohibit retail. An issue that this grant is seeking to resolve to ensure that existing consumers have safe access to legal product. So of those, based on the information shared by our policy and research unit, 22 jurisdictions prohibit retail but allow at least one other type of activity. And to the issue of distribution, only 9 of those jurisdictions allow distribution. So it would be a very, very small subset of the 61% that would be impacted by this.
Thank you, Director Elliott. And I also think given all the public comments that we've heard today and the prices, wholesale prices plummeting, one of the main reasons that's happening is because 60% of California doesn't have retail outlets yet. So if we really want to help the whole industry, and as a social equity operator myself that's gone through the entire process, I would welcome more stores and more retailers in jurisdictions that prohibit it. I think that's something that I would take into consideration when we make recommendations. Narrowing it down to 9 jurisdictions, I don't think will be very impactful. But again, we're here to discuss, so I would love to hear your viewpoints from my fellow members here.
Yes, if I may, Chair Jamalian. This is Vice Chair Nevedal. I would love to see jurisdictions that have no cannabis activity or permitting system whatsoever prioritized for these grant funds. And, I do support the, kind of elevating or further prioritizing local jurisdictions that put into their proposal the development of an equity program for their local jurisdiction. But I really am concerned by the kind of vast access deserts that California experiences. And we have a very low per capita ratio of persons to safe access points throughout the state. So I really would love to prioritize those jurisdictions that don't have any permitting opportunities available for legal commercial cannabis businesses.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Vice Chair, because that's also those are the jurisdictions with probably the most illicit activity. So yeah, I think that's an approach where we really are able to at least tackle three different problems. One is retail outlets for the supply chain to have a valve to sell product to. Other one is safe access, and fighting the illicit market. I think that's a solution. I like prioritizing counties or jurisdictions that have a proposed social equity component. I think also if we were to go the other way, it's really a big disadvantage to those that are in counties that would qualify as social equity applicants, but there is no licensing, there's no cannabis activity. So with that being said, again, the floor is open if anyone wants to make comments or has suggestions. Otherwise, I would like to start wordsmithing some of our recommendations. Member Nevedal, you just said prioritizing jurisdictions with a proposed social equity program, correct?
Correct. And I also think prioritizing jurisdictions that have no permitting pathway for any aspect of legal commercial cannabis.
If I could ask the DCC, just from your experience with jurisdictions that don't have any cannabis activity, what is usually the reason? Is it public pushback, or is it the lack of funds to build an office of cannabis? Could you guys educate us a little bit on that?
Thank you. I don't know that we had a formal response to that ready to go, but it's my understanding that it does vary from throughout the jurisdictions and for different reasons. And so there is not one reason. I see that our director's come on, and I suspect she's got some thoughts to share with us on this as well.
Sure, I do. I do. So just for purposes of, as we are contemplating how to build a grant program that is most helpful to those jurisdictions that do want to opt into this opportunity, because again, this is an opt-in opportunity. One of the things that we have been doing are having conversations with those jurisdictions about what those barriers are for them that they've experienced. And to Tamara's point, Deputy Director Colson's point, there are a number of different reasons I think we are all familiar with as to what is preventing jurisdictions from bringing online local permitting programs. Those range from a lack of political will to a lack of resources and staffing, to concerns around property value, illegal operations, so on and so forth. So I do think we are all familiar with a lot of those challenges or concerns that communities bring up, particularly as it relates to what is prohibiting retail from being permitted in those jurisdictions.
So it sounds like we need to incentivize these jurisdictions to opt into the program. So our recommendations should obviously take that into consideration, empowering the social equity component. But then I also, hearing we've all dealt with this in our own jurisdictions, and we also should consider a portion of it to go to jurisdictions, to the 22 jurisdictions that we spoke about that have some activity but no retail activity. I feel like that would be an impactful way of of determining some eligibility criteria for opting into the fund, into the grants, sorry.
This is Vice Chair Napadal. I'm wondering, $10 million is fabulous, but from a local jurisdiction perspective, I don't know how far it goes, right? I'm trying to open up perhaps 22 jurisdictions that don't have any commercial cannabis pathway and support their retail development. And I think one of my concerns, probably my biggest concern, is the cost associated with CEQA, right? So in order for these local jurisdictions to develop a retail program, they're going to have to, I imagine, conduct a CEQA analysis because it will be a new project for those local jurisdictions. I'm hoping, and maybe, I know I brought this up last time, but maybe DCC can respond if possible. Is there a way to really kind of fold some CEQA guidance into this program so local jurisdictions that might consider applying for grant funding for the purpose of developing a retail program can be educated about options beyond like how to use their own general plan perhaps, as opposed to having to conduct a programmatic environmental impact report. I just hope we can get the most out of what's been set aside here, and the CEQA component can be so costly.
So, Vice Chair Navidal, I think that's certainly something you guys could consider including in your recommendations as some sort of CEQA component.
And I think I'm a little confused about, again, this is Vice Chair Navidal. I think I'm a little confused about how that might work, right? So, I mean, is it just simply perhaps folding into the recommendation that the DCC provide clarity and guidance around local jurisdictions utilizing their general plan to meet their CEQA requirements for the project of developing a retail program, or because I know CEQA is somewhat wrapped into statute. So I think, I mean, I would love to recommend an exception, but I don't think it fits in this
What about making
conversation.
a CEQA study an eligible reimbursement or an eligible expense?
I mean, I think that we could definitely do that, but I also think that if we're talking about $10 million, a CEQA analysis could take several hundreds of thousands of dollars above and beyond the time, the local jurisdiction staff time to hold public hearings to actually move a piece of local legislation forward. And so I'm interested in getting the most bang for our buck here, so to speak, right? So we can really support retail development in as many locations as possible. So I don't have a problem with the local jurisdictions necessarily utilizing grant funding for the purposes of doing a programmatic environmental impact report, but I also have significant concerns that it will eat up grant funding at such a rapid rate that we'll only see perhaps a few jurisdictions be successful in utilizing this grant money to establish new retails.
I think Member Shockley has a response.
Yeah, I think, we had quite a few comments and recommendations from people who called in to the subcommittee for social equity about this recommendation. And most of the comments were directed about increasing the amount of money that went directly to equity entrepreneurs for of this grant money. And so I don't want to get too far away from the genesis of the recommendation. I think there's some concern about it being too narrow with including the requirement that there be existing licensure of other parts of the supply chain. But I think the thrust of this was really about equity entrepreneurs seeking more access to capital. And so I'd like to keep, I don't know if we have separate recommendations, but if we could focus on narrowing this recommendation to that, I would like to keep it focused.
So, Member Shockley, you're requesting that we start one recommendation at a time, essentially, right? And tease out the equity recommendation, subcommittee recommendation before going on to additional conversation. Is that okay? Would you be so kind as to just read the recommendation back one more time? I apologize for the request, but it would be helpful.
So it is, the subcommittee recommends that the DCC prioritize local jurisdiction retail access grant funds for jurisdictions that do two things. One is include plans to provide at least 50% of the grant funding directly to local equity applicants. And then the second was that funds go to jurisdictions that already license other types of commercial cannabis businesses. So,
which would be those 22 essentially, correct, Madison?
Correct. Or actually, I guess it would be 9, according to.
Well, the 22 don't allow retail and 9 allow distribution. And if the DCC has, if I'm not accurate, please correct me on that one.
Well, I think for the purposes of, go ahead.
Are you talking to me? Sure. So let me give you the numbers that I have so you guys are working with those same numbers, okay? Let me pull them up really fast. "22 jurisdictions prohibit retail but allow at least one other activity. 10 allow testing and ban all other activities. 9 allow distribution. I believe 14 allow cultivation."
So I think for the purposes of what we're examining here, you at least need to have distribution, right? If the issue we're concerned about is equity entrepreneurs having a supply chain to even get supply in some of these areas, I think that's the number to focus on.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is Member De La Rosa. I think distribution, which is what I was talking about, was super important. And just for clarification, there is a company called LeafLink, but they're not distributors. They are just a wholesale marketplace. So if I'm on LeafLink, I'm also an equity operator. And so we have to have a distributor that's attached to our LeafLink in order to get our product to other places. So I agree with you, Member Shockley, that it's really important, that distribution piece.
I understand that, but I think what the point that we're missing here is that when a county says they don't allow distro, it's that they don't issue distribution licenses. It doesn't mean that a distributor from another city can stop in that county and serve somebody. So
Yes, but a lot of times for smaller companies like mine, just I'll use me, it's very hard to get distro to go to those smaller communities. So you have to be like on a NABIS, which is like super expensive if you are a small operator. So while I totally understand what you're saying, Chair Jamalian, what I'm saying is as an equity operator in this space, we are finding very difficult to distribute our product to those places, and also hearing from the retail operators of these small one mom and pop shops having difficulty getting product into their store because of distribution.
So I think that also something to consider here is like, who are the prime candidates to get these funds and how would they best be used and where would they best be distributed? And so I think places like LA County, which is in the process of developing a retail social equity program, they could use these additional funds. And if they were required, I think the maximum award could be $2 million. Right. So if 50% is required to go directly to equity entrepreneurs, that would be $1 million that this jurisdiction would have to grant to equity entrepreneurs. And same thing for San Diego County, which is developing retail social equity. And these are huge municipalities that could create more access for hundreds of thousands of people. Also help, equity entrepreneurs get off the ground and running. I was really intending to target, those kind of scenarios and make sure the money for those cities goes to the people, the entrepreneurs, rather than just being used to create more bureaucracy.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, Member Shockley. I'm just trying to figure out how impactful is $1 million in the LA market. I don't think it's very impactful.
It's impactful. It's impactful because it's not the only money. The county is going to put money on top of that. There's other sources, but every source we can get going on there is helpful. $1 million can give 100 people $10,000 grants. Maybe that's something that gets given out early in the process. But it definitely makes a difference.
And I'll just say again, this is Member De La Rosa. We can look at a place like Fresno that got $20 million and has yet to distribute any of that money. So it really is also the ability for them to distribute the money in an equitable and reasonable time frame. And I agree with Member Shockley. It may not seem that it would be a lot, but you can give $20 million to an entire municipality and they don't even use it. And the people there that have social equity licenses are unable to access it. So I think we also have to keep that as a frame of mind. If the state is giving money, is there a set period of time that they can disperse the money so that they're just not sitting on there? And there was a commenter early on that said something very similar, like, I think if she was in Long Beach and she was a testing facility or trying to pull up a testing facility, that we need to see, the DCC needs to look at how are they actually spending that money? How are they actually distributing that money? So I feel like this is like really a bigger conversation as we put together this grant or give a recommendation for this grant, because I have heard, and we heard this on the social equity call on Tuesday, so many people unhappy with the way the grants are being given to the cities and how the cities are then distributing the grants. So I do think that there's multiple layers of how we need to look at this particular grant program and learn from what the other grant programs that they have had have gone wrong or not doing what they say they're going to do.
I totally agree with you, Member De La Rosa. We do need to make sure that these grants actually get dispersed. But having been a recipient of the GoBiz and the Bradford grant myself, I do know that the cities do have a requirement. Usually there is a sunset date by which the grant has to be spent, eligibility criteria, and the eligible expenses are defined. This is what we're here to do. This is exactly the recommendation that we're here to form. But I don't think if we help further create this desert between Northern California and Southern California of no product, that we're doing anybody a favor.
And if I may, it does take local jurisdictions some time to set up these programs. So for example, the Cannabis Department in Mendocino, which I'm director of, runs the local equity program. And it has been hard to get off the ground because it is the first direct grant program the county has ever offered. So there really is no framework within the county for developing something like this. And so it has been painful for our equity eligible applicants because, well, we don't know what we don't know as a local jurisdiction or as human beings in general. So as we start pushing grants out the door, or approving them in the department and they go through inter-county review, other departments see things that are of concern, and then we've had to revamp and adjust and kind of morph how to proceed, right? So it did take us a good 2 years from the time of moving forward with an assessment to actually get monies out the door to folks. And I think that we're probably not the only local jurisdiction that is having kind of a first-time direct grant program be developed. And then it takes a lot of staff hours, right? So we have a very small staff, so trying to dedicate those staff hours when we're processing licenses or applications is, we're all spread so incredibly thin. So we're just doing our best. With this grant proposal in general. I would support prioritizing local jurisdictions that propose the development of equity programs and holding their feet to the fire to actually do that after they develop the regulations. But I really question how this money will get to grant applicants when there's no regulatory program in that area, right? So I think the local jurisdictions are going to need hundreds of thousands of dollars to manage standing up a regulatory program. And that likely is going to take 12 to 24 months, right? Depending on how robust the public comment is. And it's not cheap because every planning commission meeting you're paying staff for, every supervisor's meeting you're paying staff for, and then staff is you're paying county council to tool those ordinances. And I mean, the cost is pretty intensive. So I don't see how putting aside some of this $10 million to go directly to equity applicants would actually help those equity applicants. I think the money needs to go to the local jurisdictions to stand up those programs in a meaningful timeline so that equity applicants have a pathway. And so that the local jurisdiction can apply for equity funds from GoBiz down the road. So I'm not in favor of setting this money aside directly for equity applicants because I don't see how it's going to get there if we don't prioritize the development of a regulatory program that they can actually apply for. So
well, I can speak directly to that. Like, for example, in Los Angeles, we have Elevate Impact, which distributes all the grant money here. And they also distribute the grant money in Oakland and San Francisco and Sacramento, I believe. So there is, maybe not Sacramento, but definitely San Francisco, LA, and multiple other cities. And that's something that was established over the last year. Before that, we had funds in LA that couldn't get to us because of this issue that you're talking about. But I would recommend you look at Elevate Impact as
they are our contract administrator as well, but they don't write the program for the local jurisdiction. They don't set up the equity grant components and the policies and procedures for how a local jurisdiction processes those applications, right? The local jurisdiction creates that program and they administer it. And it's not about having the resources to send the money out, but it feels cart before the horse to use monies that are set aside for developing regulatory programs to fund equity applicants. And I want there to be large, copious pools of equity funding, and I truly support those programs. But I really would also support prioritizing, again, local jurisdictions that put into their grant proposal the development of an equity program. But I don't know that these funds should be passed through from that local jurisdiction to the equity applicant because they're going to sit there for a long time.
Well, but the largest
a regulatory program and then,
largest cannabis municipalities or potential municipalities like San Diego and LA County are already developing, they're already funding, creating these things, right? So there's already motion, they just need additional funding, right? And so those are likely the candidates that are gonna win these $2 million grants. They're among them, and that's where it's gonna be the most impactful. And there's already funding for them, they're already moving down the process of this. So I do see these funds being able to be delivered to equity entrepreneurs, as programs roll out.
Well, I think there's a small disconnect here. I don't think you and Vice Chair Nevedal are so far apart from what you're saying, but $10 million is really not a lot of money to give to equity applicants. And LA is not a place where there's no retail access. This grant is to create retail access. So we do have to focus on the places that don't have a lot of cannabis activity, because that's the purpose of this grant, is to create more retail access.
But the thing is,
this is Member Wolsey. Can I jump into this conversation real quick, please?
Well, I'm just going to finish my point real quick. It can still go to equity applicants, Member Shockley. I'm totally on board with that. It just has to be spent in the right county where there is some sort of pathway being considered for equity applicants.
Which should be the counties that have high populations where people need access, right? If we're just putting this in communities with low populations, what impact on equity in society are we really making?
It's not low population. It's no retail. It's about having no cannabis retail. It's not a population driven thing. It's about no cannabis retail.
There is a correlation between the two.
I'm sure there's a correlation. Nobody's going to argue that, but we still have to try to get more retail outlets in the jurisdictions that don't have any. And with that, Member Woolsey, floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Vice Chair Nevedal's point to supporting local government with the grant funding and the concept, at least as written on the materials that I read prior to the meeting. The concept is to help bring retail to places that don't already have retail. And if you don't properly staff at the local government level, whatever form that local government wants to form their program around. In San Jose, we have our division is housed within the police department. In another county or another city, it might be housed somewhere else, but you're going to need staff. If you don't have enough staff to process, first of all, set up the program the way that community wants it set up, and then secondly, to process applications, having more grant money go directly to entrepreneurs is definitely beneficial. But if they're waiting months to get their application approved and they're paying rent on a place for months waiting to get their application approved because there's not enough local staff to approve the number of applications that they're receiving, that's a net hurt, in my opinion, on that entrepreneur's potential for success. Because from what I'm hearing and from what I've experienced, when someone finds a property that's available to them and they have to pay rent on it for months waiting to get an approval, they're out all kinds of capital with very little way to make that money back. So I think that's an important distinction to be made, is as written, at least on the documents that I read before the meeting, it's bringing retail to places that don't have it, not supporting places that already have retail. And then I appreciate the need for having monies go directly to entrepreneurs and people who are trying to start up their businesses. But if there isn't an effective framework for those businesses to get through the bureaucracy that inevitably is going to be created, then it's a net lose for everybody. And unfortunately, the bureaucracy is a little bit a part of it, because if you have a rubber stamp, that doesn't necessarily mean that the public is getting safe access to product, which is what the local program is supposed to provide, right? It's safe access to product rather than having to do illicit product deals. And so it's an important distinction that we keep the focus on the way that the grant is supposed to be used.
And I think Member Shockley has a point. What you're saying is that these cities already have that infrastructure. We don't need to invest it, and 10 million will get you a longer way. I get it. I get it, man. I totally get what you're saying. And I don't disagree with you philosophically at all. It's just that this grant is written in a way where it has to go to places that don't have retail.
But I think you guys are confusing. Like, I'm talking about places that don't have retail. Like LA City has retail, but LA County does not have retail yet. And they're developing retail now. And so by the time they get these funds, they'll be able to distribute it to hundreds of equity entrepreneurs. And that can build dispensaries that serve hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. That's where these grants are going to go.
Well, I think I think LA County might be unique in this conversation, right? So they've already started their process, and they've already put money aside, and they've already started their regulatory process.
And San Diego City, which is the second or third largest area for cannabis in California.
A lot of the eastern part of the state is a desert. I mean, it really is an access desert from north to the south, right? We have these huge swaths of access deserts. And my concern is providing local jurisdictions that have no program the ability to set aside these monies to provide them as direct grants to equity applicants, because the amount of money necessary to start the regulatory development and complete it so that there's even an application available is a copious amount of money. And I think we really need to ensure or recommend that this grant is utilized to help develop retail in these deserts, right? So I want retail and access points to move forward in these more urban places, but we are, I think, having a really challenging time with illicit activities in our retail deserts. And it's a whole gamut of illicit activities, which poses significant challenges and risks to public health and safety. So I really know that my opinion here and my discussion is probably hugely unpopular, because I do want to support equity, but I don't think this is the pool of money to provide direct grants out of. I think this is the pool of money to ensure that equity applicants throughout the state, right, have a pathway to permitting and licensing. I mean, that's what this grant is set up for, is to create that pathway to permitting for local jurisdictions. So I'll leave my comments there. I would love it if some of the other committee members participated in this conversation.
Vice Chair Nevedal, I just had one quick question for you. Do you have the report that shows all of the illicit activity that's happening in those areas that you're referencing?
I do not have a report showing all of the illicit activity happening in those areas, but there are vast access deserts in the state, and we know this.
No, I understand, but you're saying that it's because there's a lot of illicit market stuff happening in those areas, and I just wanted to know like where we could review that data to sort of understand what you're referencing.
Well, I mean, I think we hear it anecdotally from local jurisdictions that are very frustrated. I'm sure they're contacting the Department of Cannabis Control, but we hear it from law enforcement all the time that there's, they can't manage the illegal deliveries that are on Craigslist. They can't manage illegal cultivation. They can't and so I think when I get on roundtable conversations with local jurisdictions that have programs, they are oftentimes referencing the challenges their neighbors that don't have programs have. So folks support cannabis. Majority of the voters support cannabis, and even in areas where voters supported cannabis, we don't always have access points. I mean, and oftentimes we have regions that voted yes on cannabis that have no retail access, right? And so I think, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, because I really want to understand this situation. I know this is your second year and this is my first. So you're saying that in the jurisdictions where people voted yes, their city councils or mayor states said, no, we don't want it, even though our people want it. And the sheriff and police departments of those jurisdictions where the voters said we wanted it, but the government of that jurisdiction said no, are complaining to the DCC about the illicit activity that has been perpetuated by the fact that the city did not allow there to be cannabis operations in that jurisdictions, even though their voters said yes. Is that what you're saying?
And not exactly, Member De La Rosa. I don't think that the message is clearly articulated that the reason why there's illicit activity is because the council or the supervisors in that area said no. There were a huge sequence of events that occurred between MRSA passing and moving forward with Proposition 64. So when the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act first passed, there was a short timeline in that suite of bills for the development of regulations, and it was short. And what we saw was a lot of jurisdictions just ban because they didn't feel prepared perhaps to create a regulation in that short timeline. Those bans have not been overturned. And there was also, I think, a lot of fear that the state would take over the licensing and then the local jurisdiction would lose their control of where such businesses might be sited or situated in their community. So we did see, after the passage of the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act and then Proposition 64, in that time frame, we saw a heck of a lot of bans happen all over the state because jurisdictions were like, oh, we're not ready for this, to develop these regulations. We want to see how it goes for our neighbors, perhaps. And I really think this grant should be utilized to incentivize those jurisdictions to now develop regulations.
And to just kind of underline Vice Chair Nevedal's point, you're not going to get data on illicit market activity. That's not exactly floating around out there freely. But when there's no dispensaries in the city, guess where people go buy their cannabis? They call their buddy and they get an ounce. So that's what we're really trying to mitigate here. I definitely understand all viewpoints. Again, I've been a recipient of these grants, so it's always good to get grant money. It allows you to expand. It allows you to reimburse some expenses that you didn't know were coming. However, this grant needs to be applied to what it's for. And if we can prioritize places that have a social equity component that they need to build out, where this grant would then essentially create a licensing model, then you're helping 20 equity applicants. And that's what Vice Chair Nevedal is trying to communicate. And while it might not be the most popular opinion, I think what we should maybe focus on for our future agendas is to see how can we get more direct grants to equity applicants that are also bigger grants to draw from.
I have to say, I think, this is a motion that's come out of the Social Equity Committee. And I just feel like it's being diverted in a lot of different ways. And I think we're putting a bigger emphasis on rural equity or licensing in rural areas than we are urban, for whatever reason that is. And I'm just more speaking to like the number of people that will be impacted. When we talk about access deserts, I don't know that it's true that there's access deserts in these regions that you're talking about. I think the deserts are really in the large communities where there's hundreds of thousands of people who don't have access to a commercial retail access place. And that's in counties like San Diego and Los Angeles. I'm not seeing the connection there, and we have people hurting. I mean, we've had so many people call in to talk about how they don't have access to capital and they haven't been able to even get into this industry. We've had so many people talk about the failures and about the lack of access to capital, and all this money over years. We've complained about how it's gone to jurisdictions and they hire bureaucrats and the people don't get the money. And I don't know that there's been as much public comment supporting these reasons why not to do this versus how much public comment there has been in support of doing this. And I would hope that we would consider what the community is asking for.
If I may, this is Member Brown. And Chairman, maybe it'd be more helpful to us if we went through the discussion questions numerically, 1 through 5, to try to really isolate the different points related to the local jurisdiction grant. But I can speak in Trinity County's experience. It took us anywhere, depending how you look at it, 2 to 5 years to implement our retail cannabis ordinance. I was on a retail ad hoc when I first got elected, and we presented our findings after 1 year, and those findings got stalled in staff turnovers and lack of staffing to actually move findings forward. And what was helpful for us was the hiring of a third-party ordinance writer. So as soon as we had a third-party ordinance writer that had nothing else to do with Trinity County except mandated to write a cannabis retail ordinance, we finally got momentum because they weren't getting distracted and getting pulled into other things. Another thing that could be good for some communities that it's more of a contentious topic is support of a moderator to help the community actually work through, some of the cultural issues around retail in Trinity County. It was a really big deal for a lot of the conservative people. There's still not a retail store in Trinity County, so everyone drives to Shasta County or to Humboldt County, which is an hour away. And we lose that revenue in the county. So, in relation to equity applicants getting the money, I think it's pretty clear in this pocket of specific funding, the local jurisdiction retail access grant, they're trying to promote more access to retail. So I guess there is some room for interpretation. Does that mean that an area that has no retail but a population of 200 should still have the equal opportunity to, have that town of 200 have access, versus what Member Shockley is saying, in the surrounding county around a town, there's no access. I would say in urban areas, typically there are delivery services, so the access is still there. It might not be in the form of a retail, and maybe it should be, but I think in some of the desert areas, just geographically, they are more isolated by distance. Sitting on RCRC for the last 4 years, which is all the rural counties in California, our delegates, a lot of those member counties don't have much retail at all. And a lot of it's because they're conservative, more Republican counties. And that's who sits on their board of supervisors. It's mostly board of supervisors from what I see, not cities, preventing it, cities and towns. But maybe there's some compromise as far as if a local jurisdiction, to get to question number one, what does a local jurisdiction need to include for the plan? Maybe part of that plan could be that a percentage of those funds will be offered for potential retail business owners in the form of assisting with a business plan, or something that will co-align the momentum. So at the point where the jurisdiction says, all right, now we have a application to open a cannabis retail store, the interested applicants, whether or not it's equity based or not, they're going to say, well, we have, we're ready. We have these business plans that have been vetted. And so we feel that we should qualify for additional funds through this equity avenue. I think that's something that is worth a little more consideration. And yeah, that's pretty much my comments for now.
So just for process, right? If we're going to look at a motion for the CAC to consider the recommendation that came from the equity subcommittee, we would do that in one motion, right? And then go to the public for comment on that motion. And then we can come back and have additional conversation about these discussion questions. I don't think we can couple multiple motions into one public comment period. So Member Shockley, you could make a motion to have the CAC consider the recommendation from the equity subcommittee. And then we could, if your motion is second, we could go to public comment, and then we could come back and we could have a broader discussion about the rest of these components. It might kind of make the conversation a little more streamlined, perhaps, right? So, and to your point of asking earlier to kind of focus on the equity subcommittee first, maybe, I think, because we keep kind of veering off of that topic and into the broader components of the grant as a whole. So.
Yeah, I agree. So if I understand correctly, I could ask for consideration of the recommendation from the committee, and then we go into public comment.
Yes, you would want to, or one of your subcommittee members, right, may want to take that recommendation, form it into a motion, seek a second, which would then give the committee as a whole an opportunity to hear public comment on that recommendation as a motion. And then when we came back from public comment, we would hold a vote on your recommendation. And then we could, after closing that portion of the conversation, so to speak, we could then, as a committee, discuss the additional considerations, the discussion questions.
But correct me if I'm wrong, and then we would have to open up for public comment again after our second discussion.
That is correct, Chair Jamalian, but I also don't believe that we can
That's fine.
consider multiple motions in one conversation and then go to the public for comment on multiple motions. So I think if we're...
I think Member Shockley should word his recommendation now for the record so we can take that into our consideration. So Member Shockley, floor is yours. And if the moderator could please note down the recommendation.
Okay. So if I have it correct, I can frame the recommendation now, or does it have to be the recommendation that came out of the subcommittee?
I believe you could do one or two things, right? If we're having the conversation still about the recommendation from the subcommittee, you could frame that recommendation as a motion, right? I make a motion to move this said recommendation, right? And then seek a second for that.
Yes.
So I think we probably want to clear that recommendation, so to speak, right, off the floor, so we could go to the discussion questions. Just a consideration so we can, just for process reasons.
Sure. Well, one thing I'm thinking about is, I know we had a lot of discussion about how narrow it would be if we included only allowing it for jurisdictions that had other license types. So if we wanted, let's say, remove that aspect of it and then move forward with the discussion around it, is that something that we could do right now?
That is a good question. I would request some guidance perhaps from DCC staff, because I'm not sure if we need to consider the recommendation as crafted by the equity subcommittee. I'm not clear on that.
Sure, I can help with that. So there is a recommendation pending from the subcommittee. You have the opportunity to consider it, which you've done. In terms of making a motion, you have some different options. You could move that the committee adopt the recommendation as it came from the subcommittee. You could move that the whole committee adopt the recommendation from the subcommittee, but with these changes. So it's really up to you. The discussion is there, and what the vote is on will depend on how the motion is phrased.
Okay, I'd like to phrase it as the latter, where we exclude that second point and then have a discussion on that.
Go ahead and phrase it, Member Shockley.
Sure. So it would be that we recommend the DCC prioritize local jurisdiction retail access grant funds for jurisdictions that include plans to provide at least 50% of the grant funding directly to local equity applicants. Full stop.
Can I just make a point of clarification before you move forward? You can make a recommendation of what you want to adopt based on what the subcommittee. However, the subcommittee itself recommendation is the same. So you can't say that we, the subcommittee, recommend something that's different than what was voted on, but your motion could say, I recommend that this is what we do. So I think there was...
That's what I was... That's what
I think there's a little part in there where it came out that we recommend, and so I think we need to just clarify that.
Got it. So as a member of the Cannabis Advisory Full Committee, I'd like to make a motion that we prioritize local jurisdiction retail access grant funds for jurisdictions that include plans to provide at least 50% of the grant funding directly to local equity applicants.
We have a motion on the floor to prioritize jurisdictions that will commit to providing at least 50% of the grant funds directly to the equity applicants. Do I have a second on that motion?
I second that motion. This is Member Pyon Pearson.
Thank you, Member Payan. Can we now open up for public comment, please?
We are now accepting public comment on the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Starting with the Q&A box, it looks like Lillian Grace is our first. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to find you in the list and send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. Just to address or at least provide some public comment from my sector in reference to that full discussion on item number 8. Question, will the current sitting members of the advisory committee or subcommittees be excluded from that particular grant access program? Another piece is, under that particular conversation that you just held, or discussion that you just held, I'd like to echo De La Rosa in reference to the accessibility reporting and distribution, and also add whether or not you're going to frame an infrastructure in reference to the whole program, and will it also have restrictions? The other piece is to echo Nevedal. There are a lot of conversations that seem to have bounced around in reference to the intense labor costs and the development of infrastructure and that amount of money sitting for a longer period of time. I noticed that a few of the members mentioned a particular contractor or provider in reference to distribution to avoid or create an opportunity for a monopoly over that particular distribution sector. Will that be taken into consideration and put out as an RFP or some type of solicitation or outreach to provide that service from another vendor?
30 seconds.
I want to say this as a public comment. We have no infrastructure in reference to template a lot of the program's recommendations or suggestions. Is that going to be addressed, and will it also include technical and operational support? Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jillian followed by Arlene. Hold on, Jillian. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I am the first woman to open a Draco cannabis testing lab in the city of Long Beach. To the vice chair, the local entities have funneled millions of dollars that was given back into the city. For example, I am opening a testing lab in Long Beach. The first woman to do it. I have my local authorization moving into my state. But the money has been used to hire more people, to do consulting, to just funnel money back into the city for licenses fees. So for you to say that, oh, we're going to give them more money, no, listen, social equity applicants, entrepreneurs, we're not getting the money that was sent for the state by us. It's being funneled back into the cities. Long Beach has a reserve of $600 million reserve. Most of that money came from y'all, millions of dollars that y'all sent to give to social equity entrepreneurs to open a business. Listen to me. I'm in a 5-year lease, okay? Along with Mariel Burrell and other people who's been here, sitting here waiting to move forward, but you keep wanting to put money back into the city. What about us? We've been here through the inception of the program. We are renting places now. And we can't even open. You understand? Because you keep
30
giving
seconds.
the cities to the money to the cities, which is hurting us. I hope you listen to what I'm saying. Okay? Social equity needs to be on top of the chain to receive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Arlene, followed by M. Brill. Hold on, Arlene. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Chairman, Chair Shockley. And the first thing would be urban delivery. To even say that people that are in Los Angeles or LA County have access to urban delivery is simply false and not true, because anyone in one of those underserved desert areas in a community that should have access and safe access, and where you're saying it's an illicit market, they do not and cannot afford a fancy delivery. They go to the illicit area for that $30 eighth because they cannot afford a delivery fee. Secondly, those illicit market people, they want to be folded into the market. And I have social equity candidates that are begging to be folded into the market. So that's an unacceptable approach to even say that there's too much illicit activity. I have been working as a peacekeeper between all the gangs, black and brown, in Los Angeles to correlate peace among them and among the legal market. So I know firsthand from the peacekeepers and the people that have definitely deserve to be brought into this market that they deserve to be a part of any funding that is possible. 2 million is obviously not a lot of money, but if it is handed to the right person and the right licensing model, the right infrastructure, it can do good and it can multiply into more. And that is what I've created when
30
it comes
seconds.
to creating a solution in the urban market that is not getting what they need. And to echo the last person about the consulting fees, we all know that that's happening. And these high populations need access, and they need safe access. They shouldn't be going to trap houses to get medicine when we are in a city that is saying that we have the opportunity to have the right to a legal market too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bear with me just a moment. Embryl, you're next, followed by Ignite Daniel. Bear with me just a moment. I'm going to locate you in the list and send you a request to unmute your microphone. Still searching. Bear with me just a moment, please. We may have lost him. I'm going to go to Ignite Daniel and see if we can't locate him. Oh, I found them. Embryl, you're next. Embryl, we're going to give you another opportunity to unmute. I've sent you a request to unmute your microphone. I see that you've unmuted, but I don't have sound from you yet.
Great evening, everyone, with giving all glory and honor to God. My name is Muriel Burrell, also known as May Burrell. And as Jillian has said, we have been in this program since the inception. I'm actually the first person to go through the state website to receive an annual license. And I'm a verified social equity applicant who's also looking to open up a dispensary in the city of Long Beach. Now, I've heard a lot of things going on today in which we're going to continue the same cycle and receive the same results with the lack of social equity people owning and operating businesses. Please actually put the money into our hands, because as you see, the more money you put into jurisdictions' hands is the more money that they put to increase their staffing, to hire consultants, to do other things which exclude us actually opening up businesses. Now, if we count how many social equity applicants have actually acquired licensing, we will see that we are failing the program, especially with the people who have been incarcerated over the plant that we're now having a conversation over. So we're able to help the social equity applicant, give them the money that they need so that they can succeed. so we can actually break the chains, break generational poverty, and increase what it is that we're talking about today. You all have the funds to do it, and now you all have the opportunity to do it. So please do it because we need it. As you all have heard today, many people
30 seconds.
over what they've lost. I've lost everything dealing with LA City. You all give LA City millions of dollars, but they give out chump change to social equity applicants and push us to go toward predatory deals where other people own 49%, but behind the scenes, they ask for the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Ignite Daniel, followed by Paul and Susan Hansberry. Hold on, Ignite. We're going to request to unmute your microphone. All right, Ignite, we see that you've unmuted.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
So it is unfortunate that we are still spinning our wheels and going over and over the same thing once again by stating that you don't see the necessity of putting the money in the social equity hands means that you have not done your due diligence, nor do you even understand your job or know what is ahead of you when it comes to social equity. To bring up things that the city has deliberately done to derail us and keep us off track and from moving forward, and to use that as an excuse as to why it is that we should not have it in our hands, that I pick a word for it. It is so many words that is fitting to that. To bring up the fact that our real estate is one of the reasons, like that's a part of it. Making sure that we're not having to deal with predatory investors who are paying for the property or doing this just to suck all the money out. Like May said, they on front end it says 49%, but then in these operating agreements that we have provided to you on a number of occasions, we know that it is a setup. And you guys are setting us up again to fail. You are not even thinking about social equity in all its forms, whether it's in urban, rural, whatever area it is. Everybody has a valid concern, and you guys are not addressing it in any way, shape, or form, regardless of our skin color. Regardless of the skin color, and that is apparent to all of us. And we are emotional because we are hearing again, you guys are setting us up for failure. You are setting us up for failure because you have not done your due
30
diligence
seconds.
to know your job and know what is needed of you when it comes to social equity applicants. Yes, we need funding in our hands. We are not incompetent. We know how to put it together. Life development helps enough people, and we know that they are capable of doing it, and you just don't trust in that fact. And we can hear that in your voice and your words and what you're putting out.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul and Susan Hansberry, followed by Jovi. Bear with us just a moment. We're sending you a request, Paul and Susan, to unmute your microphone.
Hi, yes, this is Paul Hansberry. I think Member Brown touched on a very interesting aspect. While I respect these deserts and we need the access in the eastern part of California, there are people that will hide behind, oh, but it's federally illegal and we can't do this, but they will still go, accept the funds and then direct them towards government issues and to feed their own local jurisdiction coffers rather than getting it to the people that need it the most. It's not, I understand that it's not like going in if you wanted to open a bar and just applying for a business license. You need all the infrastructure needs to be set up, and that would go awry very quickly, I would think, with uncooperative local jurisdictions. They would delay and waste the money and then end up setting up a program that would not work because of, they would impose more taxes simply because of their point of view. While I would love to do more about these deserts in the eastern part of California, I think that the people that have already started the programs like LA County, like San Diego County, and they need the help and need the money to get their programs up and running so that they could get this their
30
program.
seconds.
I think that makes more sense for more people. And until there's the people in the deserts, the lawmakers in the other deserts, not the people. I think that they're just going to be beating their head against the wall. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jovi next, followed by James Games. Hold on just a moment, Jovi. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, we're still looking for Jovi. Bear with me just a moment, please. All right, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Didn't see it. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, my comment is to the Vice Chair, Christine. Incomplete assessment. You are encouraging and giving money to another form of war on drugs. We have seen it that happen in Los Angeles. Social equity applicants who are still struggling to get a capital and help with funding, and you are still encouraging to give the money to the shark, waiting for the funding to squander with their lame policies that disadvantage the very people that's supposed to help. Shame on you. I yield my time.
Can I just confirm that I am not the vice chair? So Christine is not the vice chair.
Yes, I'm aware. This is Vice Chair Neville that comment was directed at me. Thank you.
Next, we have James Games, followed by Alfred Tarango. Bear with us just a moment, James. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, James, we see that you've unmuted your microphone.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I will echo some of the other comments as well, that while I can also certainly respect the idea of creating policy for cannabis deserts, I also have been part of the program in Los Angeles where the funds that have been allocated to the social equity program have been squandered, quite frankly, to create boxes to check to make it seem like the program has been efficient and ran correctly, when at the end of the day, the Los Angeles DCR does whatever they want. When you attempt to get records requests, whether it be through an attorney or whether it be individually, the program won't even honor those requests, yet they're creating a system or programs where they say, if you had your business open, you could benefit from these training courses. And they spend and spend and spend the funds that are allocated towards them while not benefiting us social equity participants who have quite frankly been impacted via the loss of our life savings. That's mostly it. I do agree with certain aspects of generating a program to assist communities that have not honored the will of the voters, but I'm also within the bucket of understanding the squandering of the funds, and do believe that a lot of these funds should go
30
to
seconds.
the social equity participants directly. So thank you for your time. I yield mine.
Next, we have Alfred Tarango, followed by Wade Laughter. Alfred, we see that you have two profiles. We're going to give each a request to unmute. Please only unmute one of them.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. You know, we have a calibrating industry
And it's really important for all members, everybody really in this conversation to really understand that this program will only work if we continue to keep equity first. This is a very much so, you know, beyond the business, we get the business and the whole logistical breakdown and how we have to do this and bring this above. But it's important how when we go into communities, we pull in an equity applicant. It's there for a reason. We don't have to get into the intent. But for this program to work across the state of California and throughout the United States, we're going to have to prioritize equity first. And so we shouldn't even have conversations about opening up any licenses without having equity a part of the conversation. We shouldn't have to continue this part of the conversation either. That should be really clear. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Wade Laughter, followed by Ross Gordon. Hold on just a moment, Wade. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, this is Wade Laughter, Nevada County. I'd like to speak in favor of the motion that's being discussed. The importance of social equity can't be overstated. Just an observation. The confusion about the purpose of this grant fund, of these grant funds, and how they might be allocated is a good example of the confusion that is a result of the complexity of the regulations. And I want to suggest that the DCC provide more education for folks, for example, in the social equity thing, but also in cultivation about how to comply with the regulations as they come out. I know that y'all have done some of that in the past. I think much more of it is needed. This conversation today is a great example of why it's needed. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Ross Gordon, followed by Mariah Dodson. Hold on a moment, Ross. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, committee members. Ross Gordon, Policy Director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance and Policy Chair with Origins Council. Origins Council, we're structured in a way where we're partnered with 6 regional trade associations in Humboldt County, Mendocino County, Trinity County, Nevada County, Sonoma County, and Big Sur. So 6 different county governments. And the reason I mention that is that I think that experience gives us a lot of different perspective on the relationships between licensees and local governments and how that dynamic can play out. And while as Origins Council, we don't have a formal position, we haven't discussed this particular issue of how these funds should be distributed. I just want to say that in our experience, funds that are allocated towards local jurisdictions can be very hit or miss and can be very dependent on the jurisdiction. And there are definitely instances where funds have gone to local jurisdictions and have not benefited either programs or operators. And so what I think Member Shockley has brought forward, as well as many public commenters, really resonates. I'd say with the experience of many of our members in rural areas, and that it really resonates the idea of really these funds being prioritized directly as pass-through to operators is something that's most likely to have a significant, direct, certain effect, rather than where we've seen things can get lost in local government. And I think a good example of this is the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program from a year and a half ago, $100 million
30 seconds
for licensing. I think it would be great to do a real review of that. But I think what we've seen is that money directed towards local government has not necessarily resulted in the licensing outcomes that were hoped for. And so, again, we don't have a formal position on it, but just want to say that a lot of what has been said really resonates. And it is important from our perspective that those funds go directly to operators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mariah Dodson, followed by Kika Keith. Hold on, Mariah. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Was just made. Historically, we can see and know that
passing money through governments has never been in support or directly impacting to the people. I encourage this committee to really set the intention of what it is that you're trying to accomplish, because just like we saw in the city of LA, the entire world is watching, and also using the framework from California as a blueprint. So you definitely have the opportunity to be innovative and to create impact. And the impact will be better managed, better deployed by going into the hands of the operators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Kika Keith, followed by Deanna Gamzon. Hold on, Kika. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
This is Kika Keith with the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association. We represent over 250 social equity owners and workers across the state of California. And so I thought it was really important that we remember the purpose of the Cannabis Advisory Commission, and that is to hold robust public discussions that support development of an innovative regulatory framework and equitable cannabis market. Now, we took many hours on Tuesday with the Equity Subcommittee expressing, hearing public comment after public comment, as you all have heard today, of the woes of the social equity program that has happened since the inception. And so I urge all of the members, as you're taking votes, that you listen to the chair of the Subcommittee of Equity, because they've listened to the robust communication and the demand from equity operators saying that we are not getting the funds that have been allocated. Our biggest problem with predatory investors is that we do not have the capital. And so there should be no reason why at this point, after all these years of seeing it not work, that you are not motivated after all of these conversations to move forward with this motion for the DCC. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Dan, and then we're going to take our call-in and hand raise. So, Diana, hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Afternoon committee. My name is Diana Gamzon, and I'm the executive director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. We represent over 200 members, mostly legacy cultivators here in Nevada County. And I want to strongly support Member Shockley's motion, which is on the table. The comments that you have heard today from the public are real as it relates to predatory investors, as it relates to money actually getting in the hands via grants for those equity operators that truly need this the most to be able to have viable businesses. We have seen over the past couple of years so many examples of money going directly to jurisdictions and getting caught up in bureaucratic black holes or wherever it may be. And as some of the other speakers pointed out, the local jurisdiction grant is a great example of that. I know here in Nevada County, the money has not even gone out yet in terms of grants and other ways to support the industry. So we really need to do things differently. And thank you so much for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Next, we have call-in user 62, followed by and caller 62. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You may need to dial *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this has been very disappointing. I mean, kidding. Can you hear me?
You cut out for a moment. We heard it's been very disappointing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this has been very disappointing to hear. I mean, you're trying for this program to work. We all have to succeed. You can't pit the east side of California against urban LA. I mean, just like we were listening earlier today about the racist statements from the cats up north. We have to work this out together, or we're all gonna fail. And when we have the chairman trying to give you a blueprint of how we can help the social equity be successful, and you just crush it and give it no consideration. This is very disappointing. We're trying to give you a way out of this. The world is looking at us. This is the #1 market in the world. Thailand wants it. Oklahoma wants it. New York and New Jersey, they want it. And you guys are just crushing it. And we're just trying to help you, and you just don't listen. It's like you have a preconditioned idea how you want it to work, and we're telling you it's not working, and you just are determined to make it work your way. Very disappointing.
30 seconds.
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Angelina, followed by Javier Hernandez. Angelina, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I think you guys, when talking about sales, I want to see a grant also be in place for helping small farmers maybe sell directly to the public and directly to retail, and eliminating the distributor completely, because that's been the most difficult thing that I've had to deal with. The other thing is, you talk about these dry deserts, and I'm very curious, are these dry deserts like San Bernardino County, where Yucca Valley and other places completely don't even allow it? So you're battling the board of supervisors. How do you get the board of supervisors to see what you guys are trying to make them do? So I kept thinking, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And then, are you overloading the counties by forcing them to do things that they don't want to do? Or, I'm up in Humboldt County, and we can't even get questions answered by our equity on how to even apply correctly, because they're so overloaded. And then we're also paying taxes on this money. So as much as I want to receive it, I'm also paying income taxes on it, which completely defeats the purpose of this. So I have been dealing with now more cost in dealing with my CPA to correct my taxes, because now I have 50,000 or more, depending on when they've distributed the money to you, and all this bureaucracy. So there's a lot more to take into consideration, and stuff that go along with these equity grants. And so I want to advocate for the state to give more direct equity to applicants directly, funding to the applicants directly, not just waiving the fees of licenses. I know that's the easiest thing, because you guys, can do that, but other ways that you guys can get us the funding directly, and not having to make the counties make these programs to fund us. Thank you.
Time. All right. Next, we have Javier Hernandez, followed by Adrian Keys. Javier, we're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I'm finished. So I'll wipe this off, and then I'll give you another towel to finish working with. We'll talk to Dr. Paxton and see where he wants to see you again, okay? He might be in here or another.
All right, Javier, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right, great. Thank you for the time to speak today. I'm a social equity company in Sacramento, and I absolutely support new jurisdictions expanding their programs. However, I want to support Member Shockley's motion as well. If you are in these social equity meetings, you know what we're in need of. The people who are calling in are telling you exactly what that is, and that's funding and not additional cities to open up. There are people who are hurting in the existing jurisdictions that can't even get to opening their licenses, mostly due to lack of funds. We're over a year later in Sacramento where they issued 10 new storefront licenses and only one has opened. The program isn't done just because you've launched it. They still need continued support. There's no access for companies like mine who have been around since Legacy to get a second license, since we are barely scraping by each month due to these oppressive taxes. Without taking a high-risk loan, how am I supposed to grow? To your point about having, this is directed at the vice chair, excuse me. To your point about having help people pay their leases while the city creates a program to support them, that's so backwards. They don't get any money until it's a program. Otherwise, that money just gets soaked into landlords' pockets, once again, getting out of the hands of social equity. I think this just illustrates how out of touch you are with our needs. We can't start a program and then say we're done. We need that continued support. And I believe that the Social Equity Board was created just so we can communicate what we need. And the vice chair's position to undermine what Member Shockley brought back was quite disappointing and honestly kind of racist. To try to explain back to us that like we're not intelligent enough to know what we need. Yeah, I don't know. I think you should check your position, and that's it.
Thank you. Next, we have Adrian Keys, followed by Jillian. Adrian, we're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I'm up here in Trinity County in the frozen north, and I would like to express my support for Member Shockley's motion. I don't see an explicit conflict between basically scoring a grant application higher because it includes an equity provision in it. I don't see how that would negatively affect the northern counties or the eastern counties. And also, as somebody who lives up here and in Trinity County, I'm a lot closer to the Central Valley than I am the coast. And without having spoken to any of the county governments or anything, I say it's highly unlikely that many of the places that have bans now are going to really want to change their minds about it. And so if we have a region that has a program in development and participants ready to just jump out of the starting gate, I don't see any harm in including this as just a scoring provision for the grant. I would hope to see all the money is available, distributed, and used as efficiently as possible. I do have extreme and explicit concerns about the money disappearing into bureaucratic black holes inside of local jurisdictions. So however this were to manifest, the closest thing to a pass-through the grant opportunity direct to the retail participants, I would strongly favor that. The money is just too hard to track as it moves through bureaucracy and either doesn't move or ends
30
up
seconds.
Just not being used appropriately or effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jillian, followed by Jesse Noble. Hold on, Jillian. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Jillian, we're going to send you a second request to unmute your microphone. Okay, we're going to move on to Jesse Noble. We'll circle back to you in a minute. Jesse Noble, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Okay, hi there, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, go ahead,
yeah,
please.
Pretty much I'm just going to go and echo what everybody's saying about the money being, I think that money, the local equity grant money needs to be allocated directly to us equity applicants because there's nothing really to figure out. You know, it's already earmarked for us. So I don't really think there's even any basis for it to end up anywhere but in our hands. That's the intent of it's the spirit of the whole, undertaking. So it's just a shame to see it get gobbled up in bureaucracy. That's essentially government, VC money for us to start companies with. And a lot of us know what we're doing and we're rearing to go, chomping at the bit. And it's just not happening because they won't just deploy the capital. So, I mean, I haven't gotten far enough along in my personal process to hear. I want someone to articulate the reason why they're not going to give it to me is what I'm just waiting for. I haven't gotten that far yet. Hopefully we won't have to, but it just seems like a no-brainer. The money's earmarked for us and it should be put in our hands because we're the boots on the ground that can really make use of it and start,
30
I mean,
seconds.
what I want to do with mine is I want to support my community with the prosperity of my projects. You know, I want to redeploy all that back into my community, because I think private industry should do a lot more than they are now. But I can't get started without that initial money. So anyway, that's about good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We're going to circle back to Jillian. Jillian, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Jillian, we're going to send you a second and final request to unmute your microphone.
I'm grateful for this committee. I'm grateful to the fact that you guys are listening to everything that we're saying. And please understand, it's important to speak to the local cities and make sure that they're delivering what they need to deliver to social equity so we can succeed. Think about the taxes you're leaving on the table. Think about the fact that you're not giving us a chance to really be entrepreneurs. Think about the fact that they're saying, go get that predator, that investor that's going to take half of your equity. Think about all that stuff and really give us a chance. We believe in you all, and we're so grateful that the doors are open. Let's open more doors. Let's support. Let's talk about Long Beach. I am the first woman to open a testing lab in the city of Long Beach, along with Mariel Burrell, who is opening a dispensary manufacturing and so much more next to me. Give us a chance to succeed. I'll tell you what, we will invest back into the program if you give us what we need. So please look into giving us everything we need to succeed. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Lisa Green. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Lisa, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I just wanted to quickly voice my support for Madison Shockley's position. I'm going to try not to be rude, but really this money does. I spoke earlier about our issues, right? What we had to deal with, predatory investors. We're literally trying to do this on our own without the help of investors so that we can move through this in a way that is profitable for us in the end, and we're able to actually open our doors. We have received grants money from the city of LA that was quite helpful in getting rid of our predatory investors. But moving forward, I know that there are people in Long Beach that are not even receiving a single dime for the money that is being given to the city of Long Beach. They are not able to move forward or even find any information on how to move forward really in the city of Long Beach. So just as someone who advocates for other people in cities as well, and as someone who we actually need the money and are trying to do this on our own, it would be really appreciative if you would work with us and not against us. Thank you.
Thank you. And one comment allowed per person. Looking through the list once again, I believe those are all the comments that we have, or requests for comment that we have from people who have had an opportunity to speak once.
Okay.
We have several requests for second time.
Thank you, David. So does that conclude public comment? Can we get a vote on the motion from Member Shockley, please?
I would appreciate a little more conversation. I do have some questions.
Yeah, and this is Member
staff.
Woolsey. I also would like more conversation.
I'm going to defer to Tamara first because we did open up for public comment based on this motion. Can we continue the discussion, or would we have to open for public comment again if we do? Because we're still going to discuss other recommendations as well.
No, you can continue. The motion is still pending, so you can continue to discuss
Okay.
the motion.
Vice Chair Nevedal, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm looking at the materials provided to us today for the local jurisdiction retail access.
Anytime
grant.
after, so the 4th and after.
If Member De La Rosa, would you be so kind as to mute your microphone, please? Thank you. And so the eligibility part of this reads that eligibility is for jurisdictions that do not have a local cannabis retailer licensing program and that have a plan to develop and implement such a program. And my question really is around the 2 phases of funding. So phase 1 funding is to develop and implement a local jurisdiction retailer licensing program, and up to 10 million will be awarded between now and June 30th of 2023. It looks like for the purposes of development and implementation of a retail licensing program. And my question is about phase 2 funding. So phase 2 funding currently, the materials say that phase 2 funding is based on the number of permits issued, up to 10 million total, maximum of 2 million per jurisdiction, awarded on or after June 30th of 2023. And so I'm curious if round 2 funding is like, who's eligible for round 2 funding? Is it only those jurisdictions that were awarded round 1 funding? Or are there 2 different pools here, perhaps?
Yeah, thanks for flagging that. I was also wondering, do you have to go through phase 1 to be eligible for phase 2? That's the question, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I was wondering the same. And that's, I think, also, no, despite all the comments that were made, I think anyone that knows Christine or myself knows we really want to advocate on behalf of everyone. But there were some meeting materials that seem to have been overlooked by some of our community members. So that being said, would the DCC weigh in on our question whether you have to go through phase 1 to qualify for phase 2? Because if that's not the case, then I think we have a pretty straightforward path where all of our objectives can be met. Sorry if we caught you off guard, DCC. And the other thing that I was hearing a lot, and Member Shockley, while the DCC is looking into this, maybe you can educate me on this a little bit. If indeed the Los Angeles County is so bad at dispersing the entire grant funds to the social equity applicants, why wouldn't we set a higher threshold than 50% to actually spend down on the applicants? Because, I mean, hiring a staff member to oversee a project like that, I would say on an annual basis is going to be somewhere between 160 and 250K. Let it be 300 on the really, really high side, but that would still then free up 1.7 million rather than just 1 million for the social equity applicants. Is this 50%? Was this a number that the subcommittee came up with based on the cost of running a program, or was it just a number thrown out?
Initially, the number was 25%. That was initially thrown out, and we discussed it in the subcommittee, and folks felt like that wasn't enough of the money to make an impact, to be able to disperse enough based on the need that is there. So
25% for the city or the applicants? Sorry, I just want to be sure I'm hearing this right.
The applicants.
No, I think it should be 75 to the applicants, 25 to the city.
Yeah.
That's my personal, and I think that's plenty of funds to run a program.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. And I think there's also like these aren't the only funds that these jurisdictions are putting towards this, right? Jurisdictions that are in the process that could receive these funds have their own funds that they're putting towards this, and this is on top of that in a lot of cases, I think.
I understand there's a Bradford grant, there's the GOBIS grant. I mean that, but right now we're focused on this one. So wouldn't you say it would be more impactful to increase the percentage of disbursement to the social equity?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I think 300,000 is plenty to run a year of grant disbursement. That's probably 2 staff members that, or 3 even, that could be able to administer that program. And to your point, if the phase 2 requirements, if we hear back from the DCC in a minute, then that would be impactful. 1.7 million, that could be 170 grand for 10 different applicants that are eligible, and that's an impactful grant.
So in taking a look, the statutory language does not specifically say that they're mutually exclusive, but in determining what provisions we will put in place, part of that is the final legal analysis as to if what we're attempting to do is allowable, but there's not a clear prohibition that says that you have to qualify for one to qualify for the other. In any instance, though, for any of phase 1 or phase 2, it would have to be, you'd have to meet all the eligible local jurisdiction requirements regardless.
Right. Well, it sounds like, and Vice Chair Nevedal, please do correct me if I'm wrong here, but it sounds like the phase 2 requirements would make our more urban areas actually eligible, correct? Because they have a social equity program in place. And in phase 2, obviously, if you have a retail program in place, you're also eligible. So it sounds like we can actually all meet both of our objectives. Phase 1, and I don't disagree that it's more difficult to convince counties that don't want cannabis to have cannabis. So, if it was a gamble, the upside on that is not as high as the upside on giving it to people that already have a program. However, we do have to stay within the framework of the grant. So if my fellow members agree, I would change the recommendation to be 75% disbursement in phase 2 to directly to the, well, not directly, but to the equity applicants. I think hearing what the public said, we should probably also put a shot clock on those disbursements to make sure those get into people's hands in a timely manner. And when it comes to phase 1, I would also like to look at the possibility of a commitment from those places to actually build a program within a year, so it doesn't just get used to keep kicking the can down the road.
I think in there was an embedded question for me. And I think, one of the biggest challenges with the success of the supply chain, regardless of whether you're a cultivator, processor, a manufacturer, or a distributor, is this lack of retail, right? It is one of the most significant constraints on the legal marketplace, period, right? And so I'm looking at this grant for the purposes of expanding retail, right? And I'm not saying that I prefer Eastern California over Western California, urban over rural. I'm saying that there are significant areas in the state where we don't have access in communities, right? Whether that's communities in the county of LA or communities in Sacramento or communities in Solo, right? There is this lack of access in communities throughout the state. And I would support scoring applications higher for jurisdictions that are developing regulations for retail and including the development plan for equity programs for that jurisdiction. I am concerned that the cost associated with running these programs, we're not, Mendocino County, like with the equity program, right? 10% of those monies can go into administration, but it's costs us more than 10% of the equity grant to administer the program. So we are spending approximately $250,000 or so regularly above and beyond that 10% because we're paying other department staff to review those grant agreements. We're paying contract administrators. We're paying staff internally to process checks and manage tracking. And so the expense for local jurisdictions setting up a new regulatory program in addition to setting up an equity program is fairly significant. And there's there's other equity funding pools, so to speak. So the future and the success of the cannabis industry in California as a whole is hinging on retail development. I mean, like, if we don't have the retail locations to put the products developed in California into, and consumers don't have access to utilize legal marketplaces, they're going to use unregulated illicit marketplaces. Our supply chain businesses, equity, non-equity, are failing. They're failing. They don't have the ability to conduct sales. And so I really want to see this grant serve its purpose, which I believe is to incentivize local jurisdictions in developing retail programs. And I'm not.
Well, I don't think, sorry to interrupt you, I don't think anyone is against that, but we have to, it's not either or. They're not mutually exclusive. And while
No, but I think if you look at the materials about the grant, the grant is to try to increase access, and I'll just read it to you. Provide consumers with better access to regulated, tested cannabis products by supporting the expansion of the legal cannabis marketplace. By reducing local barriers to access, the grant program also seeks to reduce the size of the illicit market. And I don't know if we're have made the distinction between the access to capital and the access to things that people need to get a business off the ground and the access to legality. And I think that this grant, not talking about other grants, this grant was, at least the way I read it, the purpose was to increase access to legality. And someone had asked earlier about visualizing the deserts. I don't know about the deserts. Well, if you go to the DCC's website, cannabis.ca.gov, and then you go to cannabis laws, and you go to where cannabis businesses are allowed, and this is all in our meeting materials. I'm verbalizing it so that anybody at home can follow along. You scroll about halfway down that page, you see a map of California with red and orange areas. And those are the deserts that I believe Vice Chair Nevedal is referring to. And it's a pretty big chunk of California. And while there are definitely going to be counties and cities that no matter what you dangle in front of them, they're not going to approve of cannabis in their jurisdiction, there are probably equally, if not more, that would, except from a council or a county budget perspective, they're like, I can't afford to do that program, right? I have all my city's regular pet projects. And the way I read this grant was this grant is to try to get those cities and those counties to be on board with, hey, I would do it, but it costs too much as a city. I don't have the city funds. And this grant was an opportunity to try and incentivize those places to turn over and say, okay, I'll develop a program in my city or in my jurisdiction. That doesn't take away from the fact that there are huge chunks of big urban areas like Los Angeles that might be without retailers, but there are also other big chunks of the state that don't have them. And so I just want to be mindful that we're not trying to focus on one part of the state. We're trying to fix the problem statewide. And that map was eye-opening for me to know it's one thing to say 56% don't allow cannabis, and then there's another to see the map. And as a population and an urban density, the two don't jive. But if you look at the orange areas in this map, there's a lot of them. And then I have a question for DCC. I don't support necessarily up to 75% of the grant funding going directly to entrepreneurs, because I don't see the grant being, I don't see the purpose of this grant being for that purpose. But I have a question for DCC, and is that as the original motion, or as the motion stands, it's 50%. Is that an allowable use of these grant funds to be passed directly to an applicant with no guidance or accountability on how the applicant spends that money? Because that's something that I think is important to know, if that's even an allowable use under the terms of this grant. I looked at the bill text. I didn't see it. It talks about assisting the jurisdiction in developing and implementing the program and issuing permits. That doesn't sound like providing money to applicants to start up. And there's probably a million reasons why that's good money to be spent. I just don't know that it's this money to be spent. So that's my question for the DCC is, would this money be allowable to be passed through from the local jurisdiction directly to an entrepreneur or an applicant for any use that they see fit?
Well, let's not say any use. None of the grants that have been dispersed so far came with a carte blanche. That's also a very wrong assumption, Member Woolsey. Every one of those grants comes with eligible.
I don't know that it's an assumption as much as a question.
Well, it's an ineligible. You have eligible and ineligible expenses. There's also differences between grants that allow advancement and grants that only allow reimbursements for social equity applicants. This has been done before.
And that's my question for DCC is, what is this grant?
And I'd also like to point out that usually, and also a question for the DCC, I believe giving applicants the funds to acquire a license would also fall under licensing of that particular jurisdiction. But I also know that there's some legal issues with pass-through that Member Woolsey correctly identified.
So if that were the recommendation, when the department would be considering it, one of the things we would be doing is doing a full legal analysis as to whether or not we think what you've recommended is allowable under the law. And so that is part of the process. I don't think we can give you that legal analysis right now, but it's definitely something that we would be looking at, and anything that we were to include in our grant program would have to be within the bounds of the law, the statute itself.
Yeah, so our recommendation wouldn't be able to violate the law. We're just recommending what we think the DCC should intend to require, right? And DCC figures out how they can do that within the parameters of the law, right?
And then this is Member Christine De La Rosa. I just wanted to see if the DCC might have this information, because one of the things that I keep hearing is that we need more retail locations. We need more retail locations. Of all of the social equity retail location licenses that have been issued throughout the state of California, how many have those have been stood up? Because I suspect that if we were able to get all of those social equity retail licensees shops open, we would have a much larger group of people to sell our products to. And so I don't see these as being separate, being that we need more retail locations. I think we have a lot of retail locations and definitely could use more on the eastern side of California, but there's a lot of social equity retail licenses that exist currently. The only difference, mostly, not everyone, they're owned by Black, brown, and formerly incarcerated people, which is, I think, what we're trying to say as the Social Equity Committee is that we have retail spots that are available to be open that we can sell to currently. And giving money to people who didn't want it to begin with seems a little bit hard when we haven't opened up all of the social equity licenses that have been awarded to date.
I think we all share that concern, but Member Woolsey had a really important point as well.
Yeah.
We do have to kind of stick to the framework of this grant. I mean, that's just part of the.
Well, can we clarify the issue there? So does it say that 10 million of it can be used basically to start and create a cannabis program, and the other 10 million can be used more at their discretion? Is that what it's saying? And if that's the case, I think the 50% number, is the magic number, because it sounds like it's already laid out to where 50% of the money is designated for certain purposes, and the other 50%. And from what I understand, is jurisdictions are going to be applying for this grant money, right? And part of their application, we're just trying to get them to commit to giving 50% of these funds directly to equity entrepreneurs, right? So it's just you just have to make the commitment that this much is going to go there. And I think it satisfies both. You have half of the money for the jurisdictions to build their programs, and you have half of the money to give it directly to equity entrepreneurs. And so both needs are met. I don't think you need 50% of the money to do the program, but I think that satisfies both concerns.
Yeah, the way I'm reading the text of the bill, and it talks about by June 20th of 2023. So the first part is the 10 million that gets awarded to eligible jurisdictions to develop and implement a local retailer licensing program, right? And then the next section, that's the B section. Then the next section says on or after June 30th of 23. So the number two doesn't have the 2 million part, the phase two doesn't happen until after the phase one part has already happened.
Yeah.
And that's where it talks about additional money being awarded to those jurisdictions based on that number of permits issued.
Yeah,
the number of permits actually issued, right?
If you're if one of the ways to get extra points in this is if you have a social equity program, right? And so if you have a social equity program, the number one pillar of an equity program should be to provide access to capital for those licensees. So to me, that providing that capital would be part of implementing.
Right, but I could see where if this grant money is designed to help the jurisdiction develop the program, if the jurisdiction wants to have as a part of their program a commitment to find other funding or other ways or any way of getting the social equity piece, right? They get points for that. But I don't know that this funding is for that. Do you understand the difference? Like if I have if my city's plan is
you're making, I see the difference you're making.
Right. My city's plan is I want money, but my neighboring city's plan is, yeah, but I'm prioritizing equity applicants and this is how I'm doing it. Then my neighbor should get priority for the money, right? Because they have they're proposing a program that gets to what the equity piece is talking to, right?
Well, I think if we had clarity that it couldn't be part of a program to give out the money, then I think we should not vote on this way, right? But I don't think we have that. I think we're just grasping for what could be a way not for this to work out, right? So I mean, the DCC up to this, we had this vote. They didn't indicate to us that this was impossible to do up to this point, and nobody has, right? So I think the intent is to provide money, it prioritized to jurisdictions that will give the money directly to equity entrepreneurs, and to help them build their programs.
Right. It says priority should be given to those jurisdictions whose programs contain provisions to assist equity applicants, which is different than giving equity applicants this money. The purpose of this is to set up the jurisdiction's program. I mean, that's just how it reads. And
that's one.
Anyway, to get to your point,
that's one interpretation of it, right?
Yeah, sure. I would not support anything more than 50%. I struggle with the 50% number, just as a marker of how my interpretation of this grant funding and what the legislature intended with the grant. But to the extent that, if we recommended 100% and that was illegal under the DCC's analysis, and they ultimately didn't approve that, then I mean that's the DCC's ultimately going to do whatever they're going to do, right? But I would not support more than 50%. I'm on the fence with the 50% number by itself, but I'm not at all opposed to the concept. I think the concept is dead on the money where it needs to be.
And if I may, I would support extra points for the phase one applications if the local jurisdiction includes plans to develop an equity program, but I would not support 50% of the phase one funding going directly to equity applicants, because then the jurisdiction isn't spending that money on developing the permitting program, which has to happen before an equity applicant even has an opportunity to receive funds to set up a business. Phase 2 funding might be eligible and an appropriate use of funding to pass through, right? Local jurisdictions already are, according to the Phase 2 funding language, have already issued retail licenses to equity applicants. And so perhaps setting aside, right, some of the Phase 2 funding that a local jurisdiction receives for direct grants to equity applicants makes sense. But I think it's inappropriate to have a local jurisdiction who has no program set aside funding for equity applicants out of a Phase 1, right? But I would definitely support them receiving extra points for including the development of an equity program in their proposal. So
that one's
but the language says priority is given to local jurisdictions that include provisions to assist equity applicants. Equity applicant assistance can come in many ways, and direct grants is one of those ways that it comes in, and it's been done before.
I'm referencing the funding round.
I think we're kind of turning in circles here. I think that we also have to listen a little bit to the public and the social equity community, of which Madison and I are part of. So I think it's really important here to please just kind of tone it down and look at Phase 1 funding. Phase 1 funding, I don't think Member Shockley or the other social equity representatives here have a problem with dispersing Phase 1 funding to those cities that don't have a program in place, just like the way it was worded. However, Phase 2 funding, no, most of that should go to the social equity applicants. In Phase 2 is when the social equity applicants need it the most, when they're about to cross the finish line. So I don't think that there's a legal issue here as long as those eligible expenses are defined correctly.
I'm suggesting that there's a legal issue here. The motion on the floor is that local jurisdictions should be prioritized for giving 50% of the grant funding received under this grant to equity applicants, right? And I do not believe that Phase 1 funding fits that purpose. That's my concern.
But can we let the DCC decide that? Do we have to decide that here? If it's our intent
we can move forward with a vote. I will yield the floor.
I agree with Member Shockley. Let the DCC, we're making a recommendation. Which part of that recommendation is legally viable and will be taken up? That's the discretion of the DCC.
Is the way that the motion was worded, it just applies to 50%. It doesn't distinguish between Phase 1 and Phase 2, because to Member Vice Chair Nevedal's point, I would support a motion that had a Phase 2 50% and no limit on no percentage on the Phase 1. But as it stands, if it's just a blanket 50% of the whole grant funding program, I'm having a hard time with that one.
No, I think we all agree.
What the motion is.
I think we're all agreed on Phase 2 already. However, I would like to just hear why you're against dispersing any of Phase 1. If a city is choosing to create a social equity program and they want to, let's say they want to give their social equity applicants technical assistance, like free legal advice, or those are all funds that are essentially benefiting the social equity applicant. I wouldn't want to put a limit on that. If a city wants to give their social equity applicant technical assistance or give a grant to, let's say, something like we have here in San Francisco, the Success Center, that actually does help them, do their applications and get across the finish line. I feel like it's very clear here that the local jurisdiction has to include provisions to assist equity applicants. So that technical assistance is a really big part of the permitting process. So they will receive some of those funds.
Right. Sure. I mean, I'm looking at how the funds can be spent, and I don't see that as how the funds can be spent in the list of
we'll let the
allowable
DCC
expenditures.
decide that after our recommendation. I think that's the conclusion we've come to.
Sure.
Chairman Ali, I'd like to hold a vote on the proposal as it is, on the motion as it is, if that's all right. That way, I mean, I don't disagree with you about the Phase 2 being increased for equity, but I think maybe that's something that we can revisit. But I think there's been a lot of discussion already towards this motion. I'd ask if we could have a vote on it.
Would you?
Could we have it read back for clarity?
Would we reword the motion to reflect phase 2, 50%, so we have all members on board, or as is?
I would say as is, and I think the phases could be worked out with the discretion of the DCC as well. I think
During the legal analysis, yeah, I agree.
Consider that.
Can we get a vote on the motion that was previously seconded, please?
Great, committee members. The current motion is a recommendation that the DCC prioritize funding to jurisdictions that allocate at least 50% of grant funding to equity applicants. Chair, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Then we will begin the vote. When I call your name, please say yay or nay. Member Bauer.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Brennan is out. Member Imani Brown.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Jeremy Brown.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Clifford.
I'm torn. I'd like to see the phasing issue worked out, but I'm going to say yay.
Thank you. Member De La Rosa.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Frazier.
Yay.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Maffei.
Yay.
Thank you. Vice Chair Nevidal.
Nay.
Nay. Thank you. Member Payan Person.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Shockley.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Tupy.
Yay.
Thank you. Member Woolsey.
Nay.
Nay. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that Vice Chair Nevedal was kind of splitting this up into the public comment up. Are there any other motions that we want to discuss regarding this? I think this is also a good time for the nays to get their point in regarding phase 1.
I don't necessarily have additional points. I just feel like it's so incredibly important that we expand retail, and that was the whole purpose of this grant, was to incentivize local jurisdictions to create retail programs. And I just don't think they're going to have the funding to do it. And I just
Well, you still have the opportunity now to discuss phase 1 funding and get those 10 minutes.
No, because I'm done. I mean, what we're talking about here is prioritizing local jurisdictions that are going to give 50% of phase 1 and or phase 2 funding to equity eligible applicants. And I don't know how that would possibly work for a local jurisdiction that doesn't have a program yet.
I don't think that's the case, Vice Chair. I think we were just very clear that our recommendation will then go through a legal analysis, which will probably determine that this recommendation is only valid for phase 2. So if you want to make a phase 1 recommendation, now is your chance. And if you don't, that's fine. We will close this item and move on to the next.
I think phase 1 funding, there should be extra points provided to local jurisdictions who include the development of equity programs in their proposal to develop regulations. I mean, I think that is going to be really helpful for folks, right?
Is there a motion to do
Sure,
this?
I'll make a motion. I will make a motion that in order to be, or that local jurisdictions should be prioritized for phase 1 funding when they include development plans for a local equity program.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we open for public comment on this motion, please?
This is the moderator. I'm opening up for public comment. The Q&A is now open. The instructions will be on your screen shortly. If you would like to participate.
Sorry, do we need a second on the motion, or did we get that? My audio broke up.
Member Shockley seconded the motion.
Thank you.
Can
Sorry.
members discuss a bit beforehand, or is it going straight to public comment?
We're going straight to public comment. We'll have a chance to discuss again when we come back, and then we'll take a vote.
Got it.
Instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of the square, which is typically located bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. And in the text field that appears, type the word comment and make sure it goes to all panelists before clicking the send button. You can also raise your hand by hovering the cursor mouse over your name in the participants panel. The outline of a hand will appear. Make sure to click on that to raise your hand. For those who are calling in only, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 from your phone or device to raise your virtual hand. And remember to unmute yourself as a *6. Okay, so I'm going to start looking first in the Q&A. And just a friendly reminder, only submit your request once. Otherwise, it will fill the Q&A log. So we'll go with Michael Katz, and then will be Lillian Grace. So Michael, I'm going to find your microphone to unmute. Give me just a moment. Request sent. You have 2 minutes. You have a 30-second warning.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. I'm sorry you can also hear my dogs. I want to thank the committee for continuing to discuss these important items. I just wanted to comment that in terms of grant funds, one of the items that we have seen as a major issue where we are in Mendocino County is that when the funds are put through to specifically the local jurisdictions as a filtering mechanism to then get them out to applicants, that we have seen a lot of delays. A lot of those funds wind up within the county faster than they wind up in the hands of operators. And so in this instance, when we're discussing the incentivizing setting up retail, I think there is a lot of value in providing funds directly to applicants because that will help them set up retail in those areas that do not have it when they come online, and that the jurisdictions themselves, many of these places have not set up these programs, not because they don't have the funding, but because they have other issues as well. And so I think a combination of bringing stakeholders to the table with their local jurisdictions and identifying the kind of retail environment that wants to be created, and then helping those social equity applicants create those types of retail will provide a lot of value for the entire community. And I thank you for considering this comment. Thank you.
Next, Lillian Grace. I'm going to unmute your microphone. After Lillian, we'll have Paul Suzanne Hansberry-Tibbin. Lillian, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. Again, as we close out the day, or as I close out the day, I want to use this time to specifically just make a comment rather than ask questions. I watched the entire grid of faces once the suggestion of distribution of funds was a different allocation and from direct. And it's sad. It's sad that this doesn't indicate that there's a necessary component, should be a mandatory component of training and education. You confidently justify the reason to receive a license, and then you backtrack on the justification of having direct distribution. I get it on so many levels. There is so much personal bias in this industry. There is so much adversarial content to having an equity component. And I have no understanding as to how you can move forward with a concept to implementation without even having training or education as a component part of it. The reporting modules are askew. The industry is moving faster at a growth panel. And though you have a minimal amount of money to provide technical supportive education, somehow that never makes the table of content or conversation. The intent is to put action behind words. You're working with visionaries that belong in that space. You're working with people, human beings, regardless of anybody else's experience in life or unjustified or even justified behaviors toward the bias, the judgment. It's just sad that California's been in this game for over 25 years and we have yet to find a platform in which to implement a proper protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Paul Suzanne Hansberry-Tibbin, and after that, we'll continue Burrell, Lisa Green, and Alfred Torregano. So I'm going to send a request to unmute Paul Suzanne Hansberry-Tibbin's microphone.
Hansberry. I want to commend
Vice Chair Nevedal for making some sense out of this. There's difference. The grant is for to increase retail. Phase 2 would be more for applicants. Phase 1 would be for the establishment of people, if that's what's holding them back. It's my understanding that LA County and maybe San Diego County too are in the process of doing something, of putting together a retail right now. So they would still be eligible for that, for the monies. And then the fifth for the people that would in phase 2 to implement the program. And I think it's really smart to give extra points to people, to applicants, local jurisdictions that are applicants, if they intend to incorporate a equity program or have an equity program already in place. I think that's really smart, and I strongly support the motion. Thank you.
Next individual, Amberil, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone in just a moment. Request has been sent, and Lisa Green, you're next.
Well, thank you again for letting me comment. I heard you all go back and forth between the 75% to equity applicants and 25% to local jurisdictions, but that kind of goes back to the first comment that I had, that you all can put the program together and put more money in equity's pockets, because it completely defeats the purpose if you say that we can get dispensaries, but we lack the funding to secure a dispensary and then to then outfit one with construction costs. I right now am going through the process in the city of Long Beach, which has 0 Black-owned, women-owned dispensaries, and now they're opening up to 8. So I have the opportunity to be one of the 8, but if you don't have the funds to secure a building for however long and to wait it out and then pay the astronomical construction costs, what's the point of you offering it to social equity? And whether or not they offer it to social equity, that should be required. There's people who have spent time behind bars. Those are things that you cannot repay us for what we've gone through. You can never put a dollar amount on what we endured over this war on drugs. So to have it be an option, it should be mandatory. And yes, they should get more money if they are having these equity programs, and they should give us the money so that we can secure the building. Right now I'm paying $3,000 a month, and I've been doing that for a year on a building I don't even go to or utilize because there's no license. So we need those funds. So please change it back to the 75% equity, 25% for the local jurisdiction. These cities are sitting on millions of dollars. So they need to play their part too for what it is and how their law enforcement harassed us and targeted us like animals. You put some money up behind it, then y'all give your grant funds. We all work together to right the wrongs that were done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual, Lisa Green. Can we locate your microphone? Request has been sent.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'll be quick and to the point. I can only tentatively be in support of Vice Chair Nevedal's motion if the grant money is actually used to directly assist social equity applicants and isn't just rewarding these cities for establishing a social equity program. Los Angeles has been great about making sure that some of this money gets to us, which has been extremely helpful in moving forward. And even now we have a grant that will allow us, that gives us assistance on our buildings on lease and build out. But Long Beach is one of those cities that should have never been given money for social equity because they don't do anything at all for their social equity applicants. There should be a requirement that this money rolls down to the grant, to the social equity applicants, especially in cities like Long Beach. So if it's just a passive thing where the city is just getting the money and a yay and here you go, good for you, for setting up a social equity program, but they're not actually assisting the social equity applicants, then they shouldn't qualify for the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual identified as Alfred Torregano. After that is Ignite Daniels. So Alfred, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. You're unmuted.
You hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. You know, along this journey, I've went through and experienced every range of emotion because when you think about somebody saying that they're going to repair the war on drugs, you don't really think about how that really affects actual people. And what you're hearing from today are those very people. We are the survivors of the failed racist war on people, on humans, your brothers, your sisters, your people that you want to do business with. This is not yet just business as usual. We have to first create the framework so the communities will support these businesses so they don't just go out of business and big business will come through and business as usual. Never has there ever been a time in my lifetime or even my parents where we've had an opportunity to get in on a new asset class to actually create some type of quality of life that we just deserve because we willing to put in the work too. And so without being targeted, we shouldn't have many long drawn out conversations of how we should spread out the funds to know that even when every small business is going to open, they're going to face the same similar hurdles of trying to find a customer in any market and they need the help. And especially when real estate, my lease is 30,000 a month. There's no real, it's only barriers and, big fish in the water. So let's really be mindful where we can prioritize equity. I will always say that. My name is Alfred Torregano. I'm the vice president of the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association here in Los Angeles, the largest market in the state of California. And the county is twice, maybe more, that size of the city. So we all go through it.
Thank you. Time has expired. Next individual, Ignite Daniel. After that will be Ross Gordon. After Ross Gordon, Jillian. So Ignite Daniel, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Give me just a moment. Request has been sent.
Evening. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Oh, okay. To say that you would not support 75% of those funds going to social equity applicants, then again, you have no idea what your role is. You have no idea what the reason for this committee is. I wish Sweeney was here. Oh my God, we miss him so much because he was very mindful of he understood the importance of social equity and the role that it plays in this. The only reason why the measure passed in the first place was because it was supposed to so-called repair the war on drugs, when we know that like Alfred just said, this was a war on people. It had nothing to do with drugs. It was a war on people that certain people have dehumanized for their entire existence. And here you are again dehumanizing us, stating that, oh, you don't need that money to hold on to a real estate location, when we're telling you that this is the biggest problem. The predatory agreements, get locked into these agreements with people who do not have our best interest at heart. And again, you're throwing us to the wolves and not understanding your role or what is taking place in this business. I urge all of you to go and find out what has happened. What has happened in social equity? Giving the money to the districts has proven to be unfavorable for the social equity applicants because our best interest is not at the forefront. It has never been at the forefront. Greed with the politicians and the lobbyists and the people who can go behind doors because they have the money to do that, they have made sure that we have been blackballed at every corner, every way, everywhere that we try to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps when you guys are in position to give your children things that we are not. When it comes to redlining and other things of that nature, burning down communities, these are things that have been inflicted on our people for far too long. And this is another way of doing it. You are finding another way to burn us down. You're finding another.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next individual, Ross Gordon. After that is Jillian, and after Jillian is James Games. So Ross Gordon, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Request has been sent.
Just really want to, first of all, appreciate the fact that this space exists and all of the public comment that's happened, because I've really learned like an incredible amount from this public comment. And I feel like it's really, I hope, informing much better policy decisions. And I just really want to appreciate that and hope that as policy is made in the future, it continues to be informed by this type of public comment and input, because I think it's just really incredibly helpful for informing this stuff. And I think briefly, just especially wanted to appreciate something committee member De La Rosa said about the impact on access for direct funds going to recipients, and that it does seem like the way this discussion has happened, that the most direct way to increase access and increase retail is to give direct funding to folks who are trying to open retail, to equity applicants who don't have the capital to do that. And so just want to put that out there and just appreciate everyone who's called in today and made their voice heard.
Thank you. Next individual, Jillian. And after that is James Gaines. So Jillian, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Request has been sent.
And thank you. I want to say, by the grace of God, we stand fully by the one who supports us and raises us up and lifts us up every morning. I want to talk about the bait and switch with the city of Long Beach, having us get a location after they told us we will get $445,000, not at the same time, but at every level of obtaining a location, construction, and so on. The city of Long Beach have broke us down to $50,000. I am the first woman to open a cannabis testing lab in the city of Long Beach, and the city of Long Beach has held us back more than we can even think. We're asking for DCC to do an investigation on the funds that's given to every city, because it's not being disseminated to the applicants. It is being internalized, understand, into the city, to where they're utilizing the money for consultants, for staff, and everything else besides giving us the funds we need to go forward. Equity applicants have not received the funds that they need to receive to move forward. Regulations holding us back. And a lot of things else is not helping us move forward. I want to say to you, you have Jillian Xavier opening a testing lab. You have Muriel Burrell right next to me on Anaheim opening a dispensary. Without the funds for us to move forward, guess what? The city can't get the taxes that they need to move on.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next individual, James Gaines, and after that is calling user 62. James, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Request has been sent.
Hello, good afternoon. What you're hearing are many social equity participants who were falsely sold a dream that has cost many of us a fortune, at least specifically relating to the city of Los Angeles. Giving the money to the city is squandering those same funds. For example, there was an event that cost the city over, from what I understand, $1 million 3 weeks ago, and 300 participants arrived. If you were to put the same funds into many of us that are near the finish line or have gotten held up in a bureaucratic process, I propose that the grant funding be given to individuals who have not squandered what they have been given thus far and are near the finish line, in an effort to achieve the goal of the grant, which is to create more retail opportunities. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next individual identified as calling user 62. I've sent a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Lewis Harris. I'm a member of Social Equity Owners and Workers Association in Los Angeles. And I'm trying to see how we can value a community and help everybody across the finish line. What you guys have to figure it out. The money to help every social equity applicant is valuable and has the right to be successful. How do we do that? Let's find a way to make sure everybody crosses the finish line. Like Ignite said earlier, you don't want the 75% for social equity. Why are you here? I mean, it's to get us to where we can succeed. You've heard all the horror stories about rent and the predator investors. And so this is a part of this system. We understand that, and you should understand it. And how do we get around it? How can you help us be successful? Don't pit us against each other. Don't say one person deserves it more. Everybody is equal in their value. And so if we can just find a way to get everybody across the finish line. RJ Reynolds is coming. Marlboros are coming. We know it's about revenue, but help a community. Help a community, help a community. Thank you.
Thank you. No further requests have been submitted. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and come back and take a vote on the motion. If you don't mind, we'll do a 5-minute recess right now. We'll reconvene at 4:37.
This is Moderator David. Mr. Chair, if you're ready to begin, we are too.
All right, let's go back. Thank you, David.
Good afternoon, members. This vote will also serve as roll coming back from our break. So the motion on the table, which was set by Vice Chair Nevedal and seconded by Member Shockley, is local jurisdictions should be prioritized for phase 1 funding when they include development plans for a local equity program. When I say your name, please say yay or nay. Member Bauer?
Yay.
Thank you. Brennan is out. Member Imani Brown? We will come back to you. Member Jeremy Brown?
Here.
Can you vote yay or nay on the motion?
Oh, sorry, yay.
Thank you. Member Clifford?
Yay.
Thank you. Member De La Rosa?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Frazier?
Are we voting or doing a roll call? I'm sorry.
We're voting, and this will also tell me who's here.
Yay.
So if you could please vote yay or nay on the motion.
Yay.
Thank you. Chair Jamalian?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Maffei?
Yay.
Thank you. Vice Chair Nevedal?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Payan Person?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Shockley?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Tupy?
Yay.
Thank you. Member Woolsey?
Yay.
Thank you. And going back to Member Imani Brown? Are you with us? We can record her vote later, but motion does pass. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item number 8. Moving on to other business. Item number 9 is the annual report draft. It was part of the meeting materials. I hope you all looked at it. Some of the recommendations that we just made will be memorialized in this draft. And with that, I would open up discussion and possible action.
I would make a motion to accept the annual report with the inclusion of the recommendations that were passed by the CAC.
Member Woolsey will second.
Thank you. With that, we'll open up for public comment.
This is the moderator opening up for public comments. I'm opening up the Q&A feature. Members of the public, if you would like to participate on this agenda item, click on the question mark inside of the square. Typically,
excuse me, can I just ask for a clarification on the motion before we move?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. I apologize. I just want a clarification on the motion. So as I understood it, the motion is to adopt the report and add in the recommendations of the committee and subcommittee that were not already in the report because they happened after that. What I wasn't clear about, is there a part of the motion that also would allow the chair to work with staff to make any like grammatical, typographic, or other non-substantive changes to finalize the report, because you won't have another meeting for a while. So I just wanted to be, if we could be really clear on what the motion is, if you don't mind.
Amendable to a friendly amendment, right, to allow the chair to work with DCC staff as well, right? I know from doing the report, there's often a lot of kind of technical and nomenclature alignment that occurs. So I'd be happy to add that to the motion. And then I think the seconder, I'm sorry, I missed who. I think that was Member Woolsey. Are you amendable to that friendly amendment?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for flagging that, Tamara. We have a new motion on the floor. With that, we will open up for public comment.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is open. Instructions are on the screen for your reference. If you would like to participate, click on the question mark inside of the square, typically located bottom right corner of your WebEx screen. If you're logged in, you can either type comment in the text field that appears and make sure it gets sent to all panelists and click send button. Or you can raise your hand by hovering your cursor mouse over your name in the participant panel and clicking on the hand of the outline that appears. Those who are calling in only, you can raise your hand by pressing *3. Friendly reminder to unmute yourself is *6. I am going to check the Q&A and then I'll check the attendees list for hands that are raised. Lillian Grace, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone in just a moment and then call in user 106 and then Jillian. So Lillian Grace, give me just a moment as I locate your microphone. Request has been sent.
This is the comment in reference to your annual report, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So we are past year 25, 26. I forget where we are as a state of California. I understand that as an infrastructure, it is a constant crawl to create something that hasn't been created, yet we have a 25-year jump. I leave this comment to say, if we don't focus on developing an infrastructure that is inclusive, which was the purpose of the social equity program, and we don't provide the education in which to navigate this newly developed infrastructure, we are looking to create another systematic measure of failure. I'll yield the rest of my time. You all have a good evening.
Thank you. Next individual identified, our calling user 106. I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Call-in user, friendly reminder, *6 to unmute yourself. So I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. And caller 106, I will send a third request. Okay, moving on to Jillian. Jillian, I'll send a request to unmute your microphone.
I think it's important for us to make sure that, as far as reports, as far as, looking into social equity, guys, it's really important that you do what's right. Honest to God, we've been here for a long time. And to be dismissed is not acceptable. And I would want DCC to really look at local, even though I am a local authorization for cannabis testing, I can't move forward because they pulled the
Comments have to
funding.
be directly in regards to the report, please.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm just saying that look into local authorizations and look into, to make sure that we have what we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Circling back to calling user 106, I'm going to attempt to unmute your microphone one more time. I'm going to send a request. Again, *6 to unmute yourself. Sent the request. And you are unmuted. Caller 106, you are unmuted. Okay, we can't hear caller 106. Shall we move on to the next individual?
Yes, please.
Okay. And Burrell, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. Request has been sent.
Great afternoon again. I just wanted to request that when you all get the different reports that the jurisdictions or various cities send in, that you all are able to see what it is that they get versus how many people that they're actually able to help in comparison to how much they're able to actually build their structure toward. That's kind of been what I've been commenting on today, is just making sure that they're doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing with the money and not just pocketing all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual, James Gaines. I'm going to send a request to unmute your micro, and after that will be Jillian. Give me just a moment. I sent a request to unmute your microphone, James.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to piggyback on the last caller's comments. I do echo the exact same sentiments. You hear me harping on the city of Los Angeles. If we compare and contrast the monies that have been received per the state and the program here versus how many social equity participants have opened up their store, we'll see that there's clear negligence in regards to the money that has been allocated to the city versus the results. We're in a results-driven society. We're in a results-driven program. And to see more of these funds squandered to no avail, just to check boxes in an effort to continuously give hot air to participants for year over year over year since the program started in 2000. I participated before Kat was even assigned her seat. She's been gone. 200 licenses or participants later, how many licenses have been issued? So in regards to reporting, if we could please get an audit or make sure we're getting ROI in terms of the spend versus the allocation of grant monies. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next individual, Jillian. I'm going to send a request to mute your microphone.
I mean, let's talk about it. Long Beach only had one applicant that made it through for social equity, and that was a predatory deal, right? We need to think about that. We need to think about how we can help social equity entrepreneurs make it in so we can make money. Listen to me. We are in leases now. 5 to 6 years. They wanted a year or 2 year up front in rent. But we're not even open to make the money to give us what we need to support our families. We are women in business, okay? You got Draglo Testing Lab. You also got Elevate. You got us standing right there. Why is the city not helping us get where we need to go to give you the tax money that you need to go forward? That's the problem. And that's what we need to talk about. Give us what we need. We will reinvest into the program.
I urge you to keep your comments related to the agenda item, which is the actual
Yes, and
draft
thank
of
you
the
so much.
report.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
No further requests. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further need for discussion on this motion? Is there anything that you guys would like to add or omit or edit in the draft report, in the report of the draft of the annual report? Sorry.
Hey, this is Member Brown. I'm just curious if we were going to actually provide any more specific recommendations with, as it applies to the retail access grant, like the five different questions of areas that asked us to discuss. Are we going to provide specific responses, or are we anticipating that they're extracting those responses out of our ongoing conversation?
I think we should formulate specific responses. It's only 5 questions, and maybe we can jam through it and formulate those.
Okay. Like right now?
Yeah, preferably.
Just a point of clarification, I think you have a motion pending on your annual report.
Yeah, the motion was to accept as is, correct?
Yes, but I believe you've done public comment, but I believe you need a vote. That motion is still open before you move on to other motions.
But don't we have a chance to add things to the report before we vote?
It would just have to be reseconded, essentially, but then there'd be, again, public comment on it all again.
Got it. So, excuse me, I thought you meant you wanted to go back up to the prior discussion item as to what your recommendations are versus what's contained in the report. So
I think the idea is there's 5 questions in the report, and we wanted to answer those 5 questions. I don't know if that is an official recommendation or not.
I'm sorry, I'm really confused. I feel like we're crossing wires on which agenda item we're on. So are we going to entertain a motion to move the report motion forward, right? Are we going to vote on that motion? Or is the chair suggesting we abandon that motion and then go back to talk more about the local jurisdiction retail program?
Well, it appears that we already answered question number 1. It appears that, and I think Member Brown was alluding to that it can be extrapolated from our conversation. Is that correct, Member Brown?
Yeah, well, I brought it up because in the annual report, the recommendations are, there's no formal recommendations as of now. Except in theory, the
committee passed 2 recommendations in reference to
there's 2
the local
recommendations.
jurisdiction retail program.
Yeah,
The motion that's on the floor currently would add those 2 recommendations into the report and then pass the report. That's the motion that's on the floor, is to approve the report with the 2 recommendations that were passed by the committee during the previous agenda item.
I see. Okay, and I'm fine with that, but I'm just kind of curious if we're skipping those 5 questions or we're going to table that till the next meeting. Are we not going to specifically answer those 5 questions? Because it's all kind of bundled into that annual report. So are just the 2 recommendations the only ones we want to make? Is that kind of how it stands? And then we're done with that local equity analysis and feedback for now?
To Member Brown's point, 2 points are not that we did not address is should local jurisdictions be eligible for funding if they only do medicinal, and what criteria should be used to evaluate whether a jurisdiction has failed to demonstrate progress forward. Those we have not identified, and that's correct. So if we want to adopt as is, then we will not, our comment or our recommendations regarding those 2 points will not be part of the recommendations. I'm fine with opening public comment again and making a motion to address these if somebody is willing to put a motion down.
I don't know that, well, we have a motion open, so we can't go to a new motion, is my understanding. So if the committee would like to go back to the previous item, I believe we would have to consider either taking a vote on this motion or asking the maker of the motion to potentially withdraw the motion so we could go back an item. But I don't think we can consider a different agenda item and a new motion without closing what's in front of us currently.
How does the rest of the committee feel about this? Do we want to take a vote or withdraw the motion or adopt as is?
Just want to make sure I understand. The motion is that we adopt the annual report draft. Is that correct, or am I totally off?
No, that's correct. It is to adopt, including the recommendations that we made in the previous agenda item.
Are we able to go back and put more, like you said, there are 5 questions. We haven't answered every one of the questions. We have the cultivation and the equity. Are they going to just input what subcommittee chair Shockley put in? Is that what's going into the draft? I think I'm just confused.
Well, what's going in is what we discussed with the 50%, threshold to get that to the equity applicants for phase 2, we worded it for both phases, and giving priority to those jurisdictions that actively are seeking to build a social equity permitting pipeline for retail. Those were the two recommendations that would be memorialized in the annual draft as per the motion on the floor.
But nothing from cultivation, right? Because they didn't have any recommendations.
Well, I believe it says that the cultivation
There were no recommendations from the cultivation subcommittee, or we would have brought them forward and framed it as a motion and requested a vote from the committee today.
All right, thank you. I understand now.
I have a question to Member Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are we going to discuss question 3? I want to discuss that. Should local jurisdictions be eligible for funding if they will permit only medicinal cannabis retail and will not permit adult use? Are we going to discuss some of these questions here out of the 5 questions?
I mean, it's up to the chair ultimately as far as, where the meeting goes, but as my understanding is the motion was made to essentially adopt the 2 recommendations regarding the equity dollar percentages being allocated in phase 1 and phase 2. So I guess my what I'm trying to say is I don't want to miss our opportunity to provide recommendations in this annual report. Then it's going to be until March before we get back to this. And these questions were already proposed to us in September. And, due to timing and the process of meetings, we've really been unable to go through questions 1 through 5. We've tackled some of the issues in them, but to really have a thorough, concrete answer to 3, 4, and 5, that's something I would be hoping to discuss.
You want to discuss that at the next meeting and adopt the annual report as is? Can we still discuss this at the next meeting?
We can agendize it, but the annual report is for 2022, so it will be submitted before that, before the next meeting. I think we might have been a little quick to put a motion down to accept as is. If the DCC could give us a little guidance, whether it's easier to withdraw the motion and reopen this discussion, or if we should take a vote on it, essentially striking it down and start over.
So I think it will depend if the person who made the motion is willing to withdraw it, you can do that. Otherwise, you would move forward with the discussion. It sounds though, from what I'm hearing though, is the discussion you want to have is not necessarily on the annual report, but rather back on the local jurisdiction.
Well, it's part of the draft though. It's essentially adding it to the draft.
I just want to add some more recommendations that relate to the content. It's not necessarily going back to the whole. I mean, that's my interpretation. I'm not the legal.
I'm not trying to go back to the whole discussion. I was just asking about these specific questions.
Correct. So the specific questions that are in the report were ones that the department had posed to you. It's up to you. You're not required to answer them. They were discussion questions. That is up to you. The report has to talk about, what recommendations you made. So that's what part of it is. I mean, if you're just talking about what's in the report, you could do that here. But if you're going to be getting into, substantive recommendations back in the, that local jurisdiction conversation, you may need to go back and reopen that. But if it's strictly on content of the report, then you could do it here. But the motion is pending. You can have further discussion. But at some point, that motion will either have to be withdrawn, amended.
Let's move forward with
I think if we just adopt the motion as is, but continue this discussion before we do so, just to get it on public record, what we as members think is best, that would probably be the most efficient way. Tamara, is that something that we can entertain?
Well, I think this agenda item is what's going to be in the report. So to the extent that you're talking about that, sure. But again, this agenda item is what's going to be on the inside.
Right, so we couldn't define a criteria for grant funds or say yay or nay to permit medicinal versus adult use.
To the extent you're talking about whether or not you're going to include that in the report, you could. But if it's formulating more substantive recommendations, that's more appropriately under the earlier topic. This is
Well,
really
in
what
that,
you're including.
in that case, I would probably recommend, or I would probably at least entertain, eliminating should local jurisdictions be eligible for funding if they only do medicinal. I don't think they should be. So if we take that out of the report, and the criteria to use to evaluate whether jurisdiction has failed, I would assume that there's some guardrails in grant disbursement that would cover that criteria.
Just for clarification's sake, right? These questions in the report aren't asking us to answer them in the report, right? We would have to have answered them in the previous agenda item. These questions that are in the report are just reflective of what was presented to the CAC for consideration. So if we're going to discuss these questions in the report and have any sort of meaningful conversation and consider a motion around these questions that are in the report, I do believe we would need to go back to the previous agenda item, right? So we can't necessarily change responses. These are just reflective of what was put forward for the committee to consider.
I understand, but it's in the draft of the report. So then if we adopt the motions, I don't think we need these questions in the report anymore.
So let me see if I can help clarify where we're heading here. So you want to take those questions out of the report? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Well, I think the confusion
what
is
you're
here
looking
that
to do?
the Vice Chair Nevedal says these are only questions that were posed, but they're in the draft of the report. So they're not just questions that were posed. This is part of the report. And I think the hesitation of my fellow committee members is that we haven't addressed all of them. And I think we've spent more time discussing this than withdrawing the motion, then we would have probably been pretty far along by now. So that's really my
Yeah.
take on it.
Yeah, so if this agenda item, if you're talking about what you do and don't want to put in your report, you can certainly do that here.
Okay, so is the chair requesting that we withdraw the motion? I would like clarity, or we can pursue a vote.
I would suggest that if the motion could be withdrawn and we could just go, and not specifically with the local jurisdiction, but I have a couple other points to make or recommendations to see if I can add into the report.
And since we're really running out of time, I would, if Member Brown takes the lead on this and just cleans it up, please go ahead. If Vice Chair,
we can't clean up the motion, right?
Vice Chair Nevedal is willing to withdraw.
I will withdraw the motion.
Thank you. Member Brown, floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I'm curious, recommendations under cultivation, if there would be any support from another member in emphasizing the timely analysis of the ML1 to outdoor. And Member Nevedal, I know it's on our subcommittee meeting for January, but as far as being able to put it into the annual report, and maybe by the time of our subcommittee in January, they would have a little bit of a more thorough response as to what the issues are going to be with that transfer over time. And I don't know if it's necessarily realistic for DCC staff to have that ability to have some information for us by then, but if it was possible to make that as a emphasis within the report, I would be interested in adding that language.
So
do you have some verbiage for that, or Vice Chair?
we did not make a recommendation as the subcommittee. And if we had, we would have had to bring it forward for the full committee to have it be considered in the report for a recommendation from the cultivation subcommittee. So I think if there is a desire to consider documenting, perhaps, right, the report out provided today, we could ask DCC staff if it would be appropriate for us to include a cultivation subcommittee section to the report that basically documents the report out provided. But I don't think have the ability to create a recommendation related to the cultivation subcommittee at this point.
Doesn't the draft of the annual report already have an alternate language if there were no recommendations made by the subcommittee cultivation? That the report would read after robust discussion, no recommendations were moved forward to the CAC?
Correct.
So that's already in the annual draft report. That's what happened, right? There were no recommendations?
That is correct. There were no recommendations.
So
And I guess
what is it
kind of
that you wanted
concerned-
to add, Member Brown?
Well, I guess I'm just kind of concerned that that we're not providing enough content in the annual report. And you guys have more experience than me, so maybe I'm the new guy learning here. And apologies if that's the case. And I guess
I don't
just
think
don't
this
know,
draft forbids us from making a recommendation as the whole CAC just because the subcommittee didn't bring one forward.
it does or it does not, you said?
I think that's a
don't-
question for the DCC staff, but if we were going to make a cultivation related recommendation, I don't believe we could put it in a subcommittee section because it wouldn't be coming from the subcommittee. So I don't know that, and again, DCC staff would have to weigh in if the Cannabis Advisory Committee has the ability to make a cultivation related recommendation at this point.
Yeah, does it have to be an adopted recommendation by the subcommittee or can we make our own? I guess that's the question that is on the floor right now.
So let me let me just make sure I'm understanding what you want to do. So right now, what you're looking to do is make new recommendations about cultivation.
I
Does
think
the-
Is
Member
that what
Brown
I'm
wants to.
hearing?
Yeah, does a recommendation in the annual report have to be vetted through the cultivation subcommittee first? Or can it be theoretically adopted at this time if it's like a simple request, not like a strong policy recommendation, but more of an emphasis on a timely analysis per DCC staff?
So let me run through. So you want to make I guess I'm not clear as what you're talking about in terms of not a serious recommendation versus a minor recommendation. Can you kind of clarify for me that a little bit?
Yeah, so if I could have my way, I would say the recommendation is that the CAC asks that the DCC analyze if the mixed license one can be converted to outdoors in an expedited manner. That's essentially it. And
So
the
the
basis of that,
recommendation would be the expedition of the transfer from mixed light. That's actually a pretty robust policy recommendation.
Yes, I think it is. So I think that's kind of where give me 1 second. We're having a sound issue.
Member Brown, you are on the cultivation subcommittee, correct?
yeah,
May I ask why the subcommittee didn't yield a recommendation?
We were told specifically yesterday that that recommendation would be premature and that the scope of the agenda did not allow for us to make such a recommendation at the time. So we added it to our topics and priorities for discussion in future subcommittee meetings.
okay. I apologize. I didn't recall that part.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
and I think the way the cultivation recommendations were agendized for this time were for the committee to consider the recommendations from the subcommittee.
Okay. Well, in that case, can we reconsider the motion or do we have to put it down again? Well, clearly we didn't make any progress here, so.
Okay, so my understanding is there was not a motion pending at this point.
No, not anymore. So we
No
would have
longer a motion pending because the vice chair withdrew the motion
Right.
based on the desire to continue this conversation about editing the report.
Correct. So right now you don't have a motion pending. You can continue your discussion. At some point, to adopt the annual report, once you've figured out what you want to do based on the draft, you would need a motion to do that.
Well, it appears that we cannot address the recommendations in regards to local jurisdiction retail access grant because that was the previous point. So if that's the case, I really don't see what other changes are supposed to be made in the draft unless somebody has something else they want to bring forward.
So let me clarify, the local retail access grant conversation, that was agendized for you to make recommendations today. So you have the ability to make recommendations on local grants related to the agenda topic. Cultivation was agendized for consideration of recommendations from the Cultivation Committee, but recommendations for local grants was on the agenda for the entire committee.
Right, which was point number 8, agenda item number 8. So we can't go back to it, or can we still discuss that?
To the extent, so you want to make new recommendations?
No, I just wanted to answer these 5 questions. And my question is, I guess, that we can't do that because that would fall under the previous agenda item. Is that correct?
So the previous agenda item is to make recommendations related to the local grant. The report is for what you're going to include in the report about your recommendations. Right. So to the extent you want to include some additional information, want to include, make sure the report covers what you discussed about that, you can certainly do that.
Yeah, there was some discussion from some members that wanted question number 3 from the previous agenda item and perhaps question number 5, but question number 3 specifically. They wanted to have a discussion about that. And the concern was that if we had a discussion about that after we approved the draft report being the report, that discussion would not then be in the report. So Vice Chair Nevedal removed her motion or took back her motion so that we didn't finalize what's going to be in the report. I thought so we could go back and talk about number 3 and perhaps number 5, and then we got sidetracked with cultivation. But the purpose of taking that motion back was to talk about number 3, perhaps number 5, or any of these other questions that people want to talk about, so that discussion could then be memorialized in the report when we go back to the report agenda item at the end of that discussion.
Thank you for clarifying. That's what I thought as well. So with that being said, let's discuss these 5 questions, specifically 3 and 5. I think Member Brown had some input on that.
So just a point of clarification, are we going back to the previous agenda item so that we can make recommendations as the CAC if they come up when discussing these questions? I think we just need to make sure we're following a correct order here, so we don't because I'm just concerned that there may be recommendations that come out of this discussion, which I do not believe we can do as we are currently still in the report agenda item. So if the advisory committee members think there may be recommendations coming out of these items, I think we actually have to formally go back to the previous agenda item.
Which I think we're allowed to do, right? We just have to formally let the public know that this current agenda item of the report is being closed, or it's not closed, but tabled. I don't know the Robert's
I'd like to
rules for
take
that,
the
but there's a path.
temperature of the rest of the board first. Is this something that you think we can formulate now or not?
Member De La Rosa, I think so.
Any other members have any input on this?
I'm uncertain that we can formulate this now.
All right, well then, in that case, we'd like to open up the last agenda item again and formulate the recommendations further. Is that right?
Yes, I think you can proceed. You can proceed that way if that's how you choose to proceed. Yes.
Thank you. So with that, floor is open for discussion regarding the recommendations to local jurisdiction retail access grants. Specifically, I'd like to discuss the 5 questions that the DCC has asked us and formulate recommendations around that. So why don't we start with if local jurisdictions include plan for,
Point of clarification, I think we're on agenda item 8 as opposed to agenda item 9, and I just want to make sure that that's clear for the public because the slide we have up currently is agenda item 9.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
So, so we do have, I think we addressed question number 1, how can additional equity program funding be constructed as an incentive, inclusion, meaningful support war on drugs? I think we addressed that with the 50%. Should local jurisdictions be eligible for funding if they will only permit medicinal? Do we have a motion or discussion around this?
I would say yes, in my opinion. Local jurisdictions should be eligible for funding if they only allow for medical cannabis retail.
I support that as well.
This is Member De La Rosa. I support that as well.
This is Member Pine Pearson. I support that as well.
And because I would like to make this a one motion, so we have support around that point. Do we have support around specific requirements? I guess that was what we covered, that with the requirement of a social equity program. And what criteria should be evaluated to, what criteria should be used to evaluate whether a jurisdiction has failed? I would personally use a shot clock or a time window for that. But again, open for discussion.
I think the timeline's good with measurable benchmarks along the way. So if there was a jurisdiction that had no retail, that they had formed a retail ad hoc committee within a certain period of time, or taken on a ordinance writer for the purpose of a retail ordinance. Definitely something that's measurable, through the form of a receipt or the form of a report.
I would even add to have actually, I think there's so many jurisdictions now at this point that have verbiage and language around this that I think adding a 12-month period to have completed that is something that we should consider.
I don't think 12 months provides local jurisdictions enough time to conduct a programmatic environmental impact report.
What do you think is enough time?
I think in Mendocino, it took 18 months to pass a cultivation ordinance without an environmental impact report. So I think that this is probably a 2-year process for most local jurisdictions from start to finish. So
I think we should put 18 months down to incentivize them to move quicker. So we have addressed the medicinal aspect. We've addressed the requirements brought forward by the equity subcommittee, and it seems like we also have addressed the local jurisdiction progress towards permitting. So with that, is there a motion on the floor for these items?
Yeah, I'll move to adopt the items as you mentioned, presented.
I'm happy to reword the motion, to word the motion properly as well. The motion is to allow jurisdictions that will permit medicinal only to access the retail access grant, and that we would recommend an 18-month time limit on demonstrating progress towards permitting and having a retail permitting pipeline in place with benchmarks such as ordinance writers and the assembly of committees for this purpose. We have a second for that motion.
I second. Member Brown.
Thank you. Moving to public comment.
This is the moderator. The Q&A is now open. The instructions are on the screen for your reference. Click on the question mark inside of the square, type comment in the text field, send it to all panelists. If you want to raise your hand, hover your cursor mouse over your name in the participants panel and click on the outline of a hand. If you're calling in, *3 to raise your hand. Remember, *6 to unmute yourself. I'm going to start with the Q&A feature. Michael Katz and then Lillian Grace. Give me just a moment to activate my timer here. Sent a request to unmute Michael.
Yes, good evening, committee. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Thanks for putting in the long hours to continue to discuss these really important issues. I want to support the decision to allow eligibility for those only permitting medicinal cannabis retail. As we all know, that's how we got here in the first place. There's a ton of power in cannabis as medicine, both for people just in their bodies and also for communities who may have other stigmas. And so those could certainly be very strong signals to send to people and to be able to take that approach. I then wanted to just comment regarding the process of a local jurisdiction failing to demonstrate progress depending on when that happens, it's possible that even after the ordinance development, that there could be issues rolling it out for operators and they could be, stuck in limbo for years and related to delays in potential social equity fund distribution or other items that we've heard. And so I just want to raise the concern that failure on the administrative level often is taken out on the operators, even if they are not responsible for that failure. And so, especially when we're talking about equity and we're talking about trying to support these small independent businesses, we want to make sure that
30
failure
seconds.
of the administration is not negatively passed on to the applicants. And so, withholding funding from applicants to punish a failed jurisdiction does not serve the purpose of the program. And I hope we can find ways around that. Thank you very much.
Lillian Grace, I'm going to send a request to unmute your microphone. I don't see Lillian Grace in audio connection. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature? Or hold on, I just saw her connect again. Give me just a moment. Lillian Grace, I sent a request to unmute your microphone. Dropped again. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, please. That concludes item number 8 for the second time. Moving on to item number 9. I believe we've had a pretty robust discussion here.
But wait a minute, I'm sorry, pause. Don't we have a motion on the floor, which is why we went back to?
Yes, sorry, my bad. We have a motion to vote on.
Yes, that's what I was about to say, that I believe we need to go to vote.
Can we get a vote on the motion?
Yes, so the motion that I have is that you recommend to the DCC that as part of the local jurisdiction retail access grants, we allow jurisdictions that permit medicinal access only to access the grants, and that we impose an 18-month time limit on demonstrating progress and include measurable benchmarks. Does that sound correct?
That sounds right. Thank you.
Okay. And I will call the roll. Member Bauer. Okay. Member Amani Brown.
Yay.
Member Jeremy Brown.
Yay.
Member Clifford. Member De La Rosa.
Yay.
Member Frazier. Just a minute. Chair Jamalian.
Yay.
Member Mathey. Vice Chair Nevedal.
Yay.
Member Payan Pearson.
Yay.
Member Shockley.
Yay.
Member Tupy.
Yay.
And Member Woolsey.
Yay.
Thank you. That measure passes.
Now we conclude item number 8. Moving on to item number 9 again. I would assume that there will be a motion on the floor to adopt the recommendations, adopt the draft, including our recommendations we just passed.
I'd like to pause for a moment and ask Member Jeremy Brown if, I think we could entertain inserting language into the cultivation section that just reflects the report out we provided today. I don't think we can put a recommendation in here, but we could request that the report include the report out. So the items we plan to discuss in 2023 appear in the report.
Sure, that'd be great. Yeah, whatever you feel. Support.
And I would be totally comfortable with that language being worked through between DCC staff and the chair. So I have no objections to that, and I would be happy to fold that into a motion if that is helpful to meeting your requests from earlier.
I think that'd be great. I mean, it also just shows a lot of the public outcry that, we're listening and trying our best to utilize these opportunities to put forth what comes off as and what is urgent. So
I agree. That's a very elegant solution, Vice Chair.
Okay, so how about I make a motion that we accept the report with the inclusion of recommendations passed today and also the inclusion of the cultivation subcommittee report out and allow Chair Jamalian to work through the final version of the language with DCC staff.
a second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. With that, we will open up for public comment.
This is the co-moderator. We are now open for public comment. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. And we will call on people in the order we have requests. Starting with the Q&A box, our first request comes from Michael Katz. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Lillian Grace will follow up, Michael.
Yes, good evening. Thank you so much, committee. Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I sincerely appreciate the addition of those items from the Cannabis Advisory Committee. As I mentioned earlier, the need for urgency in these items cannot be understated. And the more quickly that this committee can make any kind of recommendations or alert the DCC to items that will be coming down the pike sooner than later that would require quick action would be sincerely appreciated, specifically for the license type transition and for fallowing. These are items that we cannot wait to deal with because of the needs of these operators who are facing extinction. So thank you for including that, and anything additionally that the committee can do to express the need for urgency to the DCC would also be sincerely appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Lillian Grace. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the final chance to speak. In reference to the future recommendations or the future agenda items, there's a lot to be said. I thank you for the job that you're doing at this particular time. There's so much moving so fast, and I am wondering if in 2023 you're going to visit federal impact sectors because of the conversations, current legislation. Collectively, California is leading as a copy-paste kind of template for most of the states that are coming on board, be it medical or adult use, and see how that can be looked at on the future forecast for California's agenda, at least from the perspective of the advisory committee. Lastly, I'd like to at least provide some comment sector on revolving the advisory committee to reflect a different perspective. That is it. I yield the rest of my time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And we're going to scan the list real quickly. That appears to be all of our requests for public comment at the moment. Do you wish to return to the agenda?
Yes, thank you, David. I do have one procedural question. Agenda item number 10, recommendations for future agenda items. Is that something we take a vote on, or is that just a discussion?
So that item is agendized only for discussion. So it would be a discussion with allowable public comment, but no action.
Thank you for clarifying that. Is there any future agenda items that the fellow committee members want to
Can we vote on the report first, please?
Oh, sorry.
I was just coming back to say
I
that too.
keep forgetting the
we need
votes.
another
My
vote.
bad. It's been a long day.
It's okay. Ready? Yeah. All right, I will call the roll. Member Bauer. Member Amani Brown.
Yay.
Member Jeremy Brown.
Yay.
Member Clifford. Member De La Rosa.
Yay.
Member Frazier. Chair Jamalian.
Yay.
Member Mathey. Vice Chair Nevedal.
Yay.
Member Payan Pearson.
Yay.
Member Shockley.
Yay.
Member Tupy.
Yay.
Member Woolsey.
Yay.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Now moving on to agenda item number 10. If there are any subjects or items you want agendized on the next agenda, the floor is open for discussion.
I've got a item I'd like to see on the next agenda. Item where we could potentially have a vote on support for SB 51. I know the DCC can't do anything directly about that, but I think there's been a tremendous amount of comment about that. And if we could address that as a body in the next meeting, that would be great.
Thank you. If we don't have any other suggestions, I would open up for public comment.
I would throw in something about data. If the DCC could share a report about their future plans for data sharing. I know there's been a lot of interest in more detailed data. You know, this basic as how much is being produced versus how much is being consumed. But there's a lot of a data one would be great.
I second that.
Noted. Thank you. Any other requests for future agenda items?
This is Member Frazier. I wanted to see if we could discuss. I know we already talked about the hemp market, but is there some way we can discuss intoxicating cannabinoids and how the DCC can keep up with this designer cannabinoid market? I mean, I'm not sure if it's a statutory thing or if we're able to touch it, but you know, there's just a lot of intoxicating products getting with easier access to minors in smoke shops due to the gaps in the Farm Bill.
I think that's something that falls under the jurisdiction of the California Health Department, if I'm not completely wrong. Would somebody from the DCC correct me if I'm wrong?
I suppose what I'm alluding to is using the definition of THC and intoxicating products to expand the DCC's purview for these things that are happening.
I will definitely look into it, Member Frazier, and if it's something that we have an impact on or that's permissible to make a recommendation, I'll take that into consideration.
And this is Member Navidal. I do think that perhaps there is some, and again, staff. I saw Tamara prepare to respond, and then we talked over her. I'm part of that, but I think perhaps the report that is pending. Having some conversation about that report, if it's ready by our next meeting, and or conversation providing input for the shaping of that report, would touch on what Member Frazier has requested. And we did have some public comment, I believe, from CCIA asking the CAC to take up the item of the report that hasn't been released yet about smokable hemp products and cannabinoids.
Noted. Thank you.
Just to answer your question, if it's hemp for manufacturing, that would be the Public Health Department for intoxicating cannabinoids. If it's within cannabis, it would be us.
That's what I thought. Thank you for clarifying that. Any other requests? Can we open up for public comment, please?
This is the co-moderator. We are now open for public comment. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Starting with the Q&A box, our first request comes from Jesse Noble. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You'll have 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. All right, Jesse, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Okay, hi there. Can everyone hear?
Yes, go ahead,
Hello?
please.
Okay, hi. Yeah, so I wanted to put agendize a future item to talk about creating like a help center or something within the department, somewhere where I said this in the subcommittee meeting on the 13th. It's hard because we don't have anywhere to turn a lot of times, and well-intentioned staff sometimes doesn't know what to tell us. I've showed up to Kilgore, 2 or 3 times myself, seeking guidance, and before the pandemic, it was a little easier. There was more examiners there, but now it's really hard to get any help there, and so my venture has been stalled because I can't get direction from the department. So it would be great if we could figure out a way, or at least start talking about creating dedicated help center, you know, or a couple of staff members or something, or just a highly curated resource center, but just something more than an email link that is what we usually get. You know, people just say, oh, email this or email that, and it's like pulling teeth to get a response sometimes. So I'd like to see us have like just dedicated help where specifically is their job. So we're not asking them to do something outside of their scope and help us, because I don't know, maybe that's what the
30
perception
seconds.
is with staff or something. You know, I don't know. But with a little more time, we could talk about it and figure it out. And I'd like to be part of that. And that's all I've got to say. Great job on everything else, though. You guys really, like, hats off. I'm feeling a lot better than I was at the beginning of the week after hearing these last 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Wade Laughter, followed by Embriel. Hold on, Wade. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, I would start by thanking all the committee members for your service to this industry and the people of California. I also attended all 3 of the meetings this week. Astounding array of input. I would love to see a future agenda item where the DCC would provide a report to the CAC and the public of a review, if you will, of recommendations made by the CAC over the last 5 years. I think you all have been meeting since 2018. And how many of those recommendations have been implemented? We're pretty good at asking for what we want. How much of what we wanted have we actually gotten or achieved to this point? I think that would be an excellent, excellent item for in a future agenda. Thank you for your service again. That's Wade Laughter, Nevada County.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Embriel, followed by James Games. Embriel, I've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Mariel Burrell, also known as
Burrell.
May. I am a verified social equity applicant. I have no investors, so it's just me and God and whatever the city decides to give, as well as the state. The 2 things that I want to comment on in addition to what I've already said today was protection of privacy. I do have an annual event organizer license, and I can't tell you how many calls and emails I get from people inquiring about insurance or something along the lines of cannabis. And when you type your name into a Google search, it will come up and it shows that the state releases this information publicly. And for me, that's it's a hazard because we don't want our information out there. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going through Long Beach with dispensary, and also they have applications for me for cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution. And that was one of the things that I told them also. We're giving you all of this information, and can you please not publicly post this information? Same with Los Angeles. The other thing would be just helping equity applicants who don't have big backing or foreign money backing them, because I have like $25,000 worth of fees for architects or plans or construction, and even beyond after you receive your licensing, just being able to get some help and being able to open, and not just open, but have a sustainable
30 seconds.
within the city. Within the area that I am in, Long Beach is one of the most impacted areas. And as I said, we have no Black owned, no social equity owned dispensaries. So the money is needed. So you all have the ability to help. So please do.
Thank you. And next we're going to hear from James Games. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the committee members for your time and care in attempting to salvage the state cannabis program here. In regards to cities receiving more grant funding for social equity programs, I request that if cities do receive more funding, then they give public record requests similar to all other agencies. To me, it seems asinine that one could ask for public records request via attorneys or individually and not be granted that public information. So one, I'd like to see that exchange. If the city is going to receive grant funding, produce public record requests. Second, I would like to suggest the idea of if a city is going to receive equity grant funding, there should be a permissible appeal system. The idea of not being able to appeal situations that are not fair seems unjust. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We're going to peruse the list real quickly here, but that should do it. And those are all the requests we have for public comment at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, David. I believe that concludes item number 10, and meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.